Welcome to Derby Date Night, Skate the Rainbow Edition. We are live at Western Skateland in Bloomington, Indiana, where we are getting ready for 4 games of hard-hitting roller derby action. Our hosts, Bloomington Roller Derby, have invited teams from all over to battle it out to see who can stay on the Rainbow Road and come out on top. 12 adult teams and 7 junior teams are represented today, so you will get to see lots of your favorite players. Our first game today is going to be between the Lavender Knockouts in purple and the Sunset Slammers in orange. This first game is going to be a level 2 juniors matchup. Following that, we will have a level 3 juniors matchup, a BC skaters matchup, and a AB skaters matchup. These are the skaters that you're going to be watching today. These are your Lavender Knockouts. And here are your Sunset Slammers. If you're rooting for one of them, shout them out and wish them luck as we get ready to start this first game. You're watching Derby Date Night, where we bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and I'll be your play-by-play announcer with all the action and some corny jokes. Behind the cameras is Sirius Lee, my forever date night and the real brains behind the operation. He serves as our technical producer-director who makes all the cool things happen behind the scenes, and sometimes I even make him laugh. For those of you who don't know what we do here at Derby Date Night, we bring you both good roller derby and bad jokes. Every stream we have a theme for our jokes, and this weekend, or today, is no different. Today's theme is Skate the Rainbow, so we are bringing you all the rainbow and colorful jokes we can find. So don't be blue or get red hot because you orange missing out on any of our jokes. Take a second and let us know, what is your favorite color in the chat? Good day, Carl. You were the first one here, all the way from Australia, but we've got some other people joining us. Purple, who's literally over at the scoreboard table, is saying good morning. Colleen's rooting for Rose, and we've got lots of fun excitement in the chat. And we are lining up already to get started with our first jam. Before we get started, please like and subscribe while you've got a second getting ready if you haven't done so already. Derby Date Night, we try to bring you as much roller derby as we can, and we are live a lot lately, so follow us to find more live roller derby in and around the Midwest. We still have 30 seconds. Serious? What do I say for 30 seconds? Carl, are you blue today? What if you could be? Okay, let me know. How is your mood today, based on a color? I would say I'm hot pink today. What color are you, Sirius? Green. You're green. Yeah. I hope not too many people are blue. But yeah, there's a lot of colors here. It's so much fun. I love games like this where we get to just have fun and be silly. I know, Carl, the level 2s are some of them are so little. It's fun. So level 2, the way that level 2 is played. So level 1, we're not seeing level 1 today, but level 1 is no contact. They are just positionally blocking each other. Level 2, they can block, but they just can't accelerate into the hit. So they have to have already gained position before they start pushing another skater. So that's the main difference between level 1 and level 2. And then level 3, which you'll see in our next game, is pretty much just roller derby. So it's not going to look any different, aside from the fact that everyone is under 18. That is the biggest difference. Okay, we're not starting, so I'm going to keep telling you things. If you are just finding us for the first time, welcome. We love to interact with our community, affectionately known as our third wheels. Those of you who are looking, you can see that both Purple Fury and Carl have wheels next to their name, which means they are our members, and our members are amazing supporters of our channel who are always there for us, and they support us not only monetarily, but also they just help us so much, and we appreciate every single one of our third wheels so much. I don't know if we have time for the roll. Sirius is saying no, but we will show you their names. We like to show you who they all are, and that list keeps getting bigger every single game, and we just cannot thank our third wheels enough. So we do encourage you to chat with each other. We definitely interact with the chat here on Derby Date Night. So when you chat, sometimes we like to chat back, and you can all chat with each other too. I know some of you have made friends with each other in the chat, which I think is wonderful. We're building our own little roller derby community over here. So you can also send super chats to shout out your skaters. So if you take, Sirius, can you take Can you take Blackberry Blossom's comment that she just made? Can you take Blackberry Blossom's comment that says, good luck Vanellope Von Skates and roll over Beethoven? Vanellope Von Skates is currently my favorite player because she came over earlier to tell me that I was beautiful, and it made me so happy. She was very sweet. I love her name, too. I've always just loved her name. So Sirius is showing us right now, if you send a super chat, so if you press that little $sign and you want to send a chat, it'll look just like that. So Sirius can focus that chat up on the screen. And we got started just like that, and we have got our first league jammer of Mighty Meerkat for the Lavender Knockouts. Meanwhile, Sunset Slammers jammer is trying to find space, sees it on the inside line, and up on those toe stops is through, and will be chasing down Mighty Meerkat, who is going to hit those hips and call off the jam, so no points will be able to be scored by Sunset Slammers and their jammer, Deanie the Meanie. I love these names. Aren't they so cute? Sorry, the teenagers probably don't want to be called cute. I don't know what we call it. So the non-teenagers, we can call them cute, but the teenagers, we'll call them talented. Sirius is just giving me looks. Hey, I'm getting going here. It's early in the morning. I'm warming up. He goes, yes, you are. All right, our second jam of the game is starting. Sunset Slammers hoping to maybe put some points on the board with lead jammer for, I think, 101 is Danger Beauty for Sunset Slammers. The purple jammer is trying to push that pack forward, is getting stuck behind a tripod of blockers, gets pushed out. A little bit of a tumble there as Danger Beauty is now in the pack on a scoring pass, so will be scoring points for every skater from the opposite team that they pass. Poison Apple pushed the pack apart at the front and was able to get through and will be eligible to score points once they come around. Danger Beauty is hearing that they should call it and does decide to call the jam, so no points will be able to be scored by purple on this one, but the Sunset Slammers are going to put some points on the board. 4-4. We got a tie game, Sirius. Biz. Yes, Rogue is jam reffing. You get to see, I think Rogue is reffing the first 2 games. The outfits are adorable here today, and just really enjoying all the rainbow-themed things. It's just beautiful. All right, Skater Girl is jamming for the Lavender Knockouts and quickly gets out as your lead jammer. Great purple tutu there. But number 4 on Sunset Slammers is going to be about half a track behind. That's Martian Mauler. So both these skaters are going to be scoring points here. Skater Girl does call the jam, but I think Martian Mauler might have stolen a point. They did. Sunset Slammers stealing a point there, but Lavender Knockouts take the lead, 6-5. Biz, you would appreciate this. Biz is a referee, for those who don't know. We brought a smorgasbord of snacks for the day. You know, we like to put a snack table here, and I created a rainbow out of rainbow-colored candies, and I think it's beautiful. Oh, and it's a rainbow over zebra cakes, so it's very special for the zebras. our referees. Okay, lead jammer going to the Lavender Knockouts, and Mighty Meerkat, Sunset Slammers jammer, has that star off, but is not going to be able to pass it because they are getting a don't touch that penalty, illegal contact penalty. Thank you, Sirius. I need my penalty cheat sheet. So we will start this next jam as a power jam for the Lavender Knockouts. I'm going to get my penalty sheet, Sirius, just because I still haven't memorized them. Biz says that we are so good to the refs. We really are just bribing the refs because we like to know what happens in the official timeouts. But yes, it's because we love you all. That's the only reason. It has nothing to do with us wanting information. All right, purple getting lead on this power jam for the Lavender Knockouts. Smasher in the Rye is going to be your lead jammer while Piranha waits in the penalty box. Smasher in the Rye is through for 4 points for purple. Biz likes that I call illegal contact. Don't touch that. And purple is, oh, did you see, that was a great little, it wasn't even an apex hop, it was just like a straight, it was just going right over somebody's skate. Beautiful. To grab 4 more points for the Lavender knockouts. Piranha is out of the penalty box, takes a hit to the inside, and is going to find position at the back of the pack. Both jammers currently stuck in that pack, which I don't think has gotten past turn 1 yet in this game. Smasher does see that Piranha was able to get through and calls the jam. All right, oh, they're some of them are just so little. I can't help it. It's like, I'm trying not to make them be like little and cute. They're tough. They're derby players. Arr. Carl's making a drink called a Power Jam. I like it. Energy drink with Powerade, or jam blended with Powerade. I don't know if that would work well. It maybe if you put ice in it and had a smoothie. Okay, we have got Sunset Slammers have a lead, and that is Venus as your jammer for Sunset Slammers. The purple jammer, the lavender jammer, is just stuck. What? Oh no, Venus got a penalty, so now it's going to be a power jam for lavender, and there was a star pass. Okay, I'm going to look at the numbers so I can see who that is because they're doing a great job. Is that Peanut Butter Smackdown? That is Peanut Butter Smackdown, who we've seen on Derby Date Night a number of times. So Peanut Butter Smackdown is not going to be lead jammer, though, because Venus was lead jammer when they went to the penalty box. All right, Peanut Butter Smackdown is through for 4 points for the Lavender knockouts. Venus is been released from the penalty box and is coming out, will be eligible to score, I think, yes, eligible to score points because I think she had already done 1 pass. So 4 more points there. We've got 40 seconds left in this jam. Venus coming around. As you notice, these skaters are kind of, they're stopping a little bit before, do you notice, before engaging and trying to push their way through the pack. So that's what I mean by level 2. They aren't allowed to come into the pack and go, pretty much full speed, which you can do if you're playing level 3. Peanut Butter Smackdown able to get through for another 4 points. And Venus also through for another 4 points. These skaters are just matching each other point for point here. But it is going to be the Lavender knockouts who outscore in that jam, with the Sunset Slammers being in the penalty box for 30 seconds. That did affect the number of points they were able to get. And Lavender knockouts maintain their lead with 36 points to Sunset Slammers 17. Getting lined up for our 6th jam of the game. I can already tell today's going to go by real fast, Sirius. It's so much fun when you're watching Derby. Time always goes by so fast. We're taking an official timeout. Might be scoreboard related. Oh, since it is an official timeout, Sirius, that means I get to start telling you my color jokes. And I'm going to start with the joke that I found about I only found 1 joke about the Rainbow Road. Originally for today, I was going to do a ton of Rainbow Road jokes. They're not out there on the internet, so I have 1. I get to tell you 1 Rainbow Road joke. So Sirius, did you know I walk a lonely road? The only road I've ever known? The Rainbow Road. Because everyone else fell off. That is the hardest level in Mario Kart, and I don't understand why they don't put like more bumpers on the side. Like, it is so hard to stay on that road and then you get all confused about which road you're on. It's a punishment level? It is the punishment level. You know, it would be fun to have a party and like just play Rainbow Roads from all the different Mario Karts. And like the goal is who can beat all of the Rainbow Roads first. That'd be fun. It wouldn't be you? Yeah, you're at the point now where the kids are finally better than you at Mario Kart. He used to enjoy beating them all the time, but Strader's in the chat rooting for Mighty Meerkat. And this jam has started. We've got Purple Jammer was almost at lead jammer, but found Floof, and Floof pushed them out of bounds and pulled them all the way to the back. Purple Jammer getting towards the front again. Tuxedosaurus Rex jamming for orange, almost getting through, but it is Purple who becomes your lead jammer. That is Mighty Meerkat. Mighty Meerkat coming in the pack on a scoring pass. That's not Tuxedosaurus Rex, that's Rollover Beethoven who was jamming for the orange team. Tuxedosaurus Rex is literally reffing on the outside. Tuxedosaurus Rex is shadow reffing today on the outside, and so clearly he was not jamming. I love these tutus. I want to go get a tutu. I'm full rainbow tutu. Serious. Can you make that happen, please? Put it on your list of things that I want. This is being held at a place called Western Skateland in Bloomington, Indiana, which is about an hour south of Indianapolis. A cute little college town, and this is a cute little roller skating rink that they've got here in Bloomington. Lead jammer going to the Sunset Slammers and Ruby the Ripper. And jamming for Purple, trying to get through. The jammers kind of tumble over each other, but I believe illegal contact going to the Purple jammer, Lovely, who will be headed to the box. So this is going to be a power jam for Ruby the Ripper, who continues to be the lead jammer and does hold the power to call this jam if they choose to. Ruby the Ripper trying to pull that pack apart at the front, getting a no pack called, and they have to let her go. So she's going to grab those 4 points and come around. This is a great opportunity for the Sunset Slammers to start to cut into the lead that the Lavender Knockouts have established. Oh, it's going to be a little bit of a shenana jam as Ruby the Ripper is now headed to the box. Lovely is being released from the box. So Ruby the Ripper is going to sit probably for the full 30 seconds since Lovely was just released from the box. And now I want to speak in an English accent. Oh, lovely. Just so lovely. Would you like some tea, Lovely? Strader is so proud to see some of the kids that you coach out here playing. Why are we not seeing you, Strader? You played last night. You should come here and play again today. Skates a Lot, who is learning derby, is rooting for Vanellope. Oh, that's wonderful to hear, Adam. Oh, Skates-a-Lotl. That's another axolotl name. Skates-a-Lotl. Does Skates-a-Lotl have an axolotl? Yes, the helmets are so fun. They've got helmet covers that match the team colors for today, and they've got that for all 4 games. I saw them all laid out. Not only do they have helmet covers that match all of the jerseys for today, they also have the ref and scorekeeper bracelets also match. Serious, we've got what are we calling it? The shoe camera? Can you do the shoe camera for our lineup tracker? Ah! Shoe camera! Look at those boots! I have a hot pink cowboy hat that goes with those boots. Strader says, I'm tired, and Mr. Bruise Guy, excuses. Mr. Bruise Guy, you're not here either. And lead jammer goes to Danger Beauty from Sunset Slammers, but quickly will be followed by Dirty Dingus McDuck. So this is going to be potentially a short jam if Danger Beauty decides to call the jam. Danger Beauty sees a space on the inside and gets through, but Dirty Dingus McDuck also through. Both jammers in tutus. I love it. I'm going to go out in between games and get myself a rainbow tutus. Yes, or someone can bring me one. Dirty Dingus McDuck is through for 4 points. Danger Beauty takes a little tumble on the inside line is back up and fighting at the back of the pack as Dirty Dingus McDuck comes through. This jam is still owned by Danger Beauty, who can call it off, has gotten through for another 4 points, but so did Dirty Dingus McDuck, who has outscored the Sunset Slammers by 4 points so far as both of these jammers approach the pack. Sibling rivalry? Really? The two jammers are siblings? That's adorable. I love that. Dirty Dingus McDuck through for another 4 points. Danger Beauty also through and does decide to call it before Dirty Dingus McDuck can score any more points. The sister calls off the jam. I love that. Mr. Bruce Guy says, listen, Canada was a lot. Yes, Mr. Bruce Guy did do 3 weekends in a row of Derby, I think you did. Lots. That sounds like a last week thing, Sirius says. Yes, Carl. Carl says that was a good save for Dirty Dingus, the way they slipped and they got up without tripping the other jammer. Yes. Who was his sister, so that would have been problems at home later. Skater Girl is another siblings. There's so many sibling pairs that play Derby. I love it. And more than pairs. Try, and I think there's a few sets of 4 also that I've seen. I love it. It is a good morning for Derby, Goldie Socks. Welcome. Lead jammer went to Mighty Meerkat. Faloof got through and was scoring some points, and Purple Bench was shouting to call it. I think both jammers were able to get 4 points in that jam. We are halfway through the first half of this game. Nope, the first half of this half. Hooey, that's a lot of halves. Lavender Knockouts leading Sunset Slammers by 21 points. See how quickly I did that math? I didn't even look at my calculator, serious. All right, here we go, into the next jam. Whistles blowing. I don't know if it was for a jammer. It was. So, the orange jammer, number 72, Peaches and Scream is headed to the box, and so this will be a power jam for Vanellope Von Skates and the Lavender Knockouts. Vanellope has not earned lead, but lead is still open. So if Vanellope can pass all 4 skaters on the orange team and get through, then Vanellope will be called lead jammer. And there it is, Vanellope getting called lead jammer, being pointed at by the ref in the middle. So Vanellope now controls this jam while Peaches and Scream waits in the penalty box. Michael Kwan, you woke up so early to listen to Derby. Welcome. So glad to have so many of our friends here in the chat. I'm excited to spend the day with you all before Sirius and I take a little bit of a lengthy break. We won't even know what to do. We're going to go on a real date. All right, Vanellope Von Skates is through, being chased down by Peaches and Scream. Vanellope hits the pack and hits those hips, calling the jam off. A total of, looks like 4 points for Lavender Knockouts in that jam, so no points grabbed at the very end there. Yes, Rogue is reffing Melody. Everybody's saying what time it is, where they are. So it's nighttime, Carl. You haven't gone to bed yet? And then Michael, I think, is the earliest in California, so it's 6:20 there. So we have people who are at 6:20 in the morning and people who are at 11:20 in the evening watching right now. Good morning and good night. But it's Sunday for everybody right now. Yeah, that is rare. That doesn't usually happen. And you were up at 4:50 yesterday for a juniors tournament? Oof. Carl's probably happy he gets to watch this at a semi-regular time, like it's not 4 in the morning. 11:20 at night. That's not bad. I bet Carl's not going to make it to game 4. We are in a team timeout right now, so I got to tell you another rainbow joke. Where do bad rainbows go, Sirius? To Prism. Oh, he said that was actually pretty good. Yay! I get a compliment. And we are getting back to the Derby. And that jam is starting a little bit slower. Everybody trying to figure out where there are any holes. Purple jammer almost finding that space at the front, but takes a little tumble. And it looks like lead is gonna go to Cyber and the orange team. And a penalty getting called on one of the orange skaters as Cyber comes around on a first scoring pass. Skater Girl is trying to find, Skater Girl sees some space on the inside line and does get through and will be eligible to score points if Cyber does not call the jam. Cyber, meanwhile, is at the back of the pack trying to find some space, does decide to call the jam, so preventing Lavender Knockouts from scoring any points. But did they score any? I don't know if any points were scored there, so that will be a 0-0 jam. Score remaining at 69-46. I got quiet because I was trying to make a palindrome somehow, but a 4 is not a 9, as much as I want them to be. They do look similar. Except for that completely different part, Sirius says. All right, lead jammer going to orange team and Star, but Mad Max is going to be chasing Star down. No, not chasing Star down, passing Star. Star is in the lead, though. Mad Max eligible to score right now. Takes a little, almost makes it through on the inside line, but has to recycle to the back, but recovers well and grabs 4 points for the purple team. Star ended up getting stuck in that pack a little bit and did decide to call the jam. Was able to grab 1 point for the Sunset Slammers. Michael says that they needed you, Sirius, at the event yesterday. The streaming was rough. We wish we could be in California doing streaming, Michael Kwan. You can be bought. California, Sirius, that's a long ways. No Bad Max. I think this might be, is this the last game that we're going to be streaming for Mad Max, and we won't get to do Bad Max, Sad Max, Glad Max anymore? We're going to have to find somebody else. We did start doing that to you, Strader, so it might have to be just Bad Strader, Sad Strader, because it does sound good going with your name. Melody says, oh my, Aria, it's only game 1, more caffeine. I'm halfway through my first Red Bull of the morning. Today's drink was brought to you by, I mixed sugar-free Red Bull with grape cranberry juice. I don't know if I would do it again. Strader, I told Meerkat I'm telling you all her crimes. Strader, haha, yeah. June Bloom. Oh, that's a nice name for a tournament. Hosted by Los Anarchists Junior Derby. Los Angeles, San Diego, and Long Beach. Next year we'll go, right, Sirius? Well, sure. Our kids can stay home, but I don't think they can stay home that long. They'd have to come with us to California if we were able to do that. Yeah, Goldie does not like the sound of my mix. I don't like the taste of Red Bull, so I keep trying to like mix it with something else. What? Sirius is telling me to pay attention. Okay, the Derby's back on. All right, Piranha is your lead jammer for the Sunset Slammers. Is that Meerkat waiting in the box? No, Meerkat's out on the track. Who is waiting in the box? That is Mad Max in the box. Bad Max! Goldie suggests vodka. Not in the morning, Goldie. It is 9:30 a.m. All right, Piranha is through for 4 points. Mad Max out of the box and gets through on that initial. And Piranha calls the jam. So Sunset Slammers grabbing 4 points. They're cutting into that lead. Carl suggests bourbon. Okay, y'all are not getting with the program here. I need things to put in Red Bull that are not alcohol. They're ready to party. Our chat is fun. That's why. Although truthfully, I should just get different energy drinks than Red Bull. Like Bang, I like that. I like the what are they called? Alani's, I think. Anyway, no, but none of these people are sponsoring us, so I shouldn't say brand names. Michael Kwan says it's 5 o'clock somewhere, Aria. Yeah, Strader. Strader was like, there's no sad Max. Oh, no, he went to the box. Bad Max. And now we've got a suggestion from Bumstar Gin. Those who know me, there's a few of you out there. There is a gin story from my 35th birthday, and my entire Derby team would not drink gin anymore after that party. So it was a great party. We made all these authentic cocktails from the 1920s, but when you take a bunch of Derby people and you have them drink these authentic cocktails that don't really taste like alcohol, and all of them will not even let me like talk about gin anymore. Gin is a bad word for my former Derby team. Still current Derby team. I'm still corn-fed roller derby. In my heart. Adam says the skaters are making the most of these timeouts. Yep, Melody, who was at that party, says no gin. Oh, guess what, everybody? You all know Mel. She has been one of our third wheel commentators many, many times. You see Mel officiating all the time, and you know that Mel retired at the end of last season. So you have not seen Mel skate since last season. But today, that all changes because Mel is lacing up and is going to be playing in the last game today. So stick around, watch the last game, because I'm excited to see Mel back out there hitting people. Because as an official, she shouldn't do that. What are we? Oh, was it an actual official review, or was it just a? You know, I told the refs I brought all this food to bribe them to tell me what they're talking about, and not a single one of them has come over here. I'm gonna take away their snacks. No snacks for you. You didn't tell me what that was about. Quick lead jam being established there by Scorpion on the Sunset Slammers. It is Peanut Butter Smackdown jamming for the Lavender Knockouts, who's going to be chasing down Scorpion as both these skaters are approaching the pack. Notice how they're slowing down because it's level 2. And calling that jam are the Sunset Slammers. Peanut Butter Smackdown trying to snag an extra point there, and I think might have gotten 2, it looks like. Melody says it's frowned upon to hit other people as an official. Yes, Adam says I've seen dancing, jumping jacks, all sorts of fun. We need to bring that to adult roller derby, like more of that on the line. What did we see during the tournament, during the Speedway Smackdown tournament? They played Duck Duck Goose, and then we started an underground Duck Duck Goose league in Pittsburgh. It's a thing that happened after that. But we need to do more fun shenanigans on the line. And lead jammer going to Sunset Slammers and Martian Mauler. Meanwhile, Mighty Meerkat sits in the box. We do not have EPLT, so I will try and find out where we sit on penalties during halftime so that I can give you a report before the second half. And it's about 80-20 on me remembering to do that. You all know that by now. Mighty Meerkat is out of the box, still on that initial, so not currently eligible to score points. Martian Mauler getting stuck in the pack on a scoring pass right now. Mighty Meerkat at the back of the pack, jumping around, trying to find any sort of space, and finds it and is through. Martian Mauler, having scored 4 points, is coming around on a second scoring pass now, is in the pack. Mighty Meerkat getting to the pack, hoping to be, oh, that was interesting. Something happened there, and the jammer decided to pass the star to Beethoven, so that made this a 2-minute jam because there is now no lead jammer. Roll over Beethoven. Beethoven will now be the jammer for the orange team for the rest of this jam. Mighty Meerkat got through for 4 points, so they have now scored 4 points each. Roll over Beethoven got a penalty and is now headed to the penalty box. Mighty Meerkat also getting a penalty, so this will be a Shenana Jam. Copyright Kimbo Slicer. Or as Eric says, no copyright, because he gave it away without asking Kimbo her permission. So Mel says we're too old to do shenanigans on the line. Our knees aren't young anymore. Juniors do have far more energy for shenanigans. That's true. Michael Kwan, my knees are bad today. BioFreeze is the best. They could sponsor us. They could sponsor. We should have, you know who we should have sponsor Derby Date Night? Is all the things that old people need to help with ailments and injuries. Ibuprofen, BioFreeze, KT tape, all the things. Really, Central Indiana Orthopedics should sponsor Derby teams because the amount of us who have spent money at Central Indiana Orthopedics is a lot. Cornfed used to have a chiropractor. Piranha and Mighty Meerkat jamming for their respective teams. Is that Mighty Meerkat? Yes. Mighty Meerkat almost finding space on the inside line and does so and becomes lead jammer for the Lavender Knockouts while Piranha waits in the penalty box for the Sunset Slammers. Mighty Meerkat in the pack on a scoring pass. Yes, Goldie, AARP should sponsor us. I love that we're talking about this during a juniors game where there's all these little bouncy, flexible children. Mighty Meerkat getting pushed to the outside. Piranha is out of the box and sees some space on the inside. Purple team doing a great job being aware of that and closing that opening as soon as Piranha starts going for it. But Piranha is able to push her way through and will be able to score points as Piranha comes around on a scoring pass. Mighty Meerkat hears the bench saying call it and does decide to call the jam after scoring. Looks like they got all 3 points in that jam. As we do here on Derby Date Night, we will be having you all vote for a skater of the game. So if you have any blockers or jammers that you have noticed doing really great things in this game and you want to have them nominated, we will nominate one blocker and one jammer from each team. Go ahead and shout them out in the chat and let me know what they've done in this first half that you think makes them deserving of a nomination. Lead jam going to the Sunset Slammers. Scorpion is your lead jammer. Purple jammer is stuck in that pack. Scorpion coming in on a scoring pass, finds that space on the inside line and gets through for 4 points. Meanwhile, Skater Girl takes a hit to the outside and is trying to figure out where those holes might be to be able to get through the pack. Scorpion back in the pack on a scoring pass. And Skater Girl gets through. Scorpion also through, having gotten another 4 points, bringing that total to 8 as they cut into that lead. Is Scorpion going to call it, or is he going to let Skater Girl attempt to score some points? Scorpion sees space on the outside and is able to sail right through. Skater Girl finds, oh, look at that little, just hops right up that little apex and stays in bounds and gets 4 points for the Lavender Knockouts. Dirty Dingus McDuck doing some defense there on Scorpion, but Scorpion is able to avoid it to get 4 more points, bringing that total to 16, highest jam so far of this game with 3 minutes left in the first half. Scorpion does a spin on the inside line and gets through. Skater Girl continuing to, oh, good job. Skater Girl found some space on the inside there and was able to get through for another 4 points for the Lavender Knockouts. Scorpion is also through, bringing that total to 24. Scorpion coming in on another scoring pass. Skater Girl has found the tripod at the back, but was able to grab an additional, looks like 1 or 2 points. I can't see fingers in these lights. So Lavender Knockouts for a total of 10, and Sunset Slammers with 26, bringing them within 9 points of the Lavender Knockouts. That was a very successful jam there for the Sunset Slammers, who have been behind for most of the game. Some of our suggestions for nominations. Strader says Skater Girl for Jammer for jamming her very first bout and killing it. Oh, that's so cool. Goldie says these little ones just sneak. They sneak right on through. Becky says my favorite player is Smasher. He plays whatever position his team needs. He's been jammer, pivot, and blocker in the first half. That's awesome. Adam says these smaller jammers do have a way of sneaking through a crowd. And lead going to Sunset Slammers. That is going to be rollover Beethoven as your lead. That is not what purple wanted to happen. I know they're lavender. I keep saying purple, but it's okay. You know what I mean. I should just say tangerine. Should just do all the names for different colors, except for the color of the team. Purple is able to get through. That is number, who is that? Is that Moon? Moon will be eligible to score points, and this is going to be a 2-minute jam because rollover Beethoven is going to the penalty box. So this will be a power jam for the Lavender Knockouts and jammer Moon. Faloof with the pullback here on Moon. All the orange team coming to the back during this power jam. Purple team doing a little bit of offense here to try and help Moon. Now doing that passive offense, holding in the back, hoping Moon can push the pack forward. Strader says, or they disappear in the pack. Feral Fairy. Yes, Feral Fairy disappears in the pack all the time, and I can never find Feral Fairy. That is very true. Yeah, see, Melody agrees. Purple and lavender are the same thing, different shades. And they literally have lavender and purple shirts, so I think they can be both lavender and purple. It is very close. It's only within 10 points, and we have 7 seconds left in this first half. We are going to go to halftime as this jam comes to a close. We'll stay also. Oh, and right at the end there, somebody got a back block and went to the penalty box. So rollover Beethoven and the Sunset Slammers will start the next half with a power jam for the Lavender Knockouts, who have maintained a lead for the entire first half, but the Sunset Slammers have started coming back. So we're going to see what happens and if the Sunset Slammers can drink their OJ during halftime and come back to knock out those Lavender Knockouts. We'll be back in just a little bit here on Derby Date Night. Welcome back to Derby Date Night, Skate the Rainbow Edition. We are excited to be coming back with our second half of this game. Sunset Slammers have had a late surge at the end of the first and have come within 12 points of the Lavender knockouts. So this is going to be a very exciting second half, and we have already gotten started here with our game. We have got the Purple Jammer trying to find space up at the front. They're going to have to get past Floof, getting a little bit of offensive help there from Lovely, while the Sunset Slammers Jammer is waiting in the box to start this jam. Remember when I said rollover bait, Hoban got a penalty right at the end of the first half. So he is now out of the box and will be coming around on a initial pass, so not able to score points. Floof hitting the Purple Jammer, Poison Apple to the inside, who is being forced to go all the way to the back. Rollover Beethoven is through, coming out of that penalty box, and will not be lead because lead was already given to Poison Apple. Even though Poison Apple didn't get out of the box, Poison Apple did get swallowed back up and immediately decides to call the jam, so Rollover Beethoven cannot score any points. All right, I'm going to put up the poll for Skater of the Game. For those who are new to this, we do not close the poll until 5 minutes before the end of the second half. So you can take your time to look at the skaters, have some time to see how they do in the second half. But once you vote, you cannot change your vote. So be very careful with your power that you are going to be getting. So we're putting up our poll for the 4 skaters we have nominated for Skater of the Game. So choose carefully. Adam says some of the jams are extra tough because the blockers are doing so well, and I've seen at least one instance of a blocker getting back fairly far to help push back a jammer that went out. Absolutely, Adam. I agree. You guys were talking during halftime about blockers not getting enough love, and as a former blocker myself, I completely agree. We've talked a lot on Derby Date Night about the glue of a pack, who's maybe not a flashy blocker, but a blocker who is always in the right place, leading the pack, really helping with the strategy, and I'm always looking for the glue of the pack when we are choosing our blocker nominations for Blocker of the Game, because those people are doing a lot of the work out there that maybe we don't see as much. Purple doing great job. Dirty Dingus McDuck has already scored 8 points for the Lavender knockouts. Danger Beauty, meanwhile, is in the penalty box, has just been released, so will be able to come out and it's going to be a long jam. This jam is going to go for 2 minutes as Danger Beauty is coming around on the not a scoring pass, but is through on their initial. So Danger Beauty now eligible to score points as she is approaching the pack. Danger Beauty in a blocktopus of blockers. All 4 Lavender knockout blockers are focused right now on blocking. And Danger Beauty sees some space on that inside line and dashes through to grab 4 points for the orange team, who I'm still not calling Sunset. I'm still not calling Lavender. It's purple and orange. That's just what it's going to be. We've all discovered that. All right, Dirty Dingus McDuck coming out of the box and immediately sliding right through to grab 4 points because he had already done his initial. So Dirty Dingus McDuck is through and has scored. That was actually 12 because he had scored some points as lead before he went to the box. And Dirty Dingus McDuck is through for another 4 as that jam comes to an end. Danger Beauty was able to grab 7 points for the Sunset Slammers, bringing them to 97. Goldie says, with great power comes great responsibility. Absolutely. Voting is a great responsibility for all of you. And that's why I'm really glad that I don't have to choose the Skater of the Game, because I get to choose 4 skaters every single game. And then you all have to choose the Skater of the Game, which is the biggest responsibility that there is. I've already had skaters in the AB game, though, come up to me and they're like, this is going to be the first time that I'm eligible for Skater of the Game, Aria. And I'm like, yes, it is. Thanks for letting me know. We do accept, bribes and candy? No, we try to be as fair as possible when we choose Skater of the Game. And I really go for skaters that I have noticed or you have noticed in the chat. It is going to be a power jam now for the Lavender knockouts, and Moon, who is just being released from the box on this Shenana Jam, as Deanie the Meanie was sent to the penalty box, so that will release Moon. Deanie the Meanie will only sit in the box for as long as Moon did. I'm not sure, not very long, because Deanie the Meanie is already standing. So Moon is now in the pack. Deanie the Meanie is also out of the penalty box already. Moon is through. That was the initial, so Moon will be eligible to score points when they come back around. There's 55 seconds left in this jam. Deanie the Meanie up on those toe stops, trying to find space on the inside, took a little tumble. Moon is in the back of the pack on a scoring pass. Deanie the Meanie, nice job on the toe stops with Deanie the Meanie. What penalty? Was that a back block? That looked like a back block. So Deanie the Meanie is headed to the, that's a forearm. I always have to do the symbol, and then I'm like, I think it's this thing. Goldie says they know of the coveted sticker. The people who said, yep, that's true. The coveted sticker. It's a very unique sticker. And Moon is through for 4 points for the Lavender knockouts, while Deanie the Meanie waits in the penalty box. Deanie the Meanie is not yet standing, so we'll have a very short power jam for the Lavender knockouts at the beginning of the next jam. And it is going to be a power jam. There is no other blockers in the box right now, so we will be starting this next one. We should, Egg says the skater is one of the reasons why I want to learn how to skate. I think we should do some sort of a special on socks NSO and officials game so that we can give the NSOs and officials a chance to win the coveted skater of the game sticker. Or an official of the game sticker. That would be fun. That's too many nominations though. All right. Out of the box is Deanie the Meanie trying to sneak through and get lead jammer, but that is going to be Smasher, who pops his way through and gets lead jammer for the Lavender knockouts. Deanie the Meanie was able to get through and will be eligible to score points. Smasher's going to hit the pack first. And here comes Deanie the Meanie. Smasher decides to call the jam. I think there's somebody in the chat who knows Smasher. Has Smasher ever skated under another name? Because I feel like I recognize Smasher, but I don't know. I don't think I recognize Smasher from that name, but let me know. Strader says the official of the game is the one who doesn't give Strader a penalty. But Strader, if you deserve the penalty, then it's really you giving yourself the penalty. It's not them giving you the penalty. All right, next jam has started. Going to Sunset Slammers, who really want to catch up to these Lavender knockouts. So lead is going to be Peaches and Scream, who is already coming around on a first scoring pass. Peaches has got 2 to get through and does so, grabbing those 4 points. The star was passed to Peanut Butter Smackdown, who will now be chasing down Peaches and Scream, who is on a scoring pass right now, coming in. Stopping before hitting the pack. Remember, this is level 2, so they cannot come into the pack with a lot of force. Peaches and Scream is hitting those hips, and after grabbing those 4 points, Peanut Butter Smackdown did grab a couple points there at the end of that jam. Sunset Slammers now above the 100 mark. Both teams have gone into over 100. Eggs give skaters little egg stickers for not making them do extra paperwork. You know, I have a whole bunch of stickers that I don't know what to do with. I should bring them and do something with them. Yeah, definitely. Skaters love stickers for some reason. I don't know why. It's just a thing. Okay, we have got the Orange Jammer is trying to find space at the front and does so with some offensive help from Floof, and Venus is through as your lead jammer. Meanwhile, Mad Max is going to be a Bad Max and go to the penalty box, but it's not Mad Max, it's Rocky Road, another skater who likes milk, right? Rocky Road goes with milk. For those who don't know, Mighty Max always drinks a half gallon, a half quart of milk during every game. No, Mad Max. I said Mighty Max. It's only the first game, serious, and I'm already losing my mind. Strader says, a huge thanks to the officials. We wouldn't be able to play without them. And Goldie says, stickers rock. They really do. I don't know why. My kids right now say they've grown out of stickers. And I'm like, no, you haven't. You just need to grow back into them. It is a half-gallon. Thank you, Strader. I knew somebody would tell me how much it is. Yeah. Do you think he's going to be able to keep that up as he gets older? A half-gallon of milk every single game? Anyway. I think we are we starting with a jammer in the box? For purple? No. Both jammers are out there and jamming. And orange jammer is going to be your lead. That is, who is that? Martian Mahler, one of your nominees for Skater of the Game. Lovely is going to get out right behind. Martian Mahler in the pack and able to skate around the pack for 4 points. Lovely getting called on a penalty, so this will be a power jam now for Sunset Slammers. Sunset Slammers in the pack, hoping to take advantage of this power jam, but taking a hit to the inside. Who was that? Was that Mad Max? I don't know who that was. Anyway, 4 points for Martian Mahlers and the Sunset Slammers, who are now at 9 points? That's an odd number of points. Oh, there was a no pass, no penalty at some point. But wouldn't that be like 7 points instead of 9? That means like on one pass they only got 1 point. But as it goes in numbers of 4, so you would get 4, and then you would get 3, which would be 8. Unless there was a no pass. You see what I'm saying? 9 is a very weird number. 2 liters of milk in one go. That didn't end well for him. Oh! My adult body can't comprehend so much milk. Milk is heavy, too. It's not like... Anyway, Lovely is through. Martian Mahler is in the penalty box, so this jam is going to go the full 2 minutes, and we are going to start the next jam as a power jam for the Lavender knockouts because Martian Mahler is still sitting in that penalty box. As I'm focusing on the 9 points, Biz goes, weird things happen, Aria. I know, sometimes I focus too much on the weird things, but it really doesn't make sense to me. It would have to be like to get 9 points. Let's say you did 3 passes. You would have to have a no pass, no penalty for 3 people. So what happened was 3 skaters went out of bounds, and so did the jammer. And then the jammer went back in, and they only passed 1 skater. So that's what I'm going with. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And lead is going to go to Dirty Dingus McDuck and the Lavender knockouts. Biz once had a 0-point pass as a jam ref. I mean, it can happen, right? Dirty Dingus McDuck in the pack on a scoring pass. Martian Mahler out of the box and in the pack. Skater Girl almost grabbing Martian Mahler, but was not able to hit them, and Martian Mahler gets through. Dirty Dingus McDuck with 4 points. Martian Mahler will now be eligible to score if Dirty Dingus McDuck does not call this jam. And seeing a space on that inside, Martian Mahler is able to get through. I think it's so much fun as a jammer when you get through untouched. And I bet you, I'm not a jammer, but I bet you that jammers are like, oh, that was fun. That was an enjoyable time. Dirty Dingus McDuck calls the jam. No, is not lead and is trying to call the jam, but I thought he was lead. Did he lose lead at some point? Okay. Anyway, things happen in Derby. We all know that. And Martian Mahler is through for 4 points. Dirty Dingus McDuck is still confused as to why he's not lead jammer. So am I, but there's got to be a reason. We'll find out. Goldie says Derby is math. Goldie, I agree with Carl. You know what, Carl? You can still love Derby even if you suck at math. Dirty Dingus McDuck getting a forearm headed to the penalty box. So this is going to be a power jam for the Sunset Slammers and Martian Mahler, who is continuing to score points with 11 seconds left in this jam. The Sunset Slammers will start the next jam as a power jam. Peanut Butter Smackdown and Flew for being very silly for a second up against each other there. Okay, in this break between jams, Sirius, I want you to remember how earlier we focused our shoe cam on the jam timer with the beautiful pink cowboy boots? I gave her my hat during halftime, so now she has a hat to match the boots, which I think is amazing, and I would always like to bring accessories to give to people, especially jam timers. Because now, doesn't it just make the outfit now with the boots and the hat? Amazing. Chef's kiss. That's a timeout, which means we get to tell jokes, people. Okay, Sirius, what do you call a rainbow without any colors? A plain bow. What do you find at the end of a rainbow? You might think it's a pot of gold, but it's a W. Those are my favorite type of jokes, where a W is at the end of a rainbow. Yes, Carl, you are correct. Carl says, on the scoreboard when it shows a star before the jammer's name, doesn't that indicate that they're the lead jammer? Yes, it does. And this is an official review by the Lavender Knockouts. What do you want to bet that they are asking for the fact that Dirty Dingus McDuck had lead jammer and that they want? I don't know what they would want as a result of that, though. Oh, Goldie was like, I don't get it. Oh, now I get it. Yes. So the end of a rainbow is a W because rainbow is spelled R-A-N-B-O-W. Sirius still doesn't like the joke, Goldie, just so you know. He goes, explaining it makes it worse, Aria. Not on Derby Date Night, Sirius, because we promised to give you bad jokes, remember? I'm so sorry to those of you watching who have to listen to me talk to myself. Too much fun. Too much fun. Okay, I guess I can tell another joke because they're still talking. What did the rainbow say to the pot of gold? Serious? What did the rainbow say to the pot of gold? You're the end of me. Okay, one more. I'm going to run out of all my jokes. And we have 4 games to get through. And I don't have that many, so we're going. Goldie hasn't had enough coffee yet. See, I did need to explain the joke. It took Carl a minute. Did I say R-A-N-B-O-W? I thought I said R-A-I-N. I know how to spell, Adam, I promise. I do know how to spell. I was in the 2nd grade spelling bee. Sirius goes, oh God, we're going there now. Michael Kwan says, the officials yesterday issued a penalty to a jammer who called off a 2-minute jam. Haven't seen that in a while. Yay, the snacks of work. I'm going to find out what that official review was. Let me guess. They were asking for that person to have been lead jammer.
Yes, but it was a no pass, no penalty, so therefore they were not.
It was a no pass, no penalty, so they were not lead. Thank you very much. And you can have a grape because that's what they're for. See, they come and give me information and they get snacks. That's what you get when Derby Date Night comes to your venue to do a Derby game. So you should invite us to your venue and we might bring you snacks. Or you might bring us snacks. You never know. It still hasn't happened yet. Usually we're pretty good at like knowing when we should bring snacks versus when we will be provided snacks. I'm waiting for the day where we have double snacks. It's going to be an exciting day. Well, and I also have a bag back here that's got all the snacks from some previous games because we like to reuse. Sirius says the game is happening, and I have to talk about it. So Dirty Dingus McDuck is jamming against Danger Beauty. Did you hear how sad I was that I had to talk about it? And Danger Beauty is almost out, has to get past Mad Max. Danger Beauty takes a hit to the inside and has to go back to the back of the pack while Dirty Dingus McDuck is now out of the pack and racing to beat his sister to be able to get lead jammer. Who's going to get it? It's going to go to Dirty Dingus McDuck. Oh, by the way, for those, I don't know if I said it out loud, but the reason why he was not lead jammer in the last jam is because there was a no pass, no penalty, which we've explained on Derby Date Night before. So and the best example I've got is if the jammer and a blocker both go out of bounds, the jammer is allowed to enter back in and keep going, but they're not going to have earned the point on the blocker that was out of bounds. So that's the most frequent incidence of a no pass, no penalty. So that is why, if that happens, you can't be lead jammer because you have to legally earn a point on every single blocker in order to become lead jammer. And we're going to get started again. We have got 5:17. Ruby the Ripper jamming for Sunset Slammers, and Vanellope Von Skates is lead jammer for the Lavender Knockouts. I love watching Vanellope skate. Ruby the Ripper coming into the pack as well. Vanellope is through for 4 points for the Lavender Knockouts. A don't touch this penalty, which is an illegal contact going to Ruby the Ripper. Biz likes it, that's what I call it. I was taught that by Admiral Abby. Don't touch this. And then the one without the don't touch this is the don't be there. That's the big chop. The big chop with nothing that you're touching. Oh no, Penelope is now going to the box. So this will be a Shenana Jam, and Ruby the Ripper will stand, and Vanellope will sit for as long as Ruby sat. 12 minutes left in the game, 7 minutes left to vote in the Skater of the Game poll. Skater Girl currently winning by a lot. So don't forget to vote. You've got until 5 minutes left, but you can also take your time and make your choices. Ruby the Ripper is through on her initial. Vanellope Von Skates is through for another 4 points for the Lavender Knockouts. Sunset Slammers are within 20 of the Lavender Knockouts. Ruby the Ripper is at the back of the pack right now. Vanellope Von Sweets through the pack again for another 4. Ruby the Ripper getting a penalty. Looks like a track cut, and maybe issued another penalty for failure to, what's that called? Failure to, yeah, it's like illegal procedure, right? But I don't think it was issued. I think they might have been going a little easy. You know, it's a level 2. So also Biz says bad touch and bad place. Okay, that jam came to an end. We will start this next jam with a power jam for the Lavender Knockouts. I love how good my hat looks on her. It's beautiful. Serious, you didn't even zoom in on it. See, during the 30 seconds, we should just look at the beautiful outfit. Tough Tone may get his tie. Oh yeah, Tough Tone made the mistake of suggesting that since Derby Date Night has the frequency of overtime jams, I think we've had 4 this year, which is a ridiculous number. And in the comments of a Facebook post, Tough Tone suggested that maybe today we would have another overtime jam. We got 4 games to try and make it happen. 5 before July would be fun. Okay, is this another? Oh, jokes. I guess I have to tell some jokes now. How much does a rainbow weigh? I don't know for sure. It's light. Did it? What would a rainbow dragon musician's skin be covered with? I know, it's a lot of things. A rainbow dragon musician. Okay, a rainbow dragon musician. What would their skin be covered with? Close. Chromatic scales. Come on, that was a good one, Sirius. I think you think the lead up is too complicated. And for those of you who have read Fourth Wing, I know what you thought of when I said a rainbow dragon, because Sirius has no idea what I'm talking about. Only my Fourth Wing girlies in the chat know. And maybe my Fourth Wing boys. I've tried to get Sirius to read some of my dragon books, but he's just not interested. Which is funny, because you love Game of Thrones. So I don't know how you can't go from Game of Thrones and what's the other book that you like the series of? I don't want to read Game of Thrones. No, what's the other series that you... There's another fantasy series that you've read. Yeah. No, just Game of Thrones? Shogun? No, Shogun's not fantasy. Yes, Biz knows, and Darna. That's right. That's a dragon, Sirius. And Darna is a dragon. He goes, help me, refs, help me, please be done talking. Now, did you just yell thank you at them? He doesn't want me to go deep into Fourth Wing lore. For those who have not read the Fourth Wing series, like, seriously, you've got to. Seriously, I'm going to make you read the book now. He just keeps going, please start the game again. Look, I got Biz in the chat rooting for me anyway. Sorry. Peanut Butter Smackdown is... Did Peanut Butter Smackdown get lead? Or just tried to get lead? Almost got lead, but not quite on this Power Jam. As Sunset Slammers Jammer has been released from the box, Peanut Butter Smackdown does get lead after earning that point. Earning that point by not having, earning the 4 points from each and every blocker there. Peanut Butter Smackdown now gets into the pack, grabs some points, and hits those hips. Sirius, Michael Kwan says you would like the Temeraire series by Naomi Novik. Dragons during the Napoleonic Wars. Michael, did you purposefully put really hard words in there? And why wouldn't I like it? Probably because I don't like Game of Thrones. I like funny dragons, and there has to be romance. Not necessarily between the dragons. It is a bonus. Could be a bonus. Dragons are just... You want me to pay attention to the game? Fine. Biz agrees that you should read it. Anyway, okay, Derby. I'm irritating Sirius now by only talking about books. You're not this mean to me when I just talk about pizza. There's no Derby happening, Sirius. He's crying now. The jam timer's being very cute, though. Okay, how about another joke? I once asked a rainbow how it felt about being colorful. It replied, I'm trying to find my humor. I thought there was going to be dancing on the line. I'm not seeing any dancing. I'd like to see a line dance, please, from all of the skaters out on the track. Usually when they get bored enough, especially the juniors, they start doing some pretty fun things. Okay, what is Ed Sheeran's favorite Lucky Charm? The horseshoe and the rainbow. You know why? He's in love with the shape of you. Just so you know, Sirius, that's one of his songs. Oh, okay. There are a lot of people who really liked that one. I guarantee you, Sirius. Yeah, that was a good one. Okay, we actually are going to do Derby now. Moon jamming for the Lavender Knockouts, and Piranha for the Sunset Slammers. And nobody is moving right now. Moon getting pushed to the outside. Piranha trying to push through at the front. Moon is the one who's able to sneak through. She was so cash about it, too, coming through. Just like, here I come. I'm going. I'm the lead. Cool. Piranha still pushing at the front as the pack is starting to spread apart. Everybody takes a little tumble, and Piranha is going to go back behind those blockers. Moon is in the pack now on a scoring pass. Nice reforming to the front being done by the blockers to try and stop Moon. Moon grabs 4 points and calls the jam. Carl says there needs to be a screensaver of roller derby skaters dancing on the track during a timeout. Okay, Sirius can make one since I'm volunteer. What have I volunteered him for so far today? You could do our skate, like, you know how in Apple phone you can hold your finger on a person and it can select just that person? I wonder if we could do that with Derby Date Night footage. You just select a skater who's dancing, and then we put them all together in one big screen. Floof is your lead jammer for the Sunset Slammers. In the first half, Floof had a very successful jam. Floof is typically a level 3 skater. There are a few level 3 skaters out there in this level 2. Floof is getting a penalty though, so this will be a power jam for the Lavender Knockouts, and Rolling Thunder, who is trying to find some sort of space, looking for some offensive help from the Lavender Knockouts. Rolling Thunder hoping, ooh, nice offensive help there for Lavender Thunder to open up that outside line and get Lavender through. Lavender coming in on a scoring pass, again slowing down as Lavender, wait, is her name really? No, Rolling Thunder. I just said Lavender Thunder because she's on the team Lavender Knockouts. I don't know if I need more caffeine or less caffeine. Floof is out of the box and coming in to start scoring points, but he unfortunately got that penalty while in the pack on his first scoring pass. So Floof is going to, they are going to need to go through the pack one more time before they can score points. Oh no, another penalty for Floof. A back block, it looks like. So Floof is headed to the box for a second time, and I just realized I never found out what the penalties were at halftime, even though I promised you all I would. So let's just assume everybody has, like, 0 penalties. Sirius is like, no. I know, Goldie, I've lost it. Jim said something very nice, Sirius. He said, watching from Michigan, great play-by-play and color commentary. But then Biz said, yes, very colorful commentary. You know what else is colorful? Rainbows. And this is the Skate the Rainbow day. That was a cute little, oh, shucks, by Smasher at the end of that jam as Floof game through and grab a few more points. But Sunset Slammers got 2 more points than the Lavender Knockouts in that jam. That was 2 whole minutes, and they only scored 6 and 4 points. So great job by the blockers in that last jam, keeping the jammers from scoring any points. A timeout being called, an official timeout. Looks like it might have been called by the scoreboard there. Carl says, I wish we still had a roller skating rink, but my city is boring and lame. Here's the thing, Carl. You could go buy one. Just saying. If you, what's the thing from Field of Dreams? If you build it, they will come. So then we will all come to Australia and skate at Carl's roller skating rink. That's what I just named it. It's not very clever. Good day, it's Carl. I don't think in Australia they think of good day as being really like Australian probably. You know? Just like in France, they don't think much about French fries. Do they call them French fries in France? Well, pommes frites I know is the real answer, but like they'd just be fries if you're in France. They can't be French fries, because if you're in France, they're just fries. Isn't there another food that's Belgian waffle, too? An English breakfast tea? It's just a breakfast tea. I'm going to be doing this all day now. Carl says he would build a Viking beer hall skating rink. You know what? We should do a Viking ship, and then people can skate like 2 skate ramps facing each other, and then the bottom part is flat, and then it's like a derby. Okay, fine, serious. Skater girl jamming for Lavender Knockouts. And Sunset Slammers jammer almost getting out at the front, but takes a little hit to the outside. And Lavender team doing a great job reforming to the front. Dirty Dingus McDuck and Peanut Butter Smackdown working together to push out the Star. Star is the orange jammer. Star is wearing the star. I like that. Star getting some getting some movement, trying to get out, avoids a hit by Dirty Dingus McDuck to get lead Jammer. Meanwhile, Peanut Butter Smackdown has taken a Star pass and will be chasing down Star. Star coming into the pack on a scoring pass. Peanut Butter Smackdown also eligible to score. Star is through and has gotten 4 points for the Sunset Slammers. Peanut Butter Smackdown also through, matching Star point for point. Star coming into the pack. Peanut Butter Smackdown also coming into the pack. Star deciding to call the jam. I think those jammers might have, looks like 2 points given there for the Sunset Slammers and 1 for the Lavender Knockouts. I made Goldie spit her coffee out. Or their coffee out. In France, they don't think much about French fries. They're too fancy for fries in France. That's why they must be pommes frites. Is it pommes frites or pommes frites? Pommes frites. And Carl likes my Viking ship idea. It would be a very cool, it has to be an outdoor skating rink. Venus is going to be your lead jammer for the Sunset Slammers. Mad Max drank his milk and is chasing down Venus about half a track behind. Venus coming around on a first scoring pass. You know, I think we saw Venus skating at the beginning of the season, and I am so impressed with how much improvement Venus has had since the beginning of the season. I just am in awe at how well Venus is doing, and I love how quickly these junior skaters can improve and just start killing it. And then they're going to become adults, and then they're going to come hit all of the adults, and then we're just going to fall over and be like, fine, you all get to be the derby players now. Business with pommes frites. Pommes frites. You don't say the S because why would you? I love watching Mad Max skate too, and I hope that we still get to see Mad Max once they move to Washington, D.C. I don't know what junior teams are out there. I know there are some. Is Pittsburgh close? Pittsburgh isn't close to D.C. because that'd be fun if they could play on one of the teams, you know, that we've seen. Lead jammer going to the Lavender Knockouts and Poison Apple. Meanwhile, Deanie the Meanie is able to get through on that inside line, kind of hopping around lovely there. Poison Apple is able to get through for 4 points as Deanie the Meanie is approaching the pack, hoping to be able to score points, but Poison Apple calls that jam, so no points will be able to be scored. 3 minutes left, which I should have closed the Skater of the Game poll 2 minutes ago, but I was too busy watching the game. And, ooh, Mighty Meerkat almost getting it, coming from behind to grab 30% of the vote, but the Skater of the Game winner is clearly Skater Girl. So Skater Girl will be receiving a coveted Skater of the Game sticker at the end of this game. So exciting. Congratulations to Skater Girl. What was that whistle for? Oh, the game started. Okay. Dirty Dingus McDuck jamming against Ruby the Ripper. Ruby the Ripper is your lead jammer for the Sunset Slammers. Dirty Dingus McDuck with a spin at the front of the pack. I'm really starting to I'm getting excited about the level 3 game that we're about to watch because level 3 is even more just hard hitting, and I feel like this game is kind of ramping us up to this because level 2 is a little bit less physical. Nice moves here by both jammers to get through the pack to grab those points. Here comes Ruby the Ripper. Ruby the Ripper is through for another 4 points. Dirty Dingus McDuck takes a hit to the inside. Wait, is that another one of the siblings? Are Ruby and Dirty Dingus McDuck siblings? I love the siblings jamming against each other. I think I'm breaking Biz at home with, what was that whistle for? Oh, the game started. Sirius says, I feel you, Biz. I feel you. He's dying too, but not with laughter. Dirty Dingus McDuck. You know what it makes me think of? Adam says, just keep saying that name. It makes me think of Scrooge McDuck with all his money when he goes swimming in the money. Oh, no, they're not siblings. They just both have tutus. Thank you, Strader. Rocky Road makes me want ice cream, but instead of ice cream, Rocky Road is going to be lead jammer. No, Peaches and Scream is lead jammer. Rocky Road is just through. Hey, peaches and cream could also be an ice cream. So this is like foods battling each other. This is a Derby date night dream. Ooh, we should have a Derby date night game and everybody should just be named foods. I like that. Make it happen, Sirius. Put it on the list. 36 seconds left. Thank goodness. And guess what? I'm going to have help in the next game. Yours and my favorite NSO, Eggs, will be on the mic with me during the second game, and we are very excited to have Eggs joining us. So we will, when this game is over, we will be taking a short break as we warm up for the second game of the day, our level 3 game between the Blizzard Blitz and the Solar Sirens, which I am probably going to call blue and yellow. Since that seems to be what I'm doing, is just calling the teams by their colors today. Scorpion is your lead jammer for this last jam of the game. Lavender Knockouts have maintained this lead, although Sunset Slammers have caught up a little bit. It looks like this game is going to go to those Lavender Knockouts. The period clock has run out. We are in jam time only. Smasher in the Rye is also jamming for the Lavender Knockouts. Scorpion in the pack on a scoring pass, staying in bounds on that outside line. Carl, it is very late in Australia. We will forgive you if you go to sleep, and then you could like wake up and watch the fourth game maybe. Nathan says we have a duck call for Dingus when he's out there playing. Nathan, if you are here, you need to teach me this duck call. Especially, is Dirty Dingus McDuck playing in the next game? That'd be fun. Yes. Okay, somebody needs to come teach me the duck call so I can try to make it during the next game. Eggs is excited to be here. Eggs, would you say Sirius is dying a slow and painful death? Or just painful? Painful? Yeah. Scorpion is still lead jammer, but Smasher in the Rye has gotten out and has already scored 4 points. Is going to try to score more, but is not going to be able to. So this game is going to go to the Lavender Knockouts at 197. The Sunset Slammers scored 169. It was a close one the whole game. Everybody did a wonderful job, and it was so fun to watch this game and watch these skaters. I love it when we get to do they don't get to do a lot of games with full refs. Level 2 skaters don't get as many opportunities as level 3 to be able to do a game, and especially to have a game streamed on Derby Date Night, so they can go back and watch this later. And when you watch this later, kids, you all did a wonderful job. You were so much fun. Thank you for having fun today and showing us a good time. We really enjoyed it, and we will be back in about probably, let's see, it's about 20 minutes-ish for the next game between the Blizzard Blitz and the Solar Sirens, otherwise known as Blue and Yellow. welcome back to Derby Date Night Skate the Rainbow Edition. We are live at Western Skateland in Bloomington, Indiana, where we are watching 4 games of hard-hitting roller derby action. We have finished our level 2 juniors game, and we are about to start our level 3. Our hosts, Bloomington Roller Derby, have invited teams from all over to battle it out to see who can stay on the Rainbow Road and come out on top. 12 adult teams and 7 junior teams are represented today, so you will get to see lots of your favorite players. You are joining us for our level 3 juniors matchup between Blizzard Blitz Junior Roller Derby and Solar Sirens. Or, as I learned the last game, since I just called them by their colors, blue and yellow. Blue versus yellow. You're watching Derby Date Night, where we bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I'm Are You Kidding Me? And I'll be your play-by-play announcer all day with all the action and some corny jokes. We've also got Sirius Lee, my forever date and the real brains behind this operation. He is our technical producer-director and tries to keep me in line, which is going to be real difficult today because I've already learned that I have already gone off the rails in Game 1. So it's going to be interesting to see how Games 2, 3, and 4 go. And a special addition today to our team is one of our third wheels, NSO extraordinaire, Eggs. Extraordinaire. We're so happy to have you here today.
Howdy, howdy.
For those of you who don't know what we do here at Derby Date Night, we bring you both good roller derby and bad jokes. We always have a theme, and today, since the theme of the day is Skate the Rainbow, we're bringing you all the rainbow and colorful jokes we can find. So don't be blue or get red hot because you orange missing out on any of these jokes. Take a second and let us know your favorite color in the chat. We decided earlier that how do you feel today? What color do you feel? I feel hot pink today. Sirius said he feels green today. Eggs, what color do you feel today?
I feel kind of magenta.
Ooh, magenta.
Yeah, being fancy today.
Magenta, that's a good one. So be ready for some fun jokes and some fun derby. If you were here for the last game with the level 2, some of those skaters you'll see again in this game. And this is level 3 roller derby for juniors is pretty much adult roller derby. The only difference is some things that happen when there's an injury, and also that's kind of it. Are there any others, Eggs, that you can think of?
Off the top of my head, I can't really think of anything.
Yeah, it's kind of just the same thing.
It's just juniors.
Derby. Yeah, level 3. And honestly, if you've been watching Derby Date Night and you've seen some of our juniors games, you know how talented these kids are. Excited to see them. There's your Blizzard Blitz roster, and now here is your Solar Sirens roster. Biz says green. Green is Biz's favorite color. And look, your name is in green, Biz, because you're one of our third wheel members. All the people who are typing in the chat who have a wheel next to their name are currently third wheel members. Eggs is a third wheel member.
I also like being a third wheel to a date, so this kind of works out great.
Yeah. And well, we were named, I'm trying to remember who named us, but one of you in the chat named us, named the third wheels, because Sirius and I were like, well, it's Derby Date Night. What do we call the chat? And we came up with third wheels, so you're all the third wheels on our date. And if you want to be a third wheel, you can just scan the QR code that I just surprised Sirius with, that I told him I wanted it up. You can scan that QR code right there to find out all about the benefits. There are some really cool benefits to being a third wheel. You get special emojis in the chat. You obviously get your wheel, which changes colors depending upon how long you've been a member. We sometimes have the third wheels vote on our joke theme for the week, and you get to know where we're going to be earlier than anybody else. And we are rolling through, get it? Rolling through our list of all of our third wheels. We have 3 different levels of third wheel that you can join at. You can join at practice squad level. You can become part of our charter team. Or if you want to be an extra super special supporter, you can join the all-star team. So thank you so much to all of you. There's Eggs.
That's me.
There you are. And we appreciate every single one of you. Floof is also one of our members, and we're going to be watching Floof play today. And we've been just enjoying getting to know these junior skaters. And we've got quite a few junior skaters now who are members of the third wheels, which is pretty cool.
I love their early commitment to derby, not just playing derby, but you can also officiate as a junior.
Yes.
And supporting streaming derby is awesome.
Absolutely. Goldie Sox's favorite color is sky blue. And Riker is saying, go Goose. Oh, a little goose emoji. It's so cute.
Goodness.
I love it. All right. Well, looks like we are about to get started here. On the line, we have got, is that Tuxedosaurus Rex for the Blizzard Blitz, and for the Solar Sirens, Well, Solar Sirens are going to be lead, and that is Barbie. So first lead jam is going to go to the Solar Sirens, while Tuxedosaurus Rex from Blizzard Blitz is going to sit in the penalty box. So this will be a power jam for the Solar Sirens and Barbie. Barbie Basher.
Matching the color on her shirt, she is sliding through that pack like butter.
Barbie up on 1 foot there as going around the apex and has gotten already 8 points and is going for some more while Tuxedo waits in the penalty box. Barbie coming into the pack and pushing through, just going right up the middle of the pack there.
Looks like we have a directional call on yellow 8. Lovely.
Barbie coming around again. On the outside of that pack, Tuxedo out of the box and jumping through the pack to get through on his initial. Barbie, meanwhile, getting a penalty and will be sitting in the penalty box. So this will be a reverse power jam, and Tuxedo will penalty on the skater that was hitting Tuxedo there. Tuxedo will have a chance to respond to those 12 points that Barbie put on the scoreboard, and Tuxedo is through for another 4, or for this first 4. And here comes Tuxedo. Barbie is standing in the penalty box. Tuxedo is through as Mad Max takes a little tumble, allowing some space there for Tuxedo to slide right through. And here comes Barbie for 4 points. Barbie, I think, Sirius, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Barbie, nice little jump there by Tuxedo. I think Barbie is on Fort Wayne Derby Bratz, from what I remember from the regionals. Eggs, I'm not sure if you know, but I think Barbie is from Fort Wayne. Someone in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong. That's the fun part about Derby Date Night, is sometimes I'm wrong, and that's okay because they usually correct me.
And it's never a bad thing to admit when you don't know something.
Absolutely.
That's how we learn.
I love admitting when I don't know something. Serious, happens all the time.
Okay, rude.
Barbie plays for Kalamazoo. Thank you. I knew it was like north. Thank you, Violet. Violet Femme. Barbie plays for Kalamazoo. I knew I saw Barbie in the regionals, so I recognized. On Death Rose, who I also recognize from the regionals, is through the pack, was not lead jammer, so I'm guessing there was a no pass, no penalty there when On Death Rose got that lead, oh, it's Accountant of Agony is what's on the back of the jersey. So is it Accountant? Yes, they switched it to Accountant of Agony. And Star was able to get through the pack. Okay, I think we were just a little bit slow. Accountant of Agony was lead jammer, so was able to call it there, and before Star could score any points. All right, we're gonna start this next jam with one blocker from the Blizzard Blitz in the box.
2 blockers in the box, actually.
At least they have a friend. Riker says Goose is on your team. Riker, what team is Goose coming from? Strader says lots of KZoo representation. Yeah, you guys will have to tell me what teams all of these people are on, because I don't have that on my list, and I love to hear where people are coming from. So Barbie came all the way from Kalamazoo. That's a long drive. That's like double the drive at Sirius that I had. All right, Barbie is through for 4 points for the Solar Sirens. Oh, a big ol' hit there from Floof on number 27 from Blizzard Blitz, who is currently the jammer. They have the star in hand. I think that's Scorpion, has the star in hand, is trying to find some space at the front. The blockers from Yellow doing a great job recycling to the front, and a track cut getting called on Scorpion. So this will be a power jam for Barbie Basher. No, it won't. It's going to be a Shenana jam, and both jammers are going to sit for like 3 seconds. And now they're both back out.
If they sit at the same time, they're released at the same time.
Yep.
Also looks like Poison Dart, Yellow 7, got a multiplayer for not dropping arms or allowing someone through when contact was challenged. So this will be fun. This will be a fun jam.
44 more seconds left in this jam. Barbie getting another. Is that Barbie's 3rd penalty already? And we're only in jam 3? Oh, dear. Barbie is headed to the box. The star was passed to Peanut Butter Smackdown, and they will be coming around on a first scoring pass in this power jam. Barbie Bashers should be released from the penalty box before the end of this jam. So this will be a power jam for pretty much the rest of this jam for Blizzard, Blitz, and Peanut Butter Smackdown. Goose is from Crooked River Roller Derby from Akron, Ohio. Adam, we love all the Midwest representing too.
Midwest is best.
Midwest is great. Sirius and I aren't even from here, but I say ope and I order ranch with my fries, so I think I'm officially Midwest.
I'm going to call you an honorary Hoosier for that.
Yeah, we've been here for over 10 years, so I think there's a point.
I feel like when you've lived in a state for longer than some of these skaters on the track have been alive, you can call yourself an honorary member of that state. So welcome to the Hoosier team.
We love it. We love it here. All right, MB Matthews says Pipsqueak from BBJRD, Black and Bluegrass Junior Roller Derby. That's my daughter. And let's see, lead jammer going to Solar Sirens. And is that Little Patience? I know Little Patience too. We've seen Little Patience on Derby Date Night. Beautiful switching from forwards to backwards, getting through that pack to grab 4 points for the Solar Sirens. All right, Rage and Ray coming into the pack again. Gets stopped by a tripod of blockers. Gets pushed to the outside there by On Death Rose. Oh, beautiful offense by Floof to get Rage and Ray through the pack. Smasher in the right. Meanwhile, up on those toe stops. I love Smasher's toe stop work. It's beautiful to just be able to bop, bop, bop right through the pack on the apex, and will be eligible to score if Rage and Ray does not call the jam. Rage and Ray looks ready to call it, but decides to run it. So Smasher is going to have the opportunity to score some points here for Blizzard Blitz. Rage and Ray taking a hit to the outside by On Death Rose, getting pulled all the way to the back. Smasher stuck at the front of the pack. Rage and Ray finding her way through the pack and calls the jam.
You know, just an easy, smooth 12 points for that. Oh, I take that back. 16 points. 16-point jam for the Solar Sirens.
Nice job by Ray there.
Looks like we have an official timeout.
Who is that dancing? Is that Vanellope? Vanellope's just going in circles on the line. And waving.
She's preparing for when she just has to turn left for the next 2 minutes.
Yep, she's just turning. Yep, practicing turning left. Nope, now we're tired. This is like when I narrate what my dog is thinking at home, because I always narrate when my dog does funny things, when he's running and then when he's tired, and then when he's running, and I talk about like, oh, he's looking at the cat. He's hoping the cat will be his friend. The cat says, no, we will not be friends.
The cat says, I would like some space, please, little pupperoni.
Riker says, Pipsqueak is one of my favorite jammers to play against, and MB says, thanks, she trains hard. I love that. And there is such a, and Strader has some compliments for Pipsqueak too. So much growth this year. I hope Pipsqueak is jamming, so I get to, because I've seen Pipsqueak before, but I would like to see Pipsqueak today, so I'm sure we will. Out there, hopefully jamming. Number 20 on Solar Sirens, for those of you who don't know Pipsqueak, so you can keep your eye out to watch Pipsqueak do her thing.
We've got that wonderful rolling whistle showing the end of the timeout.
Are the Blizzard Blitz going to make it out here? Are they going to make it out here in time? Well, it's hard when the benches are far away to make it like, but that was only the 30 seconds, so looks like we're good. Oh, good. I always get nervous when people are like panic running out there.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. As an NSO penalty lineup tracker, it always gives me a little bit of anxiety.
Tuxedo taking a hit from Barbie at the front. Tuxedo was able to become lead jammer, but Barbie tried to swallow Tuxedo back in the pack there. Vanellope taking a hit from a blocker at the back of the pack, while Tuxedo comes in with a huge hit on Lovely. Vanellope still continuing Vanellope is out. And Tux is also out having, was that, I thought that was for points. Oh, there they are. 4 points for Blizzard Blitz. Vanellope on a scoring pass as well now. Vanellope seeing a space on the inside line, dashes through.
Looks like each team was currently down a blocker. Yellow 7-7 is standing in the box and coming back into the track and on the pack.
Vanellope approaching the pack on a scoring pass. And that jam will be called by Tux, bringing Blizzard Blitz to 34. They are within 20 of the Solar Sirens.
Just need one really good power jam, and they could close this gap.
Oh, easily. And then we could have that overtime jam that that Derby Date Night is so famous for having.
As long as the overtime jam happens for this game and not the next 2 games, because I'm scoreboard operating.
I know. I keep wishing for overtime jams, and the skaters and the NSOs and the refs are like, stop wishing for those, Aria.
Please stop jinxing us.
It's good TV for Derby Date Night, I'll tell you. There's Pipsqueak on the line for the Solar Sirens.
And Peanut Butter Smackdown jamming for the Blizzard Blitz. Oh, and going to the box for a back block.
On Death Rose is so good at one-on-one blocking. On Death Rose was one of our nominees during the tournament for blocker of the game, and On Death Rose is just so good at this one-on-one blocking here. Being joined by Scorpion up at the front, and in a tripod, Pipsqueak is trying to push through and does get through, while Peanut Butter Smackdown waits in the box. No, where's Peanut Butter Smackdown? No, comes out of the box. Nope, is in the box.
Is in the box, standing and waiting for that go-ahead from the box manager, and they are released from the box, heading back on track and into the pack.
And Pipsqueak taking a hit from On Death Rose, but Pipsqueak is able to re-enter and keep going. Peanut Butter Smackdown coming out of the box is through the pack on an initial, so not able to score points yet. Solar Sirens continuing to score points, and Pip will call that jam after scoring another 4 points.
And
or was it? Yeah.
And great timing, too, on Pipsqueak's part for calling the jam off right as their opposing jammer was starting to enter the pack and score points. So good call on their part.
I love all the compliments you guys are giving to different people in the chat. Adam says they've gotten to know Vanellope and some of the other skaters. She's so fun. I am in love with Vanellope right now because Vanellope told me I'm pretty earlier. So Vanellope is like my favorite person.
To be fair, you are pretty, though.
Oh, thank you. So are you.
Oh, my God.
So are you, Sirius. He's just sighing now. He's like,
this is what happens when he gets 2 positive people on the stream.
Biz is complimenting Rex's spins. Michael says Sophia is killing it. Violent Femme is rooting for Bowdy? Help me. Ramona and Rebel, my teammates from Detroit and Lansing. I was supposed to go but didn't want to make the drive. Understandable, Violent. We're glad that we can show you how they're doing here and you can cheer them on from home. Riker says, go Pip. Biz answered my question when I was like, where's Peanut Butter? Biz is like, in the box, Aria. Pipsqueak. I love Pipsqueak, watching Pipsqueak. Okay, can any of you tell me what, because I know Pipsqueak wears the makeup, and I'm wondering what the makeup like represents, or what because sometimes people have different reasons for why they do the different derby makeup. So if anybody knows, let me know. I'm always curious to know a little bit more of the background story. Okay, since the refs are talking, I'm gonna tell you another joke.
Ooh, I'm ready.
Actually, is this the first joke of the game?
It is. I was so hyped for the last OTO, and I didn't get one.
Well, as you may know, when rainbows are bad, they go to Prism.
Right, but it's a light sentence, right?
Dude, that was good. But what do they do in Prism?
Oh, I don't know.
They refract on what they have done.
Oh, my goodness. I do have to say, we got an actual serious chuckle from Sirius. And
it was your joke.
I don't think he was expecting that.
I don't think he was expecting that from Eggs.
He takes back those chuckles.
AK says, go everyone on Detroit. I love you, Detroit friends, from Trip. Oh, I love all the so much positivity. Eggs, knock, knock.
Who's there?
Sam.
Sam who?
Somewhere over the rainbow.
Oh, that's so good.
It wasn't even funny yet. I started. quiet, and I'm laughing so loud. What? I have been bribing the refs with food, and no one came over here to tell me what that was.
Oh, I know. But we do have that 5 seconds call.
Biz says that we are top tier, Eggs.
Oh, my gosh.
Except for I'm not sure if we are, because Eggs just tried to get me back on track, and I don't know if I can handle 2 people trying to get me back on track. I think I'm losing it because I'm almost on vacation.
I love that
Rebel
for you.
Girl, I'm so excited. Rebel Girl is your lead jammer for Solar Sirens. Martian Mauler is still trying to find any space in the pack as Rebel Girl comes around. Martian Mauler's headed to the box on a track cut. So this will be a power jam for these Solar Sirens and Rebel Girl. Rebel Girl needs to get through and does so. Rebel Girl will be lead jammer, so we'll control this jam. Looks like she's not going to call it. Sometimes when someone has just gone to the box, jammers like to call it so they can just start a new jam with a power jam. But sometimes they just keep it going. I think we might be about to have a short timeout as we have a skater that went down fairly hard. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back. That skater is okay, A-okay. And we wish them the best as they go and heal. I don't know. But we have medics right up trackside all the time here to help anytime a skater gets injured. We appreciate having them here and being able to take a look at our skaters. So even sometimes when it looks like a really hard hit, skaters can get up fairly quickly and be able to go take care of what they need to take care of. So Adam says, Eggs, are you a grade A announcer?
Oh, I don't know. This is my first time, so I hope I don't scramble.
There's so many good egg puns in the world.
When you
I
have
just
a
love
shtick,
it.
you shtick with it.
You do. You do. You totally do. Like break. Click that like, y'all. Goldie Socks is, I just adore Goldie Socks. Goldie Socks is always hyping the channel, helping us out, getting people to like. So what I found out from Sirius recently is if you get a lot of likes on your video when it's live, it will show up in people's feeds more often.
That makes sense.
Because I was like, well, don't we want them to subscribe? But he was like, well, yeah, that's fine. But the
that's
reason
why
why
like and subscribe.
Yeah, because I never realized. I'm like, why do you like a video when you're already subscribed? It's because then it'll show up, especially during a live feed. Because then
feeds
it means
that algorithm.
Yeah, yeah, which is so interesting. Sirius likes to always check because there's some, when you type in roller derby on the YouTube chat, you always get a really old video of like, what is roller derby from WIFTA? And then you get the Try Guys, Try Roller Derby.
Oh, yeah.
And then if we've just had a stream, sometimes it's us. And we get very excited about that, but then it goes away.
So showing my age here, would Derby Date Night be like in Tom's top 8 MySpace friends?
Yes. That doesn't show. Oh, I miss my MySpace page.
I like MySpace, but you can also have your space, but then we can also have a Twitter and a YouTube.
So many different things we can have. We are trying to get our oldest son, who came and helped and did cameras. We have offered to give him a job being our social media manager because we want to do a Derby Date Night TikTok.
I love that.
And he would be in charge of going through our videos and like finding clips and doing fun things with it.
Oh, yeah.
So those of you who know, LOL, my oldest child, you should tell him that he should take us up on that offer because we don't have time to do it, but we told him that we'll hire him to do it.
And, that's a great thing to put on his resume for when he, if
Right?
this is something he wants to consider doing as an adult. Social media marketing for a family-owned operation would be solid.
Right?
And since Derby Date Night travels and is so popular, tournaments around the Midwest, you guys could really jump on board with some of those Derby TikTok trends and,
Right?
get in on that with the tournaments and the multiple teams and stuff. And it was so cute watching some of those teams from Small Town SmackDown
Yeah.
get on board with those trends.
Absolutely. Michael Kwan says search up some of the roller derby from the 50s or 60s. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love those.
Oh, that's so much fun. Biz is officiating from the living room. Went back and replayed it a few times. Not sure if it was an elbow or forearm. It looked like the yellow blocker came in with a shoulder. Hard to tell sometimes. It was a huge hit. I only saw the end of the hit, so looks like nobody's getting expelled, which is what I always worry about after those big, huge hits, especially in junior roller derby. They are much quicker to expel skaters in junior roller derby than adult roller derby. So the Blizzard Blitz jammer is in the box, and Barbie Basher is going to be your lead jammer for the Solar Sirens, while Martin Mahler has now been released from the box. So Barbie is coming in on a scoring pass, while Martian Mahler is coming in on a initial. Martian's got to get past Poison Dart and does so, but takes a tumble, and then a hit from Mad Max. So gonna force all that work. It's so hard to watch them do all that work to get all the points. And Barbie Basher's currently in the penalty box. So this is now for a track cut. So this is now a power jam for Martian Mahler, but Martian Mahler's going to have to work their way through the pack a second time. Oh, it's so hard. You're like, I'm free. No, I'm not.
Just kidding.
And not only am I not free, I'm back at the back again.
And it's going to be a full 2-minute jam because Barbie did have lead, got that track cut, and lost lead from it.
Correct. Martian Mahler's doing a great job just hanging in there, even though this has been a tough one. Barbie was putting the star on when Barbie came into the pack and got an, oh dear. Barbie, how many times has Barbie gone? That's 5, at least, that I've seen.
Oh, we'll find out here in a second. We can peep the penalty box, see if we can see a sign from the box timer or box manager.
I've seen 5. I don't know if there were any that I missed, but just my own counting.
Taking a look at one of the PLTs in the middle, I think that's Robin Daggers, signaling to the box that Barbie may be on her 5th penalty already.
So I was right?
You were right.
I love it when I'm right. I counted penalties all by myself. Barbie is standing in the box, and so this will be a short power jam for Blizzard Blitz, who is behind 34 to 66.
They can pull it through, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially if Barbie continues to get penalties and ends up fouling out. Barbie has been the highest scoring jammer for Solar Sirens. So if Barbie were to foul out, I think that could change this game quite a bit.
But we're not going to manifest it.
We are not. No, we're not manifesting anyone getting fouled out. I think
we're only manifesting overtime jams for you.
For me, but not for you.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Not overtime jams, overtime games.
That's right, yes.
Well, it is an overtime jam and an overtime game, but, Yes, the level 3 jammers are amazing to watch, and I encourage everyone, and so you should encourage people, because right now you guys get my blue ribbon because you are watching Junior Roller Derby. But if each one of you goes and gets somebody else to watch Junior Roller Derby who doesn't, then more people will be watching Junior Roller Derby, because some people are like, I don't want to watch it, it's juniors.
But no, it's so great seeing these kids age up. And as someone who's been officiating roller derby for several years, it's so much fun and such a delight to see these kiddos that you saw, early in their derby career and then compete all the way up at the champs level.
Absolutely.
And, it just warms my little heart. Get a little teary-eyed.
Michael Kwan says it's too late to say we're not going to manifest it. We already said it. You can't take it. You can't do take backsies. The universe heard it already.
That's true. Yeah.
We manifested. No, we didn't manifest. We just said it. It's out there. The world can choose to do with it what it chooses to do. Okay, in this power jam for Blizzard Blitz, Accountant of Agony is trying to get through, but lead jammer is not going to go to them. It's going to go to Barbie Basher. Oh, no, it's not. That's a 6 penalty.
Back in the box with the track cut.
Oh, no. Okay. So it's still a power jam for, where's did Accountant of Agony go to the box? Yes, Accountant of Agony, which is a great name. Accountant of Agony. Like, accountants are like.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's how I feel when I'm approaching tax time. Agony. Okay, Accountant of Agony did get through, is not lead jammer because both jammers have gone to the box here, so this is going to be a 2-minute jam.
I imagine as a jammer, especially for skaters that skated in the first game, it probably feels like the longest 2 minutes of your life.
There have been a lot of 2-minute jams already.
Yeah.
We're only halfway through the first half of the first half. 9 jams, 6 penalties for Barbie Basher.
Oof. Blue 4-2 is out of the box and returning.
When I got off topic, Michael Kwan says, I felt serious as Aria. Derby is happening. Energy on the Pacific Coast. It's going to be so bad today as Barbie Basher has scored 4 points. But, Michael, we are literally leaving for our trip on Tuesday night. So I am so close to vacation that I think my focus is just going to get worse as the day goes on, which you all will probably enjoy.
I enjoy that. Oh, no, it looks like Accountant of Agony is back in the box. I think that was for a track cut.
That's hard when you go twice in one
gosh.
jam. And also, all of a sudden, you're like, wait a second, how do I have this many penalties?
It's really easy for them to snowball and cascade into, you start with maybe 2 or 3, sometimes 4, and then it's easy to get in your head. And I think particularly for junior skaters, it is super easy to get in your head and kind of focus on not necessarily what you're doing wrong, but what isn't going well.
Yeah,
and so from there, it's easy to spiral out.
Absolutely. All right. We have got some new jammers out there. Well, not new for Blizzard Blitz because we are starting Blizzard Blitz in the box, but they have been released, and Solar took the opportunity to grab lead jammer. That is Rebel Girl is going to be your lead jammer for the Solar Sirens. And looks like the jammer from the Blizzard Blitz is headed to the penalty box. Is that the accountant?
Accountant of Agony, I believe, for a back block.
That's the 3rd penalty in 2 jams. Oh, no. I think penalties are going to be a big deal in this game, especially that we are only a little bit more than halfway through. All right, Rebel Girl through for 4 points for the Solar Sirens. Did I call them the Solar Flares a second ago?
I don't think you did, but
maybe I did in my head.
It would fit. I'm going to say it fits
the
rainbow
theme. I think
theme.
they should be the Solar Flares.
It fits the rainbow theme.
It really does. I'm just going to rename the teams today. That's the goal. Bloomington will be like, why did we invite Derby Date Night? Aria's calling the teams blue and yellow, renaming them. They enjoy the chaos.
Blue 5. Looks like Stevie Kicks going to the box for a forearm.
Meanwhile, Solar Sirens has scored another 4 points after getting past Dirty Dingus McDuck at the front of the pack. Solar Sirens coming in again. Peanut Butter Smackdown is taking a star from Accountant of Agony and will now be the jammer for Blizzard Blitz. Rebel Girl has scored 4 more points and is thinking about calling it, but looks like she's not going to. She sees a space on the inside, beautifully dashes through and calls the jam. Ooh, bringing them within 1 point of that century mark.
Ooh.
So for those of you watching, if you want to put a skater out there as a nominee for Skater of the Game, go ahead and let us know in the chat who you would like us to nominate. We will be choosing 1 blocker and 1 jammer from each team to nominate for Skater of the Game. If you have somebody that you've seen do something really great in the first half, remember, not somebody that you just like, but if you've seen them, if you think they've been doing fantastic all game long, let us know, and we will consider it as we talk during halftime about who we want to put up there for you to vote on as Skater of the Game. we've got Venus blocking for, or Lovely blocking for the Solar Sirens, and I think it's Venus for Blizzard Blitz. Both jammers getting pulled to the back by the defenses. And it is Lovely who's going to come out with lead jammer for the Solar Sirens. Venus taking a second to think about where to approach, goes to the inside, takes a hit from Poison Dart, and resets at the back of the pack. Meanwhile, Lovely is at the front of the pack, takes a step, and gets a track cut. I think that might have been one of Rogue's first penalties that Rogue has called as a jam ref.
I think so. I bet Rogue enjoys calling penalties and not receiving penalties.
Rogue didn't look like she was super happy to call the penalty.
I know.
Like, it's sad. It's like, oh, okay, go sit with, but the pivot gets to join, so it's fine. All right, Venus now out there with a power jam and only 2 blockers from the Solar Sirens to deal with. Venus hoping for some space on the inside line. The blockers doing a good job together. Ooh, on death rows with the offense to help Venus out, and Venus is through. That was the initial, so now Venus will be eligible to score points. Meanwhile, Lovely has gotten out of the box and is coming around on a scoring pass. Oh, Biz was paying attention. Rogue did call a cut earlier, so it's Rogue's second penalty.
I love that Biz still has her derby brain on from last night. She NSO'd yesterday
really?
for the Rebels game.
Good job. Biz is usually an on-skates ref, so that is wonderful.
So happy to see her in the middle with me.
Aw, that's nice. Okay, Biz says that she's been watching Mad Max and Poison Dart work together so well. I definitely noticed that as well. They did a great job with that. And Riker says, in all caps, Goose is literally so amazing. She has caused 2 power jams now. And
it kind of looks like Goose might be a contender on, yeah, that's kind of what my vote is for everybody. I want everybody to win.
Vanellope Bond skates, is waving it. I just love Vanellope so much. Look at her spin. I love all the energy. It's like just bottled up and just so adorable. Are we in another timeout?
Yeah, looks like it is a team timeout for Blizzard Blitz.
Which means I get to tell you another joke.
Yay!
The youth of today don't know how to make these 90s rainbow tie-dye shirts.
It's probably a dying art.
You're not supposed to read my jokes. See, Sirius is actually laughing at these today. Is it just because you're tired?
He's also ready for vacation mode.
He is, except for he's one of those people before vacation who gets stressed, you know?
Oh.
Like, I start getting silly and excited and, like, goofy, and he's like, we need to pack, we need to clean, we need to do laundry.
And this is why you two are such a beautiful, perfect pair together, because you need that silly goose energy and then someone to keep everybody on track, just like that wonderful rolling whistle to signal the end of the team timeout.
Look at that transition there. Beautiful. All right, we got one. Is that a blocker or a jammer in the box? I think that's a jammer.
That is a jammer.
So it looks like Vanellope with the power jam coming through to get lead jammer for the Solar Sirens.
Loving that Galinda toss with the braids.
Toss. I love it. I love it. Jammer in the box is standing.
Oh, no. Is that Barbie going back to the box?
Oh, it is as a blocker.
For a directional?
Oh, Barbie. That's going to be a foul out, I think. All right, Vanellope taking a hit and staying inbounds with a spin to grab 4 points, but coming out of the box and getting through on her initial
and is now on
Venus.
On her scoring pass, too, no less.
Who will not be able to score any points, though, because Vanellope called it.
Smart move.
Okay, Barbie is currently in the box, and I have a feeling they're going to be doing a substitution in between jams. Is that what they do?
Yeah, so if there is a foul out during a jam, the penalty box manager will tell the skater fouling out to stand, and they may step to the side. And then once their time has finished, they are able to return to their locker room at the end of the jam to de-gear. You know, sometimes you just need to take a little break to get yourself back together. And then they are able to rejoin the audience, but they cannot go back to the bench.
Right. Now, Barbie right now is sitting in the box. So she finished the jam still in the box.
Yeah,
Barbie
so
will have to finish that penalty.
They will need to get a substitute.
Okay, so they wouldn't have Barbie start the next jam in the box.
Correct.
So since Barbie hasn't been replaced yet, maybe it wasn't a 7th? Never mind.
Oh, no,
Barbie just stood up.
Yeah, now they're standing.
I'm waiting to find out. I wish I had magic ears to be able to know. Okay.
Oh, I know. I do see the penalty box manager. I think that's Toy Box over there, chatting with some of the other NSOs in the middle, probably to confirm penalty counts would be my guess.
Well, they could just ask me.
I mean, you are pretty good at math.
No, I'm not. But I was counting.
You were.
I was.
I kind of wish we had like a little like jar that we could keep here at the table to be like, times Aria was right. And if we're lucky, we could probably buy like a Diet Coke or something.
Yes, serious. Can I have a thing that says times Aria was right? And you have to put money in it.
Oh, no, now he's rethinking this.
Except for, am I allowed to put money in the thing that says times Aria was right?
No, because you can't vote for yourself.
Oh.
That's against the
Maybe
rules of
it's
this
a
game I just
double
made
jar.
up.
Maybe it's a double jar, and one half is times Sirius was right, and the other half is times Aria was right.
Do you want to lose that badly?
Well, I'm just not going to put any money in his, but he won't put any money in mine. So it'll just be empty all the time.
Well, since we do have some time for an official timeout, give me more jokes.
Okay. I know you need them.
I need them.
What is? Don't read them.
Okay, I can't read anyway.
What is the sound of a rainbow laughing? Hew, 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 hew.
Oh.
They both groaned so loud. Okay, I've run out of rainbow jokes now.
Okay.
So I have to go with color jokes.
You know, that's not a bad thing.
No, that was a lot of rainbow jokes, but
Yeah.
I do have jokes about colors.
Okay.
But we'll get to those later because now we are, look, Floof is sitting in the box for Barbie, so we were correct. And I'm so curious. Okay, we got 7.5 minutes left in the first half. Barbie has still been the biggest scoring jammer for the Solar Sirens.
Oh, yeah.
So not having Barbie, I think, it could potentially affect the Solar Sirens as we go into the second half. So right now there's a 66-point spread between these two teams. I'm going to write that down. At the end of this half, I want to see what the spread is and see if it's gotten smaller or bigger.
And honestly, in terms of roller derby, 66 points isn't much. It's a couple of good jams.
Yeah.
And speaking of good jams, is that
That's
Tuxedosaurus
Tux.
Rex?
Yep, Tuxedosaurus Rex is your lead jammer, and Pipsqueak is jamming at the back of the pack but has taken that star off. Doesn't mean that Pipsqueak is not jammer, because as long as Pipsqueak has that star, Pipsqueak is still jammer until she passes it to the pivot, which she's not going to. So she is able to get through, and she puts that star back on and will be eligible to score points if Tuxedosaurus Rex does not call the jam. But he does. And Pipsqueak will not be able to score any points. So Pipsqueak, MB Matthews is letting us know, wears the derby makeup because it is the thing she likes doing to get ready for her bout. I could totally understand that. She also wants to be a theatrical makeup artist.
Oh, I love that. And this is great practice for her, too.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I can totally see that because, like, I know that, and I don't know if you feel the same way, Eggs, but, like, as Aria, I'm a little bit different than I would be in, like, my day-to-day life.
Right.
I work in corporate. I'm an executive. Like, you wouldn't think that when I'm here on Derby Date Night, right? So I could see putting on the makeup would make you feel a little bit better. That's Pipsqueak with the lead jammer for yellow.
Is that Pipsqueak?
Nope, that's Lil
Patience.
That's what I meant to say. In my brain, I said Little Patience, but we were talking about Pipsqueak, so I got confused.
It's okay. It happens.
It's okay. Did Tux go to the box at the end of that jam?
Yes. I'm not sure what that penalty
Me
call
neither.
was, but
Little Patience trying to continue with the scoring for Solar Sirens and fill that gap that Barbie has left. But Tux is out and makes it through on a initial, so no points yet scored. Little Patience sees that Tux is now scoring eligible and does call that jam. 5.5 minutes left in this first half. If you're getting sad and you're like, oh no, we're almost halfway through the game, don't you worry. We have 2 more games after this.
So we're not even halfway through the day.
No, we aren't.
Yes.
You're correct. And we're not even halfway through the snacks.
I don't
know if you
people
noticed.
made like a
Look,
dent in the
I
snacks.
made a rainbow out of the candy, and I did it
see
around
that.
this. We brought zebra cakes, so it's a rainbow with zebra cakes.
Oh, you know what
the
you call a
officials.
group of zebras?
Yes, I do.
A razzle dazzle.
Well, I think you added the razzle.
Well, they always deserve a razzle dazzle.
Vanellope Von Skates is your lead jammer for the Solar Sirens. Meanwhile, Smasher in the Rye is stuck at the back of the pack behind a tripod of doom as Vanellope comes in on a scoring pass. Smasher gets pushed to the inside and is getting pulled to the back. Vanellope is getting slowed down in a tripod at the front. These tripods are real, like, this is the first time I've really seen good, like not good tripods, but solid, like, they're stuck in the tripods.
They are not budging.
Not budging, absolutely. Very good job there. Smasher on a, did Smasher get, is this a soaring pass?
No.
Or was that the initial?
That was their initial, it
Their
looks
initial.
like, according
Smasher
to that
is
jam
through.
ref.
Vanellope through for 4 points.
And calls it.
And calls it. Did Smasher steal Poison Dart's point at the end there? Got 2.
And the full 4 for the Solar Sirens.
Nice. Solar Sirens doing a great job not letting Barbie's absence affect them.
And that's one thing I love, too, about some of these teams for Derby. You know, you may have 1 or 2, like, players that really stick out, but it really is a team sport.
Absolutely. Venus on the line up against Pipsqueak for this next jam. Pipsqueak getting a quick hit from Accountant of Agony. But it is Venus who finds the space and comes out as lead jammer for the Blizzard Blitz. Pipsqueak has that star off, is dealing with Accountant of Agony. Venus comes into the pack and grabs 4 points for Blizzard Blitz. On Death Rose is Pipsqueak's only thing that Pip has to get past and gets pushed to the inside and pulled to the back by On Death Rose. Venus is working her way through at the front of the pack on a great scoring blitz for Blizzard Blitz, but gets pulled to the back there by, who is that? That's good blocking.
This is really good blocking.
0816.
Looks like that's Rage and Ray.
Rage and Ray.
It's been amazing seeing Rage and Ray knock jammers out and then just really quickly run them back. Excellent use of track, like it's really good track awareness.
Absolutely. I know Venus got points.
Venus did get points.
I thought Venus went through multiple times. Maybe not.
Waiting for their scorekeeper to communicate that with the scoreboard operator.
There it
you know,
is.
sometimes when you're at the score table, it's really easy to also get super focused on the game and remember, oh no, blue 4, I have to get those points in.
Yep. All right, 1.5 minutes left in this first half. And both jammers trying to find some space. We got Peanut Butter Smackdown taking a big ol' hit from their own teammate on Black and Bluegrass, Poison Dart. That has to be fun sometimes, just play against your own team.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and Poison pulling Peanut Butter all the way to the back. Meanwhile, Rebel Girl jamming for the Solar Sirens is up on those tiptoes trying to get through. Nice reforming to the front being done by the blue team. Meanwhile, the Solar Sirens are continuing to block Peanut Butter Smackdown.
Oh no, it looks like there's a loose bearing on the track.
Is it a toe stop? Rebel Girl has
is it
lost
a
a
toe
toe stop. I think Rebel Girl's holding the toe stop. Yeah, Rebel Girl is holding a toe stop right now and is off the track.
Looking for that missing
Looking
piece
for
there.
it. Where is the missing piece? I just heard the coach say, you currently do not have a jammer. This is a power jam for blue, trying to remind the blue team to play defense.
And Peanut Butter Smackdown said
Or
heard.
offense. Heard what?
Oh, just heard that their yellow jammer was off the track for some skate maintenance and just.
Oh, yeah, I forgot, Riker. Poison and Peanut Butter are also siblings. I knew that.
Oh.
Siblings and teammates.
I wonder if that sibling rivalry comes out on the track.
Oh, 100%, I would guess. And Tuxedo is also in this sibling group.
Oh.
And I feel like there's a fourth, right? Is there a fourth?
They almost have enough for a full pack.
Right?
Sibling snack pack is what it is.
I like that.
Oh, and it looks like that was the end of that half.
Oh, wow. That just happened really fast.
That kind of flew by.
Right? All right. Well, we will be back with you in 15 minutes with the conclusion of this game, and then we will have 2 more fun games while we skate the rainbow here at Derby Date Night. welcome back to Derby Date Night, where Sirius wasn't letting me eat enough food as usual. I wanted to have more snacks, but, you know, whatever. It's time to get back to, oh my gosh, it's already started, Eggs.
I mean, hey, yeah, that was what the whistle was for.
But now you're going to notice, now that, see, you're sitting there holding your food, and now that you're on a microphone, guess what? Sirius won't let us eat. That's what happens.
I don't have time to eat when I'm in the middle, like, tracking penalties and stuff anyway, so.
Tuxedosaurus Rex getting pulled to the back by Poison Dart.
And it looks like Vanellope Von Skates jamming for the Solar Sirens, too.
Yep. Tuxedo is out as lead jammer. Vanellope trying to find some space in the sea of blue. Vanellope is through as Tuxedo comes in hard with a big ol' hit. That skater he hit was facing backwards, and when you do that, you are exposing the front part of your body, which most of it is legal to hit.
And you know, sometimes with these growing kiddos, it allows for a good amount of legal zone hitting.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay. I have the poll ready for Skater of the Game, and I wish that I could have chosen more, as usual.
I said put everybody on there.
I know. It's so hard. It's so hard to narrow it down to 4, and I don't know how the chat is going to narrow it down to 1 Skater of the Game. I also got a great picture from the last, we chose Skater Girl as Skater of the Game, and her face when I gave her the sticker was the most adorable thing. Oh, so cute.
Just
all right.
lit up. We've got
Goose. And speaking of people who are nominated for Skater of the Game, Goose is one of them. You also can choose between Floof, Vanellope Von Skates, and Venus. All right, that one was a 0-0 jam.
Would you call it goose eggs?
A goose egg. Have you ever played the Goose game on the Xbox?
No, I don't. I'm a PlayStation, Switch.
Oh, no, it's not really a
girly.
game. Like, you're literally just a goose, and you're going through and being a goose. But I played the whole game.
I love being a silly goose.
It is a good game. It's such a stupid game, but I loved it so much. You're just a goose. What is happening with the whistles, Eggs? Tell me.
Well, it looks like we were getting ready for that jam to start. The jam timer had called 5 seconds, but I'm not sure what exactly was causing the cacophony of whistles there. But the refs, it looks like Croc over here, our good friend on inlines.
I love that Croc is always on the inlines. Like
he's
the only ref I know that is that dedicated to wearing inlines while he refs.
He's got a bit, he sticks with it, but he is always ready to crock and roll. Let me tell you.
Rock and roll. I mean, Sirius, can you show us Croc skates, please? It's just beautiful. He's in the no. Rogue is blocking him now. Rogue only comes up to his shoulder.
I know. She's
so
doing
cute.
her best.
So there's Rogue blocking. Okay, there it is.
Look at those beautiful inlines.
Beautiful. All right, looks like we're going to get going again.
We've got Venus, who, if I'm not mistaken,
yes, Venus is one of our nominees.
One of the nominees for.
And there is Pipsqueak, who I wanted to nominate. There's so many. I wanted to nominate so many people.
Just put them all up there.
Yes.
Leave it up to fate. Let the chat decide who's going to win.
So many people are doing so well. It's been so fun to watch.
Then you just give everybody's the player of the game.
Everybody's the player of the game. Pipsqueak is coming around on a scoring pass. Venus is headed to the box on a high block.
Oh, no.
It's a what? I don't know what a Highlander
situation
is.
There can be only one. There can only be one jammer on the track. I think that's where.
One skater of the game. But right now, there's only one jammer on the track.
That is, okay, yeah.
Angel, if you're not seeing the poll, you might have to like log out and then come back in, and then it shows up. Because it goes away once you voted, and you can't get it back. That's all I know.
Accountant of Agony going to the box for a low block. And then because they didn't immediately get off the track at the safest opportunity, we can see Tough Tone doing the cha-cha.
Illegal procedure. I call it the traveling.
Oh, yes.
Because it's traveling in basketball. But meanwhile, Pipsqueak is just racking up the points here for the Solar Sirens. Pipsqueak is like, you didn't nominate me for Skater of the Game, Aria? Let me show you how good I am.
Well, Pipsqueak's wanting to earn the title of highest scoring jammer for the Solar Sirens.
With 24 points scored and 14 seconds left, she could get to 28.
And is this now the highest scoring jam
of the day?
Of the day?
It's about to be. Depends on how many points she can get here.
And it looks like we got a 3. So now I'm curious, Sirius, who's been the highest scoring? What's been the highest scoring
I think
jam?
that was it. 27, Pipsqueak. Yeah,
today.
Yeah, that one was. Nice job. And it also during halftime, sorry, I wanted to mention that someone looked at the point spread since I forgot to. But it was a 65-point difference at the half. So they held. And now they're extending. So even without Barbie Basher, the Solar Sirens, I keep wanting to call them the Solar Flares.
I know.
The Solar Flares have kept and extended that lead. But Mad Max says, stop it, and has gotten out as lead. But it is Lovely coming out saying, no, I'm going to stop you from scoring here. Oh, that's Smasher, not Mad Max. Ooh, Smasher taking a hit from Poison, but Poison also goes out of bounds. So Smasher is able to get back in and calls the jam. Lovely was able to snag 1 point there at the end.
And someone is going to the box, it looks like for a low block call. At least that's what I thought I saw Rogue doing. I could also possibly be imagining things, which is likely because I didn't get to finish my snack.
It happens. What about 15 minutes? Oh, you said you had 15 minutes. There was a lot of things happening. I caught someone trying to DoorDash Diet Coke, so I had to give them soda that I already had. What else did we do? We counted penalties.
We did, and we've got Dirty Dingus McDuck. Did I say that right?
It is fun to say. It's so fun to say.
As lead jammer for the Blizzard Blitz.
Penelope Von Skates is getting pulled to the back of the pack as Dingus comes through on a scoring pass. Penelope is at the back of the pack right now. Dingus coming in on another scoring pass. Penelope sweeping from side to side at the back of the pack. Dingus trying to stay in bounds, but takes a hit from Violet Baudelaire. And Dirty Dingus McDuck coming around, scoring another 4 points. Penelope avoiding a hit from Goose, but ends up not able to stay inside, and Goose is going to pull Penelope all the way to the back. Dingus back in the pack on a scoring pass, spins around.
I'm trying to duck noise. I'm sorry, because
how do you make a duck noise?
I don't know.
Sirius doesn't like us making duck noises. Can I have a duck sound? Like, can you make me a duck sound? What is the difference between a duck sound and a goose sound? What does a fox say?
I feel like there's a really good punchline here between what's the difference between a duck sound and a goose sound.
Do you know what one of my best friends growing up, she said her mom, her name was Sarah, and her mom always told her, like, what does a cat say? Meow. What does a dog say? Ruff. What does a giraffe say? Hi, Sarah. And so she always thought that a giraffe says, hi, Sarah.
I love that.
Looks like we're going to be taking a short time out for an injury as the skater needs a moment to catch their breath. So we will be back in a moment. And we are back. While we were gone, the chat was having fun. They said what a goose says is honk honk, which makes sense because a duck is quack quack and a goose says honk honk.
Right, but there's still a good punchline there
I
somewhere.
know, there's got to be. But do you know what a duck says, according to Adam?
What's that?
You're despicable.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a Daffy Duck. And Adam gave us another, or Matthew gave MB Matthews, when does a joke become a dad joke?
When it's apparent?
Yes, good job, Eggs. Nice. All right, we're back to Derby with 21 minutes left in this second half. And then we got 2 more games. Don't y'all worry. We're going to be here all day long. Also, during that break, I remembered about my kids, and I messaged them to say good morning, and it's past noon. But they might not even be awake yet. You never know.
I mean, it's morning somewhere.
I messaged them and asked for photo evidence that they are alive. See? Proof of life pics. There's one.
Oh, I mean, there's the dog. That's all I need. Speaking of all I need, is that Vanellope von Schweetz jamming?
Yes,
for the
is.
Solar Sirens.
That's a great tripod.
Mm-hmm.
No, that is not Vanellope.
No?
No.
I just saw the braids and I got...
Uh-huh. It's another one with braids. I can't see the number. Who sees the number first? 55. Rolling Thunder jamming for the first time. And this tripod is a tripod of doom for Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder's like, you know what goes great with rainbows? Little lightning and thunder.
Nice. Goose doing a good job trying to do some offense there, but needing to, or helping with the defense also. Rolling Thunder getting pushed to the outside. And Ramona Flowers jamming for Team Blizzard Blitz, but has that star in hand and is getting pulled all the way to the back by Floof. I just love Floof's name so much.
Is it because your dog is floofy?
My dog is Floofy, but no, it's just a cute name. Like, I love derby names that are just like a random fun word.
Mm-hmm. I mean, to me, it kind of like goes back to the spirit of derby where it's supposed to be fun.
Yes, exactly. I think that's why I like just fun random derby names. Like Eggs. It's just a fun random derby name, you know? It's fun.
Thanks.
Thanks. You're welcome.
I named myself.
Did you? So I named not only myself, but many people from my league. It was a hobby of mine for a while.
It's a good hobby to have.
Mm-hmm. There's an art to roller derby names. And I got my derby name back in the day. Of the where you had to go register your name.
Oh, Two Evils.
Yep.
That takes me back.
Lovely is lead jammer, but Peanut Butter Smackdown got out right behind Lovely, and there are only 3 blockers out from each team. The pivots are both in the box.
I love a good...
Down to 2.
A good little, like, pivot party in the penalty box. Love it.
All right. Both jammers through. Blizzard Blitz was not on a scoring pass, though. Lovely in the pack on a second scoring pass. Peanut Butter now scoring points. Peanut Butter jelly time. Peanut Butter. And Peanut Butter is through. Lovely calls the jam and did outscore Blizzard Blitz by some points. 2 more points.
Blizzard Blitz is approaching that century mark.
This has been kind of a lower-ish scoring game.
Yeah. And I know, like, you hear a lot of announcers say all the time, this could be anyone's game, but it truly could be at this point.
Yeah, totally. Totally in derby. Adam knew 2 skaters that were Harriet of Fire and Spinderella. Oh, that's a fun one.
Those are good.
Those are good.
I think still, I don't remember which team they skated for, but I still love a good Brawley Parton.
Oh, yeah,
with the number 925.
I love it when people can make their number go with their name. It's just too much fun.
I knew Bon Appetit for 5 or 6 years before I realized their number 789.
Yep, that was a fun one. Lead jammer going to the Solar Sirens, and
I believe that's
Rebel Girl. Meanwhile, Archer jamming on the Blizzard Blitz team. I like seeing lots of people jam, like most everybody. Michael is referenced. So Michael said, anything can happen, Aria. There was a game recently where I said, I think I predicted the winner of the game. And Michael said, anything can happen. And I said, yeah, but probably not that. So now he's, but I was right, Michael. It stayed the same, but I predicted the end of the game before it was over. So
that would be another coin in the Aria was right jar.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That would be an Aria was right. Michael. So how long have you been NSOing, Eggs?
I have been an Off Skates official since late 2018, early 2019, I believe. And I survived the pandemic by watching old games and doing paperwork, watching games. So
really?
I made sure I was, still with it. I knew what I was doing.
That's so cool. So do you feel you got better at being an NSO during the pandemic?
I think I did, actually.
That's awesome.
Oh, we've got yellow for lead jammer. Sorry to interrupt. I'm just really excited about watching these kids just play some dang good derby.
Lil Patience getting through on the inside line.
Ramona Flowers still working.
Lil Patience coming around on a second scoring pass. That pack is starting to stretch out. Ramona almost through, has got to get past Poison Dart.
That is not Ramona Flowers. That is actually On Death Rose.
Oh, On Death Rose doesn't usually jam. And On Death Rose is able to get through, and that pack squeezes back together. I love watching packs stretch. It's like an accordion. It stretches out and comes back together.
But making sure you've got a full understanding of pack definition when the pack is so fluid and dynamic like that can be a real struggle. Being an inside pack ref just requires an insane amount of mental math and gymnastics and geometry that my little egg brain cannot comprehend. I'm just here with the clipboard.
Do you think it's harder than jam timing?
Oh, I don't know.
Because once I was thinking, because I love to NSO when I'm not doing Derby Date Night, and I was like, I want to be a jam timer. And then somebody once tried to walk me through everything a jam timer does, and I was like, never mind. It's so complicated. It's so complicated. Mad Max is your lead jammer for the Solar Sirens. And Stevie Kicks chasing Mad Max down about half a lap behind.
Oh.
Beautiful apex jump from Mad Max.
Landing, too.
We like to say Mad Max is a certain emotion. So right now, Mad Max is Glad Max.
That works, yeah.
Ooh! Runs right into Goose, who says, you shall not pass. Stevie Kicks getting a penalty. It looks like a forearm. I wonder where that came from.
Sometimes if you get a little too pushy with your arms, can be a forearm.
Michael Kwan would like you to take over his RollerCon classes, Eggs. That's a big deal, Michael Kwan.
Gosh.
You've been doing those classes for how long?
That's too much pressure. Don't put that on me.
I know. Michael Kwan is such a voice of the NSO.
I will crack under pressure.
I like it. Are you going to RollerCon?
I'm not. There's too much derby happening. I have to get ready for MRDA champs and...
Oh, you're going to go to Portland?
I am. I'm actually a crew head NSO for Man Champs.
Are you really?
So hyped and excited for it.
I would love for Derby Date Night to be able to film something like Murda Champs.
You're short enough. You can fit in my suitcase.
Just squeeze right in there.
Yeah. You might be cozy with my stuffed hippo, but I think you can make it.
Michael Kwan has been teaching at RollerCon since 2017, all of the NSO classes.
Wow.
Yeah. Michael is a wealth of NSO knowledge, and Michael Eggs is one of our NSOs who has so much knowledge, and we learned so much from her about being an NSO. We appreciate you.
I appreciate you.
Stevie kicks us through for 4 points for Blizzard Blitz. Hard-earned points, taking them over that century mark. Solar Sirens have gotten themselves over that double century mark.
It looks like we're entering the second century here, and because I have been following Derby for, oh my gosh, almost a decade now at this point, back in the olden days of ye old Derby Twitter, you would take a drink when you got to a century mark, and I have my lovely bottle of water.
I got my water here. Let's cheers.
Clink.
Cheers.
Remember to stay hydrated.
You would only drink water once every 100. That's,
no,
you should drink more
water
than
also,
that.
you do it during like lead changes.
That makes sense.
Back in the day of jammer lap points, I think you would do it for jammer lap points too.
Oh, the good old jammer lap point.
I miss those.
Dirty
so
Dingus
fun.
McDuck jamming against Rolling Thunder. No lead has been established, and we are over 30 seconds into this jam.
We haven't even gotten to the, there's the turn. There's the first turn. We made it through.
Dirty Dingus McDuck.
Quack, quack, getting that lead.
I want Dirty Dingus McDuck to jam against Goose. Are they on? They're on the same team. Dang it.
But what if Goose was Duck's pivot?
Yes.
Or the other way around?
Then the duck would turn into the goose.
It's like Duck, Duck, Goose. I love that Sirius and I like literally said that at the same time.
You
and
did.
I think we actually killed Arya for like 2 seconds.
That was so funny.
We flipped the script on that.
It was so good. So good. Here comes Rolling Thunder, hoping to steal some points before Dingus calls the jam. I'm wondering if the Dirty Dingus McDuck's family calls him McDuck or Dirty, but I just for some reason say Dingus.
I mean, have you met the kid?
No.
Oh,
is he wonderful?
Yes, but definitely has some Dingus energy there.
But do they call him McDuck or Dingus or Dirty?
I feel like they probably say, "Hey, you kid, go do the dishes," or something.
Hey, you kid. Michael Kwan says anything can happen except the final score to be 100 to 200.
Yep, you got us there.
Venus nominated for Skater of the Game. You only have about 6 game minutes left to vote for Skater of the Game. Goose is currently winning.
Oh, Venus sliding through that pack like it's nothing.
Do you know what I accidentally said instead of going through the pack, slicing through the pack like butter?
Did you say butter through the pack like
No,
oh.
I said going through the pack like a knife through hot butter.
I mean, okay, so in your defense, a knife will go through hot butter.
It's melted.
It's just melted.
Water.
I want to point out that last jam was Venus against Vanellope Von Skates, and I think are those the two nominated jammers?
They're both nominated. That is true.
Battle
Those
for
are the nominated jammers. You're nominated blockers, and okay, chat. You all said you haven't seen very many blockers win Skater of the Day. Goose and Floof are currently leading the Skater of the Day poll, and they're there as blockers.
Pipsqueak. Just gonna squeak on by there.
I love that name.
Snaggly.
Being so short, I should have gone with something like Pipsqueak. But I like Are You Kidding Me? Because whenever I would jam, the announcer was always like, "Are you kidding me?"
Has lead jammer.
Because I didn't like to jam. I just pivoted. They're also teammates, Vanellope and Venus.
Oh, really?
That's cute. I love it. Uh-oh. Is Mad Max Sad Max? Bad Max.
Bad Max going to the box. Looks like, I think that may be 2 penalties
double?
for a back block and an illegal procedure for not getting off the track.
Smasher in the rye got pulled all the way to the back by Floof. Although I'm noticing right now that Floof's jersey doesn't just say Floof, it says Floof.
I have a giant fluffy cat, and I will also just yell Floof at her, especially when she's being really cute, which admittedly is a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm. Michael, so Michael says, I see it happening here, and I saw it yesterday. The jam refs are having trouble keeping up with the jammers because they're so speedy. No, Bad Max. Okay, I guess Sad Max now.
Tough Tone over here correcting us. First it was Bad Max, and now he's Sad Max.
Bad Max. But now he's still in the box. So
Still in the box. He's got a full minute.
Do you know what I did on accident? Max's family now says Mad Max, Sad Max, Glad Max.
Oh, no. It's like those emotion charts you see at the doctor's office.
But I love that his family picked it up, and it's wonderful.
Lil Patience jamming for the Solar Sirens.
Ooh, a little bit of a tumble back there.
With, I think that's
Raven. Raven jamming for Blizzard Blitz. Adam says, I saw a match in person a while back, and the smaller jammers absolutely killed it. You know, again, that's what I love about Derby, is every single, like there are so many sports where you're like, oh, if your body shape is this, you should play this sport. If your body shape is this, you should play this sport. If your body shape is anything, you should play Derby.
Your body has a shape, it should be in Derby.
Yes, because there are different advantages to different sizes, and you need small jammers, you need larger jammers, you need tall, you need short. If it makes so much more of an advantage whether you're a blocker or a jammer based on your shape. And I love that because every shape has a place in Derby.
I love that someone legitimately just tried yeeting the cover around the track.
That happened last week too.
That's not illegal.
It's not illegal, but it's not okay. It's not illegal to throw the star.
Correct.
It's just illegal for the pivot to then pick it up.
Right.
They can't do that. But if you throw this, because I saw it in an adult game last week, we saw somebody just throw the star at somebody else. It was Amelia, but
yeah, it was Amelia.
Amelia Bikilia, and I think I said you can't do that.
You could. You can't do anything for your pivot there.
It's not a successful pass to do it that way.
But there was a successful star pass for the Blizzard Blitz. Scorpion now, well, they were jamming for the Blizzard Blitz before Lil Patience called that jam off. Just after snagging, it looks like 15 points for that jam.
Wow, good job, Solar Sirens. 6 minutes left in this game. 1 minute left to vote for your skater of the game. Goose is currently winning, but they all have done an amazing job. I wish we could have multiple skaters of the game for every game. I really do. Lovely jamming for yellow, but it is lead jammer going to a new jammer, Sonic Doom. I just love these names. So one of my very first teammates, her name was Sonic the Track Hog.
Stop it.
And I love that name. I've always loved that name.
Stop it. Were they a really fast jammer?
Oh, yeah, she was super
I would
fast.
hope so.
She was so good. She was so talented. I miss her. She lives in Washington now, actually.
Oh, nice. Lovely snagging a couple of points there, looks like, just by sneaking right past some blockers' hips.
I love seeing all these different people jam. It's so much fun.
And also, like, with this being a scrimmage and just, a couple of days or a couple of scrimmages in one day, this is a great opportunity to try something new, a little low-stakes environment.
Yeah. So Peanut Butter Smackdown has the star on, was skating over to the jam line, saw that Pipsqueak is the opposite jammer, and screamed, no, no, no.
Pipsqueak's over here like, I'm your worst nightmare.
But now I'm like, you know what, Peanut Butter Jammer, use that as your, nope, never mind. Pipsqueak is your lead jammer. Peanut Butter Smackdown already has the star off. It's just like, no. There is no pivot?
There unfortunately is no pivot. No, there is a pivot. It
Where?
looks like it is on Death Row's 187.
Oh, yeah. See? There is on Death Row. You just didn't see it. Oh, they came from the box. Okay, Pipsqueak is through for 4 points. Peanut Butter Smackdown in scoring position. Pipsqueak is going to call it, but the jam ref wasn't. Okay, there we go. Michael Kwan. Okay. He says, sadly, Sonic could no longer play Derby because when she got hit hard enough, the track would be littered with coins.
Oh, yeah, that would be a mess to clean up.
At first, as I was reading that comment, I thought that Michael Kwan knew Sonic because Sonic can't play anymore because of concussions.
Oh.
And so I was like, how does Michael? Oh, it's a joke. This is why we love Michael Kwan. Adam says he was telling Skates a lot about the shapes. You can be every single skate. Yes. Absolutely, Adam. And Adam says, a hat tip to all the coaches and all these teams. Thanks for being a part of this. And thank you to all of you for voting for your skater of the game, Goose. Honk, honk. I can't. There's got to be a Goose joke.
I'm telling
we
you,
both
there's
are like
got to be.
stuck.
There's
got to be Goose puns. Goose.
Maybe we'll hatch one at the end of the game.
Top Gun doesn't end well. Serious. Spoiler alert.
I don't think it can be a spoiler alert if the movie's like 30 years old.
It's still a spoiler. I've never seen Top Gun. I've tried to watch it multiple times, and I can't make it past the first, 20 minutes.
I'm going to empty this imaginary jar of all the times Arya was right.
For not watching Top Gun, it's not like it's a masterpiece.
I feel like everybody would beg to differ with
Really?
me. Yeah, it's like a classic. I say
Classic
it's
is different than a masterpiece. A masterpiece is Labyrinth with David Bowie.
You know what else is a masterpiece? That beautiful 5-second whistle start.
Eggs, if you're not careful, Sirius is going to invite you back because you keep getting me back on track. And you need to really go with the chaos here as Rolling Thunder gets lead jammer.
Little chaos gremlin Arya.
Oh, that would be such a good derby name, Little Chaos Gremlin. I want to be a Chaos Gremlin.
You are a chaos gremlin.
Scorpion sent hearts to someone. I know, they're all so sweet, these skaters. They all enjoy each other.
Scorpion attempting a star pass and a successful
star pass. To, I think that's Archer.
That is Archer.
Rolling Thunder at the back of the pack. Archer trying to push through at the front of the pack. Gets pushed to the inside and is getting pulled all the way to the back by Ragin' Ray.
Also, excellent track awareness there for Archer, making sure that they get behind the furthest blocker to make sure that they don't get a track cut and go to the box.
Right? Yeah, doing a really good job with that. Baked says, shout out to the amazing announcers. I appreciate you.
It's all you.
We appreciate you, Baked. Thank you. It's all you, too.
Oh, my gosh, stop.
Filled with love in the room. We are always so, we're two positive Pollies over here.
I love that.
Pipsqueak's sister. Hi, Alyssa. I can confirm she's your worst nightmare. She's the best, though. Go, Pip. She's been just a joy to watch today. And she currently holds the highest jam of the day with 27 points. And I wrote it down so we can see in the next two games if anybody takes Pipsqueak's crown. But right now, Pipsqueak has the highest jam of the day crown.
Would it be a crown or just like a helmet cover just full of stars?
No, I think...
Like it's a crown for your jammer cover.
Or you could just give them a jar of jam.
Oh.
For most points. How do you get points? Wait, a jar of jam with a bunch of stars in it, but then you would have to avoid them because they're probably crunchy.
Possibly.
It's like the prize in the... Never mind. Let's just go back to Derby.
No, you're fine. I'm just trying to figure out who is jamming for the Blizzard Blitz because they are currently sitting in the box, meaning Vanellope is on a power jam.
Vanellope is on a power jam. Vanellope trying to get past on death rows. 1 minute left in this game and just a little bit over a minute left in this jam. So if, with no lead jammer yet, Vanellope is still eligible to get it if she doesn't take that star off.
Oh, no.
Did Vanellope just get a cut?
Vanellope did get a cut, so they have lost lead, and this will be
2-minute jam.
2-minute jam.
And the last jam of this game.
This is the last jam of the game.
These kids did such a great job. This is a really fun game to watch.
For this being my first game announcing, this has been such a good game to not only watch but also, try my little hands at announcing. Oh my gosh, this is so much fun.
We're so glad that you were able to get on the mic today.
I love heckling you from the inside, and now I get to heckle you sitting next to you.
Yeah, you know, you did try to keep me on focus a little bit more than I was expecting. I'm sure you got some good points from Sirius for doing that. Oh no, Vanellope's going to the box again. With 7 seconds left in the game.
Period clock has expired. There was a successful star pass at the
Oh,
end.
little dance by Cherry Bomb.
I love a good little shoulder shimmy.
Little shoulder shimmy by Cherry Bomb to finish off that game.
Unfortunately, Cherry Bomb was not able to pick up any points there at the end. But man, if she did not try her hardest for it.
No, and Cherry Bomb also, I just want to take note, got Sirius's, he noticed that Cherry Bomb was just being the glue in the pack so many different times. So he wants to give a special shout out to Cherry Bomb for doing a great job.
Would you say she was like the cherry jam of the
cherry
pack?
on top?
Oh, shoot, yep. Chef's kiss there, chef's kiss
There
all
we go.
around.
Congrats to Goose on Skater of the Game. Can't wait to give Goose that sticker. And we are going to take a little bit longer of a break. The next game starts at 2 o'clock, I believe.
I feel like I should
Wait,
know
I
that
have the
because I'm
schedule.
doing the scoreboard for that game.
I got a schedule here. Yes, 2 o'clock will be the Adults BC game. And then following that, at 4 o'clock will be the Adults A-B game. And we will have Eggs doing her NSO thing. And I'll be here on the mic with you on Derby Date Night.
All right, thanks everybody.
Bye. Good afternoon and welcome to Derby Date Night Skate the Rainbow Edition. We are live at Western Skateland in Bloomington, Indiana, where we are getting ready for 2 games of hard-hitting roller derby action. Earlier today, we've already had 2 junior games, and now we are getting ready for the adults to battle it out. Our hosts, Bloomington Roller Derby, have invited teams from all over to battle it out to see who can stay on the Rainbow Road and come out on top. 12 adult teams and 7 junior teams are represented today, so there are lots of your favorite players out there playing. You're watching Derby Date Night, where we bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and I'll be your play-by-play announcer with all the action and some corny jokes. Behind the camera is Sirius Lee, my forever date and the real brains behind the operation. He takes this seriously while I take jokes. And did you get it? You say seriously. That's your name. Sorry. And I've also got Rogue here. Hi, Rogue.
Hello.
I'm so excited to have you on the mic.
I know, it's my first time.
It's your first time.
Lots of firsts.
Yay. Rogue was doing jam reffing for the first time in the last 2 games and is going to be playing in the next game.
Yes.
But I decided to steal Rogue for a game and see how she felt about being on the mic.
We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see if you like it. And if she's gone after halftime, we know how she felt. For those of you who don't know what we do here at Derby Date Night, we bring you both good roller derby and bad jokes. Every stream we have a theme for our jokes, and today is no different. Today's theme, Skate the Rainbow, so we are bringing you all the rainbow and colorful jokes that we can find. So don't be blue or get red hot because you orange missing out of any of our jokes. I think I'm so funny. Take a second and let us know your favorite color in the chat. I know some of you already let us know your favorite color because Biz, yours was green, right? That's Sirius's favorite color. Mine is, today, my favorite color is hot pink because I feel hot pink. What color do you feel like today, Rogue?
Do I feel like?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Not just favorite color. What color do you feel like you are today?
I feel yellow.
Ooh, that's a good color.
Yeah.
I like that.
Like
Hey, there's your Bubblegum Bratz, who are going to be in, guess what, Bubblegum Pink. And you will notice them because they also have coordinated, and they are all in these beautiful pink tutus. And then we've got our Blackout Brawlers. They sound very, serious and they're in black. It's dark. It's the dark against the bubblegum.
Yeah, they're not wearing tutus.
No, they are not wearing tutus, although black tutus would be kind of cool. Anyway, Kyle says hello to you. Biz says hello.
Hello, hello.
People are excited to hear you on the mic. And we are excited to watch a fun game. If you don't know who we are and you have never seen Derby Date Night before, don't forget to like and subscribe. And you can even become a member of our third wheels by doing some things. And I'll tell you about those later. I am going on vacation in 2 days. And so I am extra spicy Aria today. You're getting lots of spice from Aria today. Right, Rogue?
Yeah, you're very spicy.
I'm very spicy. Not mild, but spicy. And we're off. We have got Thembo jamming for the Bubblegum Bratz, who tried to get through on the inside line, but was stopped. Meanwhile, on the Bourbon Brawlers, we have got Shreddy Mercury getting that first lead jam of the game for the Blackout Brawlers. Thembo getting pushed out and has that star in hand. Shreddy, meanwhile, has come around and is currently on a scoring pass, has made it through. Thembo might be looking for the pivot. Bubbles does take the star and is now the jammer for the Bubblegum Bratz. Shreddy Mercury has scored 4 points, is coming into the pack, trying to potentially score some more. Takes a hit out by Twisters and calls the jam. So, Rogue, I asked you to take stats and tell me who has the most lead jams so far.
Currently, that would be the black team, which are, what are they called? The
Blackout
Brawlers. They currently have 100% leads. So.
Look at that. See, I told you this would be easy to do stats.
I'm real good at math.
I also have a calculator that the Bloomington
I'll need
Blockheads
that.
gave me in case you need it.
I'm an accountant, but I don't count very well.
Oh, Biz says black is the absence of light and color, which is the opposite of a rainbow.
Oh.
That is true, but people had to bring their own shirts, and a lot more people have black shirts with their numbers on it than the other colors. I don't know if that's the reason. All right, lead jammer going to the Blackout Brawlers, and who is that? Avalanche, followed closely behind by the Bubblegum Bratz jammer, Chromatos. That was a quick jam, and that jam will get called very quickly, and looks like 2 points were scored there by the Bubblegum Bratz, who were not lead. Kyle and Debbie are in Chicago. Debbie skated last night in the Unicorn versus Actual Corn bout. It's a derby-filled weekend. Kyle, who won? Was it Unicorns or Actual Corns? I don't think there's any corns today, just Bubblegums. And then there's avocados in the next game.
Oh, I'm an avocado.
You're an avocado? I would want to be on the avocado team. Oh, and that space created for the Bubblegum Bratz jammer, Van Gogh, who will be the lead jammer as the Blackout Brawlers jammer is getting pushed to the inside and pulled all the way to the back by Bubbles. Van Gogh is through and has scored 4 points. Meanwhile, Pyroshaniac has gotten out of the pack and is following about a quarter track behind. Van Gogh coming into the pack and decides to hit those hips, indicating the end of the jam, and was able to grab 4 points, bringing them within 1 point of the Blackout Brawlers. Michael Kwan tells you, Biz, it's okay. In pigments, black is a mixture of primary colors. So it's inclusive, because black is actually all the colors.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah. All colors are beautiful.
They're all beautiful.
All of them. Is that Bubbles with a star on? No, that's 1856. I don't see that number on my sheet.
You're
I'm on the wrong side. That's Scarlet Fever. Against Shreddy Mercury. Scarlet Fever is your lead jammer for Bubblegum Bratz, but Shreddy Mercury says, I'm coming. Here I come. And racing to catch Scarlet Fever. Scarlet Fever in the pack on a scoring pass. Shreddy trying to sneak behind to grab some points of her own. Back block being called at the end of that jam on somebody, but I didn't see anybody.
That is the pink jammer.
It is. Scarlet Fever is going to be starting the next jam in the box as jammer for the Bubblegum team. So we will be having a power jam now for the Blackout Brawlers. And Avalanche. Avalanche is lead jammer for the Blackout Brawlers in this 30-second power jam. While Scarlet Fever waits in the penalty box, Avalanche is going to try and score as many points as they can. Avalanche is through for 4 points. All right, here comes Avalanche on another scoring pass. Scarlet Fever is standing in the penalty box. Avalanche decides to call the jam, but Avalanche was just released from the penalty box, so was not able to freeze. I keep forgetting the names. Scarlet Fever in the box.
Scarlet Fever, yeah.
I'm gonna learn the names, don't you worry.
By the end of the game. Hey, it's early. We got time.
By the end of the game? Okay, I've got until the very end, and then I can learn the names.
Very end.
Got it. Good to know.
You just have to know them by then. There'll be a quiz.
Michael Kwan says the avocado team would be a very 70s color. Ooh, yeah, I could see that. And Kyle says Actual Corn won last night, but it was very close. And through the pack, Bubblegum with another lead jam. That is Thembo as your lead jammer for the Bubblegum Bratz. Meanwhile, Blackout Brawlers jammer getting pushed to the outside. Thembo coming through and grabbing those 4 points very quickly. Pyroshaniac is jamming for the Blackout Brawlers and trying to get through as Thembo's coming around on a second scoring pass, finds a tripod of blockers at the front, but is able to bust through. The star was passed to the Blackout Brawlers pivot. Scratcher in the rye, I believe. Scratcher in the eye. Scratcher in the eye. That would make more sense. Scratcher in the rye.
Either way, it's a great name.
That was a junior game? Yeah, that was a junior name.
Was it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I folded the list up. I don't know where.
I have the list.
Scratcher
There's a smasher in the
Smasher
rye.
in the rye. And now we have a scratcher in the eye. Randy says, I didn't think separate cameras were used. Guess what, Randy? We have 3. I said that like it was super exciting.
It is super exciting.
All right, Bubblegum Bratz with lead again. That is Van Gogh as your lead jammer. Shreddy Mercury got out behind Van Gogh as Van Gogh took a little bit of a tumble, but was able to recover. Now these jammers are going to race with huge smile. I love it when the jammers always smile when they start racing each other.
And they are teammates on Bloomington Roller Derby.
Really?
So that's an
That's
extra
probably
little
why
fun.
they were
Yep.
smiling. Nice. Okay, tell me a little bit about what we're doing with lead jams here, Rogue.
Right now, Pink has 4 lead jams and Black has 3 lead jams. So we're looking pretty even
Which
Steven.
The score would kind of show you the same thing.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch Even Stevens?
I did.
Did you like it?
Yeah.
I mean, at the time, yeah.
Their high school mascot was the Wombats.
Oh my
I don't know
gosh.
why I remember that, but like that's how I learned that Wombats were a thing.
You didn't know what wombats
I don't
were
think
before
so.
that?
I don't think so.
Nice. Oh, look at that. That is.
Evalanche?
I think that was what I was gonna say, but I wasn't confident enough. But yes, it was Evalanche.
They are currently running about a 3 jammer rotation.
Okay.
They're on
Chromatose.
the Blackout
Okay.
Brawlers.
Chromatose is following Evalanche, but that jam was called. Is Bubblegum running a 3 jammer rotation?
Bubblegum is running a 4 jammer rotation currently. Still early though. These mixers tend to see a lot of mix-up.
Right.
Of
That's
the
what I was.
jammers.
Yeah. With scrimmages, sometimes, especially as you get into the end of the game, sometimes they just like throw everybody out as a jammer.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to figure out who's still standing.
But for some reason, I feel like these teams came a little bit ready to like compete. It feels a little competitive of a mindset.
It does.
More
There's
so
that
than a
air.
normal mixer. It's in the
Yeah,
air.
It's in the air.
It's because they don't want to get pushed off the Rainbow Road, Rogue.
Yeah. Oh,
Falling
no
off the
one
Rainbow
does.
Road, it makes everybody sad. It always takes so long. Like if you're in first place and you fall off the Rainbow Road, you're done. All right, lead jammer going to
Scarlet
Fever. Pyroshaniac getting pulled to the back and having to recover at the back, trying to find any way to get through. Scarlet Fever taking a hit to the outside and swings to the inside to get through for 4 points. Meanwhile, Pyroshaniac was able to get out, but will not be able to score any points as that jam will be called by Scarlet Fever. Oh, Catherine says, go Evalanche, go Fever, go Dime, says Sasha. Your rock captain is so proud of you. Aww. Amanda, good luck to my rock peeps. There's so much love for rock in the chat. We got to go to Rock for the first time. It was our first out-of-state Derby date night game was with Rock.
That's
they
exciting.
will always have that title.
They should put that on a patch.
No, they don't? Who was our first out-of-state game? Oh, never mind. Vet City, I'm sorry.
Ooh.
Well, that was just across the river. So they are our furthest away game. Can Rock be our furthest away game? They just don't get to keep that title. Shreddy Mercury is lead, as I'm arguing with myself. Thembo is following close behind Shreddy Mercury. Shreddy communicating with the blockers saying, move up so Shreddy can score some points, but I don't know if Shreddy was able to catch up. So good call. Oh, the Bubblegum blockers are very proud of themselves for protecting their points there. That was very smart of them.
That is really smart.
Yeah, talk to me about that strategy.
Well, it's a very close game, so protecting your points is going to be really important in this situation. By staying ahead of the jammer, they stop them from scoring. And
yeah, really good. Fever and Evalanche are in their first rostered seasons with Rock.
Ooh.
This is always where I look, just so you know.
That makes sense.
Yep. It took me a long time to learn to look at this screen. Sirius would always be like, look here. And I'm like, what? He's like, in front of you, I have a screen of everything.
That makes sense. Yeah, it is right in front of my face.
Yep. Oh, Hertz says, go Dime, make us proud, mama. Love it. All right, looks like we have got Scratcher in the eye is out and through, but not lead. So there must have been a no pass, no penalty, which means she passed a skater, but not didn't legally earn that point. So maybe that skater was out of bounds and she was out of bounds. Type of stuff like that can happen. Wow, the team, look at that. The Blackout Brawlers are so excited because they just took the lead. Scratcher in the Eye is taking advantage of this power jam right now while Chromatos waits in the penalty box. Chromatos is standing, so will be released from the penalty box soon. Scratcher is through for another 4 points for the Blackout Brawlers. Chromatos back in the pack. All right, Chromatos is through for 4 points. And, Chromatos was through for 0 points.
I think that was Chroma's initial pass.
Yes, that's what I mean. Chroma got out and forced the call off. Absolutely. And I see a Bubbles. Go Bubbles, I'm proud of you too. Bubbles was wearing her tutu up under her armpits earlier to cover her number because if you can't see, because she wasn't going to commit any penalties, is what she told us.
Yeah, she would never.
So far, Bubbles, who is the Bubblegum pivot, is penalty-free, I believe, and is showing the number now that the tutu has come down to the waist. And that is Shred, who is lead jammer for Bubblegum. Getting lead jammer very quickly there. While we've got Pyro Shaniac jamming for the Blackout Brawlers. Shred gets through for 4 points for Bubblegum. This game is going to be close all the way through, I think. Oh, it's fun. Shred is waving to the crowd as Shred goes by. That was great. And a star has been passed by Pyro Shaniac to the Blackout Brawlers pivot. I think that's Avalanche, who is now the jammer for Blackout Brawlers and calls the jam. Shred is coming around.
We are at 50-50 lead percentage right now, for anyone wondering.
I am always wondering, Rogue. Thank you for the information.
Every time I do a little tally mark, it's like, oof. They're just going back and forth.
They are. I think it is, yeah, that's, I mean, and look at the score. It's within 1 point, so that does not surprise me at all. Who do we have up there now? Oh, we have a timeout. Official timeout?
Official timeout. I'm going to guess scoring.
Looks like we've got Scarlet Fever on the line for Bubblegum Brawlers, who has had lead both times they have jammed.
Yep.
Up against, thanks, Sirius. Shreddy Mercury, who has gone out 4 times and has gotten, they both had two leads so far. So we will have to see what happens. All right.
Are you supposed to be telling jokes?
Yep, that's what I was just thinking. I was like, yep, I better pull out my jokes because that's what happens on Derby Date Night when we have a little break, and he's already going back, so I don't have very much time.
Short one.
How can you tell which rabbits are getting old? Don't look at the jokes.
I don't know. How?
Look for the gray hairs.
Oh, hairs.
Sirius just shook his head.
I didn't touch it.
Rogue, why did the screen just go completely blue? What'd you do to my screen, Rogue?
I didn't do it. I didn't touch it. It's like the scene in Jurassic Park.
All right, lead jammer going to Scarlet Fever, getting a third lead jam in a row. Shreddy Mercury is able to get through. Scarlet Fever on a scoring pass now. Getting pushed to the outside and quickly calling that jam. Was able to score any points? 4. Bubblegum Bratz starting to spread that lead a little bit. Goldie Sox using her Derby Date Night exclusive emoji to say joke alert.
It's a good one.
Joke alert.
I love the exclusive emojis.
Rogue, I think you broke our screen.
I didn't touch it.
Sirius fixed it.
Oh,
Don't worry.
we're back.
Can we say it was Rogue's fault? Was it Rogue's fault? Sure, he says.
There is a running joke at my house that I'm like Powder. If
like,
anyone's ever seen the movie Powder, you can't be around electronics.
Oh, you just sat near this and broke it?
Yeah.
And you asked to come on. You took your dangerous electronic self. Lead jammer is Thembo for the Bubblegum Bratz. How many lead jams have they? Now it's starting stretch, isn't it?
Yep, they've had 7 to 5.
Creature is out as jammer 4. Blackout Brawlers, Thembo currently in the pack on a scoring pass, getting pushed to the back by Scratcher in the eye, and does decide to call that jam before Creature can score any points for the Blackout Brawlers. Aw, Biz says, I'm also fangirling over the Shotgun Mike Melody Mayhem IPR duo.
Adorable.
Sirius, can you, no, you can't, there's people in the screen. Can you zoom in on the married people who are currently talking to each other about serious things?
Right there.
They're right there. Look, they're both pointing and trying to be in charge. Melody is saying, time out, time out. What is happening? Is Baddison trying to help the jam timer?
Nobody knows. It's time for a joke, though.
Oh, it is time for a joke. I'm busy watching Melody and Shotgun
I
Mike.
know, it's adorable.
And Baddison has now busted up their date, so she's the third wheel.
She's the third wheel.
Oh, the deepest of cuts, Rogue.
What?
Oh, when I said about you being an electronic.
Oh.
I know, people sit in the chair, and I'm like, you are going to get made fun of. I wonder if I should warn people.
It's okay. I
that
accept
that's what
it.
happens on Derby Date Night. We make fun of each other, and then whoever sits in the third wheel.
Whoa.
I am knocking over my drink, and Sirius just almost killed me. Give me my drink back, please. We're not going to be, Sirius is not going to be fans of us.
I'm not going to be
We've
allowed
broken
back
a
on this
screen.
stream.
I just knocked over a drink. Okay. We are halfway through the first half. And here we go. Let's focus, Rogue.
Okay.
Because you're actually the one that is focused, but it's okay. Pyroshaniac is jamming for the Blackout Brawlers. And we have got Chromatos for the Bubblegum Bratz. Chromatos up on those toe-stops, just pushing the pack forward. And Pyroshaniac at the back of the pack as running into Purple Fury and Creature. Lead went to Chromatos, who is coming into the pack on a scoring pass. Pyroshaniac just busting past that pack, takes a hit at the front of the pack, which slows Pyroshaniac down, pulling all the way to the back. I think that was Creature with that hit there. No, Shred. Shred with that hit there. And Chromatos is through for 4 points for Bubblegum Bratz. They are starting to stretch this lead out a little bit.
And they just are now in a power jam. It looks like the Black Jammer just went to the box.
Did you see on what?
Track cut.
Track cut. All right, so this is an opportunity for the Bubblegum Bratz to score some more points and extend that lead, with Chromatos leading this lead jam, while not only is Pyroshaniac waiting in the box, but also one of the Blackout Brawlers blockers who is coming out of the box right now. Nice offense from Dime to help Chromatos get out. And Pyroshaniac is out of the box and back in the pack, still on their initial. Chromatos calls the jam, but the damage has been done with the biggest jam so far of the game with 12 points. Are you using your calculator?
I am.
It's 12 points right there.
No, I'm not using. I'm doing that math. I'm doing different math.
Okay. Tell me, Accountant Rogue, what are you doing math for?
I don't know.
Well, let me tell you something first.
Okay.
Dad says go Chromatos, first of all. Lots of people rooting for Chroma in the chat. Couple for Thembo. And Dime is playing, who's playing for Bubblegum Bratz, is representing St. Charles Derby Crew from Missouri. They came here all the way from Missouri.
Nice. That's a bit of a trek.
Yeah. St. Charles Derby Crew is SCDC. And Shreddy Mercury is going to be your lead jammer for the Blackout Brawlers, who say, hey, the Bubblegum Bratz are starting to pull away with this, so they're going to have to get some lead jammers here to start to catch up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'd say that's what my math was doing. The pink team, the Bubblegum Bratz, had a 61% lead percentage.
Okay.
So.
And do they still have a 61
Nope,
with Shreddy?
No.
Now it's going to be less.
Yeah.
Okay. And Shreddy has scored 4 points. Scarlet Fever is jamming for the Blackout Brawlers, but is sitting in the penalty box. So this is going to be the opposite of the last jam, and Shreddy Mercury gets this power jam. Smart strategy here from the teams to speed this up. Makes it harder for Shreddy to get around and score those points. Because either on a power jam, you're going to go defense and just hold, or you do this and just race the jammer.
Yep.
A lot of blockers don't want to do that because blockers don't like to run a lot. As a former blocker myself, every time the pack sped up, I would always go, why are we running?
Yeah, it can also create a bit of a disadvantage if you're not together when you're running.
Yes, that is true.
Jammers can really take advantage of that,
And
especially if they're fast.
Yep, they just swerve through the pack.
Correct.
It's just zigzag, zigzag. So yeah, it depends on what type of a pack you have. Randy says don't count in Latin. Can you count in Latin?
No.
I don't even know one Latin number. How do you?
I'd accidentally summon a demon or something, right? If you're talking in Latin, that's how you summon demons.
Really?
I think so.
Is that from like that movie that, was it Tom Hanks that was in the movie about the museum and the stealing stuff and the, what am I thinking of? Sirius is only pointing at the track. He won't let me continue my thought. Van Gogh is your lead jammer for the Bubblegum Bratz.
Are you talking about the one that's based off the book?
Yes. What book am I thinking of?
It's
they go
written
to France.
by Dan Brown.
Yes, that one.
The Da Vinci Code.
Da Vinci Code. Was that Tom Hanks?
It was, in a terrible mullet, I think.
Scratcher in the Eye is out, but was not able to score any points because Van Gogh called the jam off. For those of you watching for the first time, this is Derby Date Night, and we do go off topic sometimes, and we do tell you a lot about Derby, but we also are a little bit silly, and that's just how our vibe is. So welcome. We're glad to have you here. Everybody in the chat is like, Da Vinci Code.
Thank
Except
you,
for Biz. I love Biz. Night at the museum.
That's what I was thinking first, but I'm like, no, it doesn't make sense.
Oh, Phenom did something great. Dad-in-law is asleep, but he's proud too, Chromatose, LOL. Dime is doing some great blocking here, along with Dorky to hold Pyroshaniac from the Blackout blockers, who just got pushed to the outside there. While Twist Serve for the Bubblegum Bratz is, where's Twist Serve?
I think that's Twisters.
It says Twist Serve, Twisters. Oh, Twisters?
Twisters. That should be a Z.
Twisters. Oh, but on the screen it says Twist Serve.
Well,
Can we change their
typo.
name? Randy says you're making it fun. I'm glad you think so, Randy, because there are a lot of Derby channels out here where they take it seriously. We're not one of them. Looks like Pyroshaniac lost part of the, oh, it was the helmet cover. Uh-oh, gonna lose it again. It's coming off. Oh, deciding to just pass it to Creature. Creature is now the jammer for the Blackout Brawlers, being chased by Twisters. I like Twist Serve, though. I don't know why. We gave people new names in the last game, too, didn't we? We gave the team, we called one of the teams was the Solar Sirens. I renamed them the Solar Flares.
Oh.
Because, I mean,
like
these
that.
teams, I've never said these teams' names before, so I keep forgetting the team names. Creature scoring some pivot points. I love to see a pivot who takes a star score some points. Always makes me so happy.
I love it when they let them score points.
Yes. You are a pivot, and so you know what it feels like.
They never let me score
You always
points.
get so sad whenever you take a pass.
Yeah, I do all that work, and then they're just like, no, you don't get to try.
Oh, you are correct, Stephanie. Bubblegum is Buble Gum.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm calling them Buble Gum.
The old Buble Gum.
Buble
Bratz?
Gum.
They're really into Michael Bublé.
Sasha says, but what if that's the amazing intermission show? And that's the secret. You got it. You found our secret Buble, and now that you found it, he's performing. Our secret Buble. Biz said nice star pass. There were things that happened in that jam.
All right, back to Derby.
I'm crying.
I think I was supposed to keep you on track, and I'm not doing a good job.
I know. Pre-vacation aria is really something else. Oh, that was something with your. Oh no, lead jammer for Chromatose.
They thought they did a bad thing, but
with
they
the
did
arm.
not.
But I think even if your arm comes out, if it has no impact, there's not a penalty. Correct.
There has to be an impact.
So even though she kind of pushed her arm on the other skater, it didn't impact the other skater at all. So no penalty. But she was very nice and said, "Oh, I'm sorry."
Yeah. Yep.
and was being chased down by someone who has not jammed yet before, so we got to say their name. Penelope Bruce. Penelope. I like it.
I do too.
Chroma's brother-in-law, 9 years old, caught that it said Bubblegum. Very smart. Very smart. Kay Goodrich says, glad y'all have those knee and elbow guards. Woo! Right? It's really interesting because it looks like it hurts a lot when you fall, but having worn those, Rogue, you can, you don't feel it at all.
You do. It's like falling on clouds.
It really is. You just kind of fall and you pop right back up. Well, if you're short like us.
Yes.
The taller ones take a little longer to get up. Lead Jammer going to the Blackout Brawlers, who are going to win the cheering when they get Lead Jammer award because they are loud.
They are.
They're doing a great job cheering for their teammates. Scratcher in the eye is your Lead Jammer coming in now on a scoring pass. Meanwhile, Scarlet Fever is not Lead Jammer. Is that the first time Scarlet Fever has not gotten Lead Jam?
Nope, the last two they have not gotten lead.
That's rough.
Unfortunately.
I know, I root for everybody to have Lead Jammer.
I know, if everyone could just have it a little bit.
Just take turns. How are things going with your stats over there?
Well,
anything interesting?
Not. Both teams are sending out more and more people. We're out of that 3 and 4 jammer rotation now, and we're seeing new folks being sent in to give it a whirl. Pink currently has 10 lead jams, and Black has 7 lead jams.
We could just call them Pink and Black. That's actually a better idea.
That's what I'm going to do because that's what I wrote on my paper.
Yeah. Instead of Bubblegum and Blackout Brawlers. Van Gogh grabbing Lead Jammer again for the Bubblegum Bratz. Shreddy Mercury is about a half a track behind, and we've got 4 minutes left in this first half. Something that we do here on Derby Date Night is we nominate 4 skaters at halftime for Skater of the Game, and Rogue and I will choose 2 blockers and 2 jammers, one from each team, to be nominated, and then you all get to vote on who wins Skater of the Game, and that person will get a exclusive and coveted, Rogue really wants one, Derby Date Night Skater of the Game sticker.
If you're hearing me now, vote for me later.
That's why you wanted to be on the
disqualify
mic.
me?
No. That's why Rogue wanted to be on the mic, to get pre-votes.
Yeah, pre-votes.
Pre-votes for later.
Only if I'm playing real good, though.
But anyway, if you have anybody you think we should nominate and you saw them do great things in this first half, let us know and we will consider, but also let us know why. Just don't tell us, hey, this person, because I like them, but tell us why they should be the Skater of the Game. Okay, nobody is Lead Jammer right now, and this is the longest I think it's taken to establish a Lead Jammer, as this pack has come to a slow halt.
Yeah, as these mixers, as time goes on, these skaters get more and more used to each other, and we're going to see more cohesion in their walls. It's going to be a harder and harder time for these jammers.
Absolutely. Some offense coming in to help Thembo. Do we have a lead yet?
Yes. Pyro
Shaniac. But Pyro Shaniac is in black and got swallowed back up, and Thembo was able to get through. So Thembo forces that call off, and no points will be, wait, never mind. 4 points will be scored by the Blackout Brawlers. I didn't even notice Pyro Shaniac getting out of the pack and going around.
They were so fast.
I think I was looking at something.
I think you were doing your spiel about the Skater of the Game.
Yep. All right, Hertz wants to put a shout out in there for Dime, saying some killer offense, going for MB Blocker. Stephanie says, let's go Chroma. And Biz is just dying over Bubblegum. Hey, that's what it says. That's what I'm going to say. And Bubblegum and Twist Serve. I'm so sorry, scorekeepers. I am not making fun of you entering it in. It's just, it's like it's there, and we have to. We don't have a choice. Twist Serve is your Lead Jammer. Scratcher in the Eye is almost out, just has 1 blocker to get past and does so, but I think Twisters is going to have a chance to score some points here for the Bubblegum Bratz before Scratcher in the Eye can catch up. What happened? Was there a penalty?
I am assuming.
Is the jam still happening?
The jammer has been sent to the box. I'm not sure. It looked like it might have been either a skating out of bounds or a track cut.
How long can you skate out of bounds? Like if you're skating out of bounds and you call it,
Well,
can you,
you cannot skate out of bounds to call it.
so that might have been what happened there?
Yes. It looks like they were avoiding a hit, which you cannot do.
You cannot skate out of bounds
You
to
cannot
avoid a
skate
hit?
out of bounds in order to avoid a hit. You can only skate out of bounds if it's a safety issue. So you can if you're trying to avoid a down skater.
Okay.
And there's no other way to go. Where it'd be safer for you to leave the track than try to leap over them or
That makes sense. Well, Twisters has served their penalty and is coming around on a, I think, is this still an initial or is this now a scoring pass? I've lost track of how many of these we have. That is, I believe a scoring pass.
It's a scoring pass. It is a scoring
Yes.
pass.
Madison is ready to put up those numbers. But not yet because we got swallowed back up, and now we are going into intermission. So the points that were scored will now be given, and we will see. This is going to be a close game. We're only within 10 points. I know there were points scored.
It looks like they're going to chat with the
Oh, okay. They'll talk about it.
score table.
Okay, so we will find out what the score actually is. Here we go. Blackout, there, that's an even better score. Look how close it is. Blackout Brawlers 57, Bubblegum Bratz 63. We're going to go do something for 15 minutes.
Eat snacks.
Probably. And we will be back with you here on Derby Date Night. Welcome back to Derby Date Night. You are joining us for the second half of this game between the Bubblegum Bratz and the Blackout Brawlers. Rogue, what do you got to tell us about stats?
Stats. All right, so Pink, our Bubblegum Bratz, have a 60% lead percentage currently, 60-40, but they are experiencing more jammer penalties. So that's why we're seeing this closer game. Even though Pink is coming out with a lot more leads, they're losing them to penalties more often than our Blackout Brawlers.
Cool. Hey, guess what? I got a vote to put out for
Let's do
Skater
it.
of the Game. It's going to stay open until 5 minutes left in the game. So if you don't know who to vote for, take your time, watch these skaters, and because once you vote, you can't change it. So I'm about to put up the vote so you can vote for Skater of the Game. The winner of this vote will receive the coveted and exclusive Skater of the Game sticker. So go ahead and put your vote in for one of these 4 skaters: Dime, Van Gogh, Avalanche, and Shreddy Mercury. Speaking of, Avalanche is currently lead, being chased down by Van Gogh. Look at that, the ones we chose. And Avalanche quickly calls the jam. Here we go. Bubbles dancing is dancing, and I think that was also a ballet move.
It was very graceful.
Dancing and a ballet move as she went out to the track. I love it. I love these tutus. They're just cracking me up that they all got tutus. All right, on the line for the Bubblegum Bratz is Scarlet Fever, and we have got Scratcher in the Eye for the Blackout Brawlers. I need to do what you're doing and just say pink and black because it's easier.
I can't remember the names for some reason, even though they're right in front of me.
Except for the next time. You're on the Guac blockers, and
I
that's
am
just a
Guac.
fun team to say.
It is. Guac is a great word.
Yeah. I vote that next year, if they do this again, they should do all food-themed teams.
I love a good food theme.
Yes. That's why you love Derby Date Night, because we're all about food.
Yeah.
All right. Scarlet Fever is coming around on a scoring pass. Scratcher in the Eye has gotten out on their initial, so will be eligible to score points if Scarlet Fever doesn't call the jam. Scarlet Fever currently scoring points. Scratcher in the Eye hoping to be able to score points, but that is not going to happen because they are going to call the jam. This is a pretty close game, so I think people are protecting their points as much as they can.
Yeah, the Bubblegum Bratz are going to have to be really smart about point protection to stay in the lead in this game.
Yeah, every single point. It's going to be important to be on time with your call-offs, but I've noticed all day it's hard to hear in here because it's a regular skating rink. It's not like an arena where sometimes you can hear a little better, and so I think they're missing the call-off from the bench sometimes.
Yes.
Because they also don't have like a third base person with a flag or telling them what to do, so they need to be careful with those call-offs.
Yeah, the sound definitely gets eaten.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Shreddy Mercury is your lead jammer for Blackout Brawlers. Meanwhile, Thembo is jamming for the Bubblegum Bratz. Thembo is through, but Shreddy is going to have a chance to score some points for those Blackout Brawlers before Thembo hits the pack. Let's see about this point protection, and yep, Team Black is going to do the same thing as Team Pink and protect those points. I'm just admiring these pink outfits. Are there any? Yeah, Rock is pink. Yes. I was wondering if there were any teams
Lafayette
that are
is
pink.
also pink.
Mm-hmm. They're different pinks though, aren't they?
They are. Rock is more of a darker pink.
Mm-hmm.
Lafayette's brighter.
Like a classic.
Yeah, classic. Good classic pink.
There's so many shades of pink. There's actually a lot of shades of all the colors. In the rainbow, what color do you think has the least amount of shades? I'm gonna say yellow. Van Gogh is your lead jammer. Ooh, orange might be a good one. Somebody in the chat's probably going to say black.
We're talking about in the rainbow.
Yes, in the rainbow. Isn't black all the colors of the rainbow, though?
Yeah, but if you draw a rainbow, you don't draw a black line.
That's true. Unless you draw a black line between each of the colors. Some people do that. Oh, our rival is pink. Tara, hi. How are you? We wish you were here today. Are you doing your D&D live stream later? All right, forced the call off, so after Bubblegum, Bratz was able to score 4 points to extend that lead. Thank you for making it easy math for me. This is a 20-point game. 81-61. Anything to say about what's...
We're coming out 50-50 on lead jams in this half again, just like in the beginning of our last half.
But Bubblegum Bratz is outscoring Blackout Brawlers in
Yeah.
this second half so far, so that's interesting. Tara is playing D&D later.
Good.
I knew you would want to know that, Rogue. That's important information
It is.
for everyone in the chat to know. And looks like Chromatos is going to be your lead jammer for the Bubblegum Bratz. And Scratcher in the Eye is trying to find some space on the outside. Instead finds Bubbles, but is able to stay in bounds and will be able to get out. Chromatos, meanwhile, in the pack on a scoring pass, gets through and looks at the bench and decides to call the jam before Scratcher can score any points, extending that Bubblegum Bratz lead. Kalamazoo is also pink.
Oh, yeah.
I did not realize how many teams we have in the region in pink.
That is a lot.
That's a lot.
They're all different pinks. They're all kind of different pinks.
Yeah. Now I need a picture of all 4.
Like next to each other. There's someone that from Kalamazoo here, I think. I think it was a junior, actually. It doesn't count.
Sirius is pointing at the Derby Date Not logo. He's like, we have pink too. But that's not our like theme. That's not our colors are pink, blue, and yellow. So I guess it is one of our colors, but it's not the main color. Anyway, I'm just talking to myself here, Rogue. Shreddy Mercury is your lead jammer for Blackout Brawlers, Twisters. Oh, a little hop from Shreddy Mercury to get through for 4 points for Blackout Brawlers, trying to make a dent in this lead that the Bubblegum Brawlers have established. The star has been passed to Scarlet Fever. No, Scarlet Fever has always had the star, right?
Yes.
Scarlet Fever is out of the pack.
They were attempting to pass it.
Yes. Sometimes it's good to just take the star off and hide it.
Absolutely. You can't hide it too good anymore.
No. It has to be visible in your hand. You can't like scrunch it up in there.
But yeah, creating a distraction can be just as effective as passing it at times.
Catherine says the 2 teams I've skated for are Kalamazoo and Rock, so I've always had the same colors. That's nice. Rogue, you've switched teams and you've had to change all your colors.
Yeah, it's very strange. I was
because Bloomington is
blue forever, which
it's a different blue.
It's a different blue here in Bloomington, and then green was Circle City. So
yeah, it was weird the first time I saw you in a picture with green jersey
it's strange. I look great in green though.
Well, there you go. That's why you went to the team, right?
Yeah.
It's all about the colors.
Oh, Bubbles!
Who told us during halftime Bubbles has avoided penalties with the trick of before the game you hide your number. Not during the game, just before the game. And you will avoid penalties the whole game is what Bubbles said. So let's see if that holds true for Bubbles, who is currently lead jammer, being chased down by Evalanche. Evalanche is currently winning our poll, it looks like, for Skater of the Game. But you guys have a lot of time to vote. We have still got 22 minutes, which means you still have like 17 minutes to vote, or 20 if I forget to close the vote like I usually do. So but no, now it's tied between Evalanche and Dime, but Shreddy and Van Gogh are like right there. This is a close vote. Shows you how good all these skaters are doing. All right. Ready for another jam, Rogue?
I think so.
Scratcher in the Eye and Chromatos. See, I'm starting to get to know who they are.
It's good.
We're doing better than the first half
I told you by
now.
the end of the game, you did figure it out. I won't, but.
No lead jammer yet. It's taking a minute here. Nice hit out there on, who is that? That was Natural Disaster with the hit out there. Chromatos ends up getting lead jammer. Scratch in the Eye almost out, but the pack is going to swallow her back up as Chromatos comes through on a scoring pass. I think. Yep. I like that you nod just to let me know that I'm doing okay.
You're doing great. You got it right.
How are you doing over here with your stats?
I'm doing good. I don't really have anything to report.
Nothing
Pink,
new?
our Bubblegum Bratz, again, are starting to stretch those. They're getting more leads.
Yeah, well, they now have 30 more points than the Blackout Brawlers.
It's still a one-jam game. I mean, one
Yes.
good jam for the Blackout Brawlers.
As Michael
and
Kwan
this
would
could be-
say, it's anybody's game.
It really is. You gotta be quite a ways ahead for it to be a sure thing.
Yeah, I tried to say at a game a few weeks ago that it was a sure thing when it was over 100 points, and Michael Kwan yelled at me. So he thinks anything can happen at any time. All right, we got Van Gogh as your lead jammer for the Bubblegum Bratz. Meanwhile, Shreddy Mercury is trying to find any holes in this defense for the Blackout Brawlers. Van Gogh coming through, trying to sail through, but gets a hit from, who was that? Whip Stitch to slow her down. And after Shreddy Mercury escapes the pack, that jam is called. Yesterday at SummerSlam, there was a 2-minute jam where lead was never called. Oh, I love those.
No, unless I'm the blocker, then I love it. As a blocker, I'm like, yes, you are never getting out.
As a pivot, though, you could have taken that pass.
I probably would have. I'm not going to let my
Oh, no, but
jammer-
if the lead was never called, that means the pivot
Sometimes
didn't
you
get a
still
pass.
just got to get that out of there. Just get it out of there.
I mean, a 2-minute jam with lead never called, I would think you should maybe try to pass that star at some point.
I would probably be yelling at my jammer to give it.
You'd be like, give it
Give it.
right now, give it.
I don't know.
Would you give them like a minute and then say give it?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how hard I'm working to stop the other jammer.
Scarlet Fever is your lead jammer for Bubblegum Bratz. Bubblegum with another lead jam. And we've got Avalanche out of the pack for the Blackout Brawlers as Scarlet Fever comes in. Oh, nice offense there by Bubbles. Did you see how sneaky that was?
It was very patient, sneaky offense.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be a big hit.
It also had a little bit of an you know, like, I'm just gonna squeeze right through you. It's like it wasn't obvious that she was doing offense there. It was just like, oh, I'm gonna be in this space right now.
Oh, let me just squeeze right by you here.
Randy has never heard of a 2-minute jam. So a 2-minute jam, so every jam is technically 2 minutes. But whoever gets, I just heard cheering and I thought you hit a button to make the cheering, but that was really what was happening, wasn't it? Okay, anyway, a 2-minute jam is when, so whichever person with the star on passes all 4 people from the other team, the ref will point at them and they will become lead jammer. So that is happening right now with Scratcher in the Eye. She just got called lead jammer. What happens in a 2-minute jam with no lead is neither of the people with the star on their head, neither of the jammers get that call for lead jammer. So that means nobody can call it off because whoever is lead jammer can tap their hips to say, I want this jam to be over right now, which is happening there. See Scratcher in the Eye? Just hit those hips right there, said, I want this to be over. So it didn't go the full 2 minutes. But if nobody gets lead, then nobody can call it off and nobody can. Yes, or if whoever is lead gets a penalty and goes to the box, then lead is lost, which means nobody can call it, and then it'll go for the full 2 minutes as well. I'm sure we will have one at some point in the next 17 minutes. I mean,
we had some in the first half, so
Yeah.
I'm assuming we might have some here in the second.
yes. And Randy, not all bouts are live streamed, but we, Derby Date Night, we travel around the Midwest, mostly Indiana, and we stream roller derby almost every weekend in April, May, and June. And then we also have some sporadic weekends in July, August, September, October, January, and February. Yeah? What's happening, Brogue? You look confused.
It looks like the pink bench coach thinks that they are currently lead, and they are not.
Michael Kwan just noticed. No, we were just saying Bubblegum because we noticed it was misspelled, so we've decided to just go with it. And you all missed the Michael Bublé performance at halftime, so we're sorry that you missed it.
It was beautiful.
It was beautiful. He has such a great voice.
Yeah.
I like that you go with my sarcasm. I always have to explain to my boss that I'm being sarcastic sometimes.
I love
because I say it so seriously with such a dry face. Sometimes she'll just stare at me, and then I'll be like, sarcasm.
Sarcasm.
Oh, Biz says the reason why they were confused, both jam reps were signaling lead at the same time. I love it when that happens. I mean, that's not good necessarily, but it's fun.
It's tough when they get out almost the
Yeah.
same time to figure out who
Which
did what
one?
first.
Which one was actually first, right? Bubblegum Bratz hitting that 100 to 77. Not a
That means I
palindrome,
need to take a drink of water.
but it's pretty. Wait, do you know what? Because Eggs was telling me that in the last game that the old tradition was every time you hit 100, you're supposed to drink water.
Yes.
You've heard that too?
I don't know if it's water. I think it's supposed to be like take a drink, but
Bubbles did offense again. Did you see that?
I
Bubbles
did not.
is
I
so
was taking
smart
a drink of water.
to get Scarlet Fever through as lead jammer for the Bubblegum Bratz.
They needed that, so good on Bubbles.
Mm-hmm. We've got Scratcher in the eye for Blackout Brawlers. Wait, oh no, Scarlet Fever went to the penalty box. So this is going to be not only a 2-minute jam. I told you one was going to come.
We brought it into
We brought it. We
reality.
manifested it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. But there was a star pass. So now, for the first time in this game, Bobby the Derby Queen probably was not expecting when she put on the pivot cover that she was going to be jamming for almost a whole
2
jam.
minutes, yeah.
As a pivot, I would be like, oh no. But luckily, only has 2 blockers to get past. Got to get past Shred. Oh! Nice hit there by Shred. And it was out of play. So unfortunately, Shred is going to go to the box. But it was good. It
looked like she was worried that that's what had happened.
Twisters coming out of the box, takes a little bit of a tumble. Where is everybody? Nobody's out on the track right now. I feel like the box is getting very busy.
A little busy.
The box is busy, which is nice for jammers. Oh no, Scarlet Fever just went to the box again, a second time. Bobby the Derby Queen doing an amazing job.
It's another great opportunity for the Blackout Brawlers to kind of close that gap a bit.
Biz said Bubbles got a penalty. Bubbles!
Bubbles!
We're going to have a talk with Bubbles later. So hiding your number before the game starts and telling the refs that means you will not get penalties does not actually work.
It does not work. It's good to know.
Does not work. I really want to yell at Bubbles right now. She's right there. Blackout Brawlers got 12 points there in that one.
Yep, I said they're going to be closing that gap, and they're going to be starting with a very short power jam.
Very short.
The jammer is standing, and I think they've been standing for a few seconds.
Okay. So when the jammer is standing in the penalty box, they only have, when they first stand, they only have 10 seconds left in their 30-second penalty. So they stand for the last 10 seconds. And that jammer has already been released. So Shreddy Mercury has a very short power jam here and has been pushed to the inside. The Scarlet Fever actually has an opportunity here and is going to take it to grab lead jammer coming out of the box, which is always a fun thing to do.
Oh.
No, they fell. They hit someone, and that person fell and did not.
I thought they were going to get a no pass, no penalty rather than lead.
Oh, yeah.
They might have passed that person before they recycled.
Yeah, probably.
I forgot to put this down in my stats.
Okay, I'll let you write for a minute. Shreddy is chasing down Scarlet Fever. Scarlet Fever takes a little tumble and does decide to call the jam. Did Shreddy steal any points? It looks like Shreddy stole 2. Good job, Shreddy. So, Rogue, if you were leaving on Tuesday like I am, would you also have not really started packing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're the same as me.
I
started
packing
a little
on
bit.
Tuesday.
I'm not going to be that bad. We're going to be mostly packed, I think, by tomorrow night, but we'll have to see. Biz says impressive pass for Buble. I love that we are all joining in on the Buble fun. Ooh, a new jammer maybe for Black? Who is that? Who is that? Their lead. Pyroshaniac. No, not a new jammer, but just somebody who hasn't jammed in a while.
Yeah, they've only been out once before this half when they jammed quite a bit in the previous
first half. All right. Dime is jamming right now for Bubblegum and was able to get out, but currently, oh, I'm so excited. But currently, Pyroshaniac is in the pack on a scoring pass while Dime comes around to hope to score. Randy says Buble, Buble, Buble. Except for, you know what, Randy? It's not like Beetlejuice.
He just
I
shows
don't
up.
think if we say it 3 times that Michael Bublé will actually show up.
You never know unless you try.
Really? I'm trying to think of who I could say 3 times. Who would you say if you could say somebody and bring them here with 3 times of saying something? What is it you would? Who would you bring here?
I don't know.
I know, that's a hard question. Serious? Can you think of anybody? Evalanche jamming for the Blackout Brawlers and Thembo for Bubblegum. Chat, you can join in. Who would you bring if you could say their name 3 times and they show up? Thembo is through and will be chasing down Evalanche. I think for me it might be the F1 IndyCar announcer Will Buxton.
Oh, that we were just talking
Yeah,
about.
we were talking about him yesterday.
Yeah.
'Cause he's an amazing announcer, and I would love to just like pick his brain about announcing and his strategies and his skills and all of that kind
He
of stuff.
could be on the stream with you.
So I'd say Will Buxton, Will Buxton, Will Buxton, and then we could announce together.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
It didn't happen. Robin Williams. Ooh,
That's a good one.
that's a good one. I like that one a lot. Rogue, you got to think of somebody. Serious? Have you thought of anybody? Have you thought of your person you would want to summon? Not yet. You know who it would be for you? It would be your Italian grandfather. Yes. His grandfather immigrated here from Italy, and I think he would bring his grandfather. That would be really a good conversation. Except for he's just as sassy as Sirius, so I don't know if I could handle both of them.
It's been passed down
Yes.
genetically.
I've
the
heard that
sass.
I yell at Sirius the same way he yelled at Sirius's Nana. So like, or no, that she yelled at him because his name was John, and she always would say John, and I always do that with Sirius's real name.
Gosh. I can hear it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. George Carlin, that's another one. Oh, Craig wants to know top jammer percentages. What are we doing?
I'd have to do some math.
Okay, Rogue will do some math and let you know.
I think we're looking about 60-40
Yeah, Pink
still.
has had 10 lead jams. Black has had 8 lead jams. Make that 11 for Pink. As Shred is coming out with another. That's the 2nd lead jam for Shred in this game.
Yep.
Oh, Shred is jamming against Creature. They're both on Corn-Fed Roller Derby. I love seeing teammates jam against each other.
2 skaters that I coached all last year.
Yeah. See, you do have a sense of pride when you see skaters that you have taught doing well, and that's how I feel every time I watch you play.
Oh.
I'm always like, I made that, even though you did all the work and you have done all the like studying and learning. I'm like, I made that, Rogue.
You know, I had to start somewhere, and you really did.
You were so fun to coach. All right, both jammers still in the pack. Shred is still running this jam, but I think is trying to match Creature's points because Creature was able to get in and I think get more points. Oh, wait.
Oh, it's been passed.
It got passed. Oh, did Creature not know?
That was a
Wait.
choice.
Okay, he stopped pointing. Okay, now
I'm wondering if Shred did not know that she was the lead.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, so it's going to be a 2-minute jam, everybody. Yeah, Biz said, no, Shred.
Yeah.
Shred took the star off. I don't think Shred knew.
That's a bummer.
That's okay. Shred just wanted everybody to play a little longer.
Yeah, it's great. You know, and they're in the lead, so really matching scoring in any way, keep the jam going, running the clock could be beneficial, but now it's getting pretty close.
Well, Blackout has taken advantage of this longer jam.
Yes,
and
it has worked
outscored
in their benefit. We are looking at just about 60-40% lead with our Bubblegum Bratz having more lead.
Looks like Scarlet Fever has had the most leads on the Pink side in the second half.
Yes, they've been very successful.
And Shreddy on the Black side.
Yes.
Oh, Bubbles has her hand up. Is that why? Oh, official review. They're calling an official review.
Ooh.
Which means I get to tell you a joke. At least one.
I wonder what they're reviewing. We'll find out later, hopefully.
I'm bribing them with food. It's worked so far today. Tough Tone comes over and gets a snack when
that's
he
good.
does the official review.
Makes sense.
If the red house is on the left and the blue house is on the right, where would you find the White House?
In Washington, D.C.?
Yes, yes, you got it. Come on, that's a good one, right?
It was all right.
All right. Fine. What's green and fuzzy and would kill you if it fell out of a tree and landed on you? A pool table.
I was going to say Oscar the Grouch for some reason.
Well, you went in the same direction this joke did, which was just like absurd.
Yeah.
Green and fuzzy and would kill you if it fell out of a tree.
It's accurate.
Could you imagine a pool table falling out of a tree?
I'd be very surprised, but I'd also be dead, so.
Yeah. Okay, last one. What's brown and sticky?
A stick?
Yes! How do you know all these jokes?
I love corny jokes.
You know so many of them. I'm very proud of you.
Those are good ones. I liked them.
Sasha says, good job. But Bubbles has been doing some great offense. I'm glad that you all are noticing because offense is important. Van Gogh grabbing that lead jammer status again for Pink for the Michael Bublé's. And who is jamming? It's Shreddy for the Blackout Brawlers, who is able to get out. Van Gogh grabbing 4 points. Were they getting a little close for the Bubblegum Brawlers' comfort? We only have 6 minutes left, which means we only have like a minute left for you to vote for your skater of the game. Currently, Dime is winning, but everybody else has votes. So if you have not voted yet, vote for your skater of the game and who will receive that coveted skater of the game sticker. All right, Rogue, if these people stay to watch the next game, how are you going to get these people to nominate you?
I'm just going to try real hard. And do good.
And do good. That's great. I like that philosophy.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to play my game. And
that's what we tell our kids to do, too.
Yeah, just do your best.
Do your best. Try hard.
This is for fun.
Yeah.
I plan to go out and have fun and do my best.
That's wonderful. I think that's a good philosophy.
Yeah. What are we doing now? Another little.
Did someone just call a regular timeout? Why are we switching between all the different timeout signals on the jam line?
I think maybe someone used an official review as a timeout. Nope, they're chatting. There's lots of chatting.
Oh, look at the husband and wife coming into screen. Mel being silly and Shotgun Mike being serious as usual. Should we do bad lip reading with whatever's happening in the middle? He's not here right now, but Carl would say they're discussing a movie that they recently saw. Oh, have you seen the F1 movie yet?
I have not.
Because I know you like to go to the movies.
I do. The first thing, it's supposed to be good. I saw the first preview, and my first thought was just like, Brad Pitt's way too old to be a Formula One driver.
So I think the story, and I don't think this is spoiling anything, but I think the story is he used to be.
Okay.
And he has to come out of retirement.
He'd still be
but
too
he's
old
still
for
too
it.
old. Yes, I agree.
Like by a lot.
What are you looking at me for? Because we're changing topic.
Sorry.
Oh, he wanted us to do the bad lip reading, I think. He was excited about the bad lip reading.
We got excited about Formula One, though.
Yeah. And the other movie we wanted to see that's now in theaters is How to Train Your Dragon.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen that one?
I have not.
Yep, me neither. I tried to convince him to go see a movie this weekend, but Sirius was like, I'm too stressed about packing. But did we pack anything? No. What did you pack? All of this for Derby date night?
That's important.
And now we have to repack it and take it home, and then we can start packing for the vacation. Okay, bad lip reading. What are we seeing? What are we talking about here?
Oh, I'm bad at these.
I am too.
That's why we're talking about movies.
Well, here, people are saying nice things about the skaters.
Oh, yeah, read those. You should read those.
Kate Goodrich says we have 5 votes for Chromatos here. I know. I wish I could nominate everyone for Skater of the Game. Catherine says could not be prouder of you, Bubbles, Evalanche, and Fever. Kurt Donut says Bubbles doing some work in the second half. Scratcher is your wife. That's cool. Dime is jamming. Pretty sure Bubbles played in SummerSlam yesterday too. Really?
Probably. That sounds right.
Hold on. Where's Bubbles?
She's right there.
Here, I don't see her.
Holler at her? Right there.
Did you play in SummerSlam yesterday? Were you playing in SummerSlam yesterday? Yeah, you're crazy.
Yes, Bubbles confirms. Bubbles confirms that she did play in SummerSlam yesterday. Tara says she loves you and misses you.
Oh,
Tara, you should have come. You should have come here today and played. We're having so much fun being all rainbowy. because we are skating the rainbow.
We are skating.
I wish
the
we could
rainbow.
really make a rainbow road.
That'd be great. If we could have, if we had done the 10-foot lines in different rainbow colors, that would have been great.
That would have been fun. Or even the outside lines, because there is rainbow
There's
like
rainbow.
duct tape.
Ooh, maybe next year.
Oh, look, a dance party happening on the jam line. There's no Rogue out there to do a cartwheel, though.
Nope.
It's impressive when you can do a cartwheel on skates.
Yeah, I love a good cartwheel.
I know you do. I've not done a cartwheel since a long, long time ago.
Oh, we're back to Derby.
Here we go. And, woo, very pretty footwork there by Scratcher in the Rye to grab lead jammer, but gets swallowed back up by the pack, while Scarlet Fever is, ooh, did you see how spinny
Yes.
that was? That was so spinny, and takes a really big old hit there from Silver Hammer, bringing down the hammer as Scratcher in the Eye comes around. There are 5 minutes left in this game. It's still very close.
It is very close.
Can we make an overtime jam happen?
I mean, we've already manifested some other
4.
things, so.
Yeah, we have. Because Sirius and I have had 4 overtime jams. Can we do a 5th? You think they can make it happen?
We can hope.
Do
I'm gonna say
overtime
no.
jams stress you out?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. The last one got me good. Or not the last. The last one I was at was the one at Small Town that started the whole tournament.
Yes. That was
with
fun.
an overtime jam.
And I have a picture of you from that where you are literally floating during that overtime jam. It was such a good
levitated.
picture.
Yeah.
You did levitate. Catherine says, pretty sure Bubbles play. Okay, we already saw that one. Rogue, I love you. We saw that one. Scratch and Pyro representing Naptown. Yay. Tara had a friend from out of town who she could have brought to watch play, but
Yeah.
it's okay. You hung out with your friend. Lead jammer this time going to Thembo. Oh, Catherine, I had ACL surgery too when I was younger. It's a hard one to recover from. You can count on Bubbles to go out for any jam, any position, anytime. That is the best type of skater to have on your bench, is the type who says, what do you need? I'll do it. I got it. Love that type. Rogue and I have both been coaches before, and we would completely agree with you that that is the best kind of skater to have.
Yes.
What do you need?
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Any skater willing to go out and even just try things. That one, you're going to get better. You're going to
Yes.
get better at Derby if you go out and try things you're uncomfortable with. But also, it
100%.
just makes you a really good teammate
It
to
does.
go out and support your team in various
Exactly.
roles.
Exactly. Michael Kwan says, if you manifest an overtime jam, eggs will do you bodily harm. Eggs did kind of threaten me during the last game.
Is Eggs officiating?
Eggs
during
is on
this game?
scoreboard.
Okay. So, yeah, it'd probably be a little stressful.
Biz has been head ref for both overtime jams that she's officiated. Woo! There's no stress involved in that, right?
There's none.
Woo. Chromatos trying to get another lead jam for the Bubblegum Bratz and does so. Chromatos doing a great job here.
Yeah, they're having a great game.
And looks like Creature jamming for the Blackout Brawlers. Chromatos coming around trying to score some points here with almost 3 minutes left. Oh no, I have to close the vote. I forgot again. I always forget to close the vote. Oh, I love it when everybody gets votes. Good,
Yeah.
Congratulations to all of our nominees, and even those we couldn't nominate because there were so many great skaters in the first half. But our skater of the game is going to go to Dime. Woohoo! Congratulations. Tara has loved watching Biz grow up as an official.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not grow up, just grow.
I mean, she did grow up as an official. She was a
Yes.
baby official not that long ago.
And
now
Biz was
she's
NSOing
just,
yesterday, I heard.
Oh.
Yeah.
Biz, you're awesome.
I can't wait to see Biz play. And speaking of Bubbles, who's been doing a great job jamming, gets out as lead jammer for Bubblegum. Bubblegum's starting to pull that away. As soon as I started talking about an overtime jam, Bubblegum,
"No, thank you."
Bubblegum said, no, thank you. No, no, no.
Oh, they're going to call it.
They called it. If you were Bubblegum, would you be running it?
I would be running it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always a risk of a penalty, but they're in the lead. They can eat that clock.
Yeah, that's true. And if you're super sad that this game is about to end and you've been having just so much fun with us, I'm going to send Rogue onto the floor to skate.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the next game. And we're going to watch the AB game. This is the BC game. So the next game, the AB game, is a little bit higher level, but they are going to still be careful with each other, right? Because this is a scrimmage and it's just for fun.
It's just for fun.
Oh, everybody's excited for Dime. Catherine is just excited to see Bubbles do great things. Twisters is your lead jammer, but Shreddy is right behind Twisters, and these two jammers are going to race.
That's Thembo.
That's Thembo?
Yeah.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah.
You sounded so sad when you said it, too.
Cool thing. It's because I was writing, not because I was not excited.
Oh, they want one more jam. Well, they're going to get it.
Oh, yeah.
Anything you want to say about stats before we go into what is likely the last jam?
I might have gone off the rails with my stats, but Pink really just started to run away with it there
Yeah, they did.
in the second half of this second half with 16 lead jams to 9 for Black. So they've definitely taken control. And we saw a lot less penalties in this half for the jammers.
That is true. Van Gogh is your lead jammer for Pink. I think that's like the 4th or 5th lead jam in a row for Pink.
Yes, they've been very successful.
Creature is out as well, as we are about to get to the end of the period clock, and we will be in jam time only. Creature's coming around, eligible to score points. The period clock has run out, so this will be the last jam of the game. Everybody has got so much love for their friends and family and skaters in the chat. We appreciate every single one of you for being here, supporting all these people. We wish that everyone could win Skater of the Game, and they are all the Skater of the Game in my heart.
They were, yeah. There's a
Right?
ton of great skaters in
So
this
many
game.
good skaters. I love watching skaters come together and play in a mashup game like this. Just
It's
so much
great.
fun.
Well, I have to go gear up.
Yeah,
And,
you have to go gear up.
I
You
am
have things to
skating
do.
in this rainbow onesie, so
You are
I'm going to have a
skating.
green shirt over it.
Okay,
but
so everybody who sees a rainbow onesie with a green shirt over it, that's Rogue.
that's me.
That's Rogue. All right, we will see you out on the track, Rogue, and we will see the rest of you in the chat in just about probably 20, 30 minutes. I think it's 35 minutes until the next game starts. So go ahead and get a snack and come back for one more game here at Skate the Rainbow on Derby Date Night. to Derby Date Night, Skate the Rainbow Edition. We are live at Western Skateland in Bloomington, Indiana, where we are getting ready for the last of 4 games of hard-hitting roller derby action. Our hosts, Bloomington Roller Derby, have invited teams from all over to battle it out to see who can stay on the Rainbow Road and come out on top. We have representatives from 12 different adult teams out here today, and you get to see lots of your favorite skaters from all over the region. If you have not met us before, we are Derby Date Night. We bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. My name is Aria Kidding Me, and I bring you all the jokes, and I am your announcer, and I will bring you all the play-by-play action. Also, we are about to go on vacation, so I also will try to stay on topic if I can. But not the better half, I'm the better half. The other half of our duo, Seriously, is the one who is going to try and keep me on topic and remind me there's roller derby happening while I go off the rails, which is something that you all seem to enjoy sometimes. So Sirius and I together make up the team that is Derby Date Night. We try to bring you live roller derby everywhere we can and let you see as much derby as we can bring you. Here are some of the people that you are going to be seeing play today. This is the AB level game. So, that's the Scarlet Smashers. Sorry, I was reading Carl's comment. I got distracted. Carl, this is the last game. You are right. There is no more roller derby planned after this game. And until we announce our July and August schedule, which might be announced together because we will be slowing down the amount of derby you're going to be able to see because our season is starting to come to a close. Oh, the cat said hello. Carl, we haven't had your cat in the chat in a while. I feel like this season we haven't seen your cat, and I love seeing your cat say hello. But we are looking forward to a great game between these two teams. We've been having so much fun today at Skate the Rainbow. I would like to welcome all of our members in the chat. We adore all of you, and we are so grateful to you, and we want to thank you all for being here. Serious, show me the members. Some of them are out there skating today, so happy to see our friends in the chat and also some other friends as well out here skating in this Skate the Rainbow event. I'm excited to see. What I'm excited to see here today is there are so many skaters here who usually skate against each other that are skating together. And so with a mixer like this, you're gonna see skaters at the beginning, they haven't quite figured out what their rhythm of how they how do we block together, how do we move together. As the game goes on, you will notice more and more that these teams are getting into a rhythm. They're starting to figure out who blocks well together, who jams well together. Eric, you made it. Good afternoon from the IJRD end of season party. Ooh, wait, I didn't know it was Higgs' birthday. Where's Higgs? What team is Higgs on? Higgs is on red. Okay, next time Higgs. I'm trying to yell happy birthday to Higgs for you. I'll try to get Higgs' attention. Let Higgs focus. No! This is a fun game. Rogue and Rogue Menace are on the same team. I did notice that, Catherine. 75% of the time we go somewhere else, Rogue gets called Rogue. Oh, because it's Rouge. Menace Rouge? Is that why? Is it Menace Rouge, not Rogue? Oh, this is going to be hard for me. Catherine, this is going to be so difficult. All right, lead jammer going to Battison on the Guac Blockers, which is my favorite team name of the day, 100%. Jamming for the Scarlet Smashers is Lego Blocks. Battison getting pulled back by Melody Mayhem. A star has been passed to Pure Polly, who has taken that star and is out of the pack. Battison is in the pack on a scoring pass as Pure Polly's coming around. Polly's not going to be able to score any points because Battison is going to call that jam. Rouge like red. Oh no, Catherine. I was correct. This is going to be so hard. Does Rouge also jam? This is going to be so fun. Oh, so glad to have you all here for this last game of the day and this last game before we're going to go on a cruise. As if you didn't know already, we've been talking about it for the past 3 weeks, and we're going to go visit some family in Seattle. So we will be gone for a while, but we will be back towards the end of July with some more derby. All right, let's get going here with another jam we have got Salvador Cherry for the Guac blockers, but it is Kimmy S'more who is coming out as your lead jammer for the Scarlet Smashers. I thought I recognized Kimmy from Demo City, and then I looked at the jersey, and I was like, yes, I am right. It is Demo City. Where are these teams from, Carl? They're from all the teams you've been watching all season long, which is really fun. Amanda, you know so many people who are playing today. Kimmy S'more got 4 points and is coming around again. Salvador Cherry is continuing to push at the front of the pack. There is currently trying to get past Pink Stitches and Tail Feathers. Takes a little bit of a tumble to the outside line and is getting pulled all the way to the back of the pack. As Kimmy S'more is trying to find space in the inside, takes a little bit of a tumble. Kimmy S'more's got to get past one more blocker and is able to do so, getting 4 more points for the for the Scarlet Smashers. Okay, Rouge is a blocking menace. Good, just like our Rogue. Rogue and Rouge. And they're on the same team? Oh, I would like to see the two of them work together. That'll be fun. Kimmy S'more coming around on another scoring pass. Salvador Cherry getting pulled to the back by Pink Stitches. Kimmy S'more looking at the bench, trying to decide what to do. Does decide to call the jam. Not before scoring 11 points for the Scarlet Smashers, putting them in the league. There are 6 people from Rock here today. It's almost like I'm doing a whole nother rock stream. Mr. Bruise Guy is behind Eric at the end of the season party. But not in a creepy way. You're just sitting behind Eric. Or just standing creepily behind. I'm looking at you. I would like a picture of Mr. Bruise Guy peeking over. I hope you guys have a wonderful end of the season party. That makes sense now. Rogue becoming lead jammer. Rogue decided to put that star on. Oh my God, Rogue and Melody are jamming against each other. They used to be teammates together on Corn-Fed. Rogue coming into the blocker group, and Melody also coming in. Both of them are going to be scoring points here. Rogue has not called it. Melody is chasing Rogue down. I love seeing these two out on the track again together. This is so cool. Rogue coming into the pack and hitting those hips. That was fun. So good. Mel looks like she hasn't even taken any time off. You know, just has been playing this whole year. I know, the Circle City party has got to be a lot of fun. Do you guys dress up for your parties? Because I have a silver dress that I could wear. I bought a silver dress and I don't know where to wear it, so I got to think of some reasons to wear it. That box staying pretty empty as this game is getting started here. Killdeer jamming for the Guac blockers, pulling the pack ahead to the front. Lego Blocks is jamming for the Scarlet Smashers. Killdeer was able to get out and will be your lead jammer for the Guac blockers. Lego has that star in hand, might be looking for a pivot. Killdeer getting into the pack and grabbing 4 points for the Guac blockers. Lego still holding on to that star, hoping to find any sort of space in there. Killdeer coming in, takes a hit from Roxy Ram Jam, but is able to stay up and keep going. Pure Polly did not take a star pass, is handing the pivot back to Lego. So Lego has gotten through and will be chasing Killdeer down, who has gotten through the pack and has taken the lead for the Guac blockers. Killdeer does call the jam. And Roller Derby 24/7, Eric sending a big ol' happy birthday to Higgs, who is headed out there right now. 0.734. Higgs is your favorite particle physicist. Eric says he sent a picture. I can't wait to see it. I will not be able to share it with you, but you can at least hear me appreciate it. Okay, so Bruce sent me a picture of the back of Eric's neck to prove he's behind Eric, and Eric sent a picture. Oh, all of our favorite friends. Oh, I wish I was there with you guys. Have the best time. It looks like a pool party. Okay, we have got Extra jamming against Chapel Pone. Chapel was our skater of the game last weekend in the Naptown, in one of the Naptown games. Extra is through and will be your lead jammer for the Scarlet Smashers. Chapel Pone working to push through, just has to get past Higgs and does so, but Extra is currently in the pack on a scoring pass. Here comes Chapel, and Extra does call it, so no points for the Guac blockers in this one, but the Scarlet Smashers were able to grab, let's see, 3 points, bringing them within 2 points of the Guac blockers. Did you feature Roller? Okay, you featured Eric's chat. Thank you so much, Eric. You're the best. We wish you could come on the cruise too. Can we bring the whole chat on the cruise with us? I think it's sold out at this point though. All right, here we go. We've got Battison for the Guac blockers up on those toe stops on the inside line, but getting a track cut. And so this will be a power jam for Melody Mayhem and the Scarlet Smashers. Mel does become lead jammer for the Scarlet Smashers in this power jam for Scarlet. Here comes Mel asking for some offense from the Pink Stitches, and Robin Daggers doing some great offense there. Mel only has 1 blocker left to pass and does so easily, grabbing 4 points for the Scarlet Smashers. Meanwhile, Battison is sitting in the penalty. Is Battison still sitting in the penalty? Yes, Battison's now standing in the penalty box, so 10 seconds left on that penalty. Mel is through. Yep, so now that my cruise is going to be over, Eric, I will have to plan the Derby date night cruise. Mel coming in on another scoring pass, takes a little bit of a tumble with one of her blockers, but is getting back up. Battison currently on an initial in the pack with the star in hand, takes a hit from Robin Daggers, but is able to get past and is out on her initial. Mel is through and calls the jam. 12 points for the Scarlet Smashers. Melody extending that lead. Well, were they ahead? No, they weren't. They were behind. So taking the lead and extending it out to 10. Box empty again. The box has stayed fairly empty so far, but we'll see if that continues to be the story of the day. We have got Tommy Knocker for the Guac blockers. And I think is that Roxy? Roxy Ram Jam is your lead jammer for the Scarlet Smashers. Tommy Knocker was able to get out and is about a quarter track behind Roxy Ram Jam. And Roxy hitting the pack, taking a hit and calling the jam off. No points will be able to be scored by Guac blockers. Scarlet Smashers grabbed one more point for the Scarlet Smashers, bringing them to 31. Quick jams here. We would have to in order to play Derby on the cruise, Mr. Bruce Guy, we would have to move all the pickleball players away and take over the pickleball area, which we could take them, yeah. If it's a battle between Derby players and pickleball players, we are totally going to take them. You know, a ship with a Derby track would be so cool. That would be so awesome. Extra is jamming for the Scarlet Smashers. And Salvador Cherry for the Guac blockers. Extra is through. Salvador Cherry takes a little tumble, takes that star off, and hands it to Battison, who is the pivot. Extra coming through, about to be eligible to score. Battison still on the initial. Michael Kwan's throwing the pickleball players overboard. Sirius just nodded, Michael Kwan, very seriously, like, yes, that is exactly what you do. Pink Cheeks says, go Naptown best friends. Go everybody best friends. Except that one player, right, Michael Kwan? Michael Kwan wants to hear me say, good job, everybody. I love you all, except that one player. Oh, Michael brings up a good point. Skating on a rolling ship. I think we'd be okay, though. depending upon how rocky the waters are, like it's like a whole nother element added to the game. Now it has to be done. It has to be in port? No, it's more fun if it's not in port. It's a whole nother element to the game, right? It's something Sirius says. I know, Carl, it's hard to decide who to cheer for. I cheer for good derby, as you know. Melody Mayhem is your lead jammer for the Scarlet Smashers. Slay Anything. See, Slay Anything? Derby Date Night, we've been talking about a derby cruise for a long time. So welcome to Derby Date Night, where we talk about fun things, and I try to plan things whether my husband wants me to or not. Melody threw for 4 points. Chapel Pone, meanwhile, is in the box, I believe, for the Guac blockers. So Mel has a second power jam right now and will be scoring some more points for the Scarlet Smashers, who have started to extend that lead over the Guac blockers. I keep wanting to sing Rock Lobster. Rock Lobster, ooh. Ooh, 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 Rock Lobster. Rock. It always has a little accent to it. Rock Lobster. Are you all singing it too? Okay, we've got Killdeer on the line for the Guac blockers and Lego blocks for Scarlet Smashers. Love seeing these two go up against each other, former teammates who still, obviously everybody around here skates together in some way, shape, or form, but I have seen them a lot on Circle City. Killdeer sees some space, gonna have to get past Robin Daggers and Roxy Ram Jam. No pack called, and they have to let her go, and Killdeer will become lead jammer for the Guac blockers. Lego blocks hoping to find some space. Great one-on-one blocking being done by Tommy and Rogue. Killdeer trying to, takes a big old hit from Robin Daggers, knocking Killdeer down, and they are still trying to figure out how to get through this pack on a scoring pass. Lego did pass the star, I believe. Killdeer getting past Roxy Ram Jam to grab some points. Killdeer did pass the star to, I think, Zombie Dust, who is now the jammer, but getting a penalty for the Scarlet Smashers, so this will be a power jam for Killdeer, who has got to get, again, Robin Daggers and Roxy Ram Jam. I don't think those two are, actually I know those two are not on the same team, but they are good at blocking together. You got Demo City and Naptown working together there. I know, Biz, I think even though you reffed yesterday, I think you would have had such a good time today. But you know what? It didn't happen, and you got to enjoy being in the chat today, and you made me laugh about 1 billion times. So I have enjoyed having you in the chat all day today. You don't normally get to hear us while it's happening, because you're usually reffing. Killdeer is through for another 4 points. Already 12 points. Guac blockers. I was sitting here going, Scarlet Smashers, are they going to just run away with this? And all of a sudden, Killdeer's like, nope. Us guac blockers, not only do we have chips for the guacamole, we are chipping into that lead. They knew that that's my phrase. They're like, we got the guacamole, Aria. Okay, Michael's talking about people smelling on the ship playing derby because of derby funk. We would play outside. Playing inside on a cruise ship would be awful. So I think we'd have to play up on the top deck. Angel City used to have a skater named Block Lobster. Yes, I love it. Block Lobster's number was B52. Oh, and then 1352 once they got rid of the letters, because the 1-3 looks like a B. That makes me love that person. That's amazing. All right. Higgs Bosom, happy birthday, is your lead jammer, and Baddison getting a track cut. This is now going to be a power jam for the Scarlet Smashers and Higgs Bosom. Higgs is in the pack on a scoring pass, up on those toe stops. Cutting to the inside, getting some offense there from Catastrophic to be able to get through and grab those 4 points. I love all the offense I'm seeing right now. It's really helping the jammers through, and just these blockers are doing a really great job of helping out their jammers. There was Pure Poly with some offense there, and now Higgs is just pushing as hard as they can, but is behind a tripod of skaters. Battison is now out of the box and sails right through on her initial. Higgs decides to call the jam and not let Battison score any points, but has scored 8. So definitely cutting into the work that Killdeer did in the last jam. Oh, and Higgs definitely saw that offense from Catastrophic, because as Catastrophic was coming off, they both were high-fiving and so excited. Higgs was like, thank you so much, you helped me get through. It really was a clutch offense move there. Great job great teamwork. Rogue and Melody with the stars on. They're just gonna do this on purpose, aren't they? Because it's just fun. I want them both to be, holy crud, Eric. Lily from IJRD says she hopes everyone is having fun. Oh, Eric, you spoil us. We love you so much. Serious, feature it. I am losing my mind. Look at it, it's pink, it's so pretty. Eric, thank you so much. Melody is lead jammer backwards blocking while trying to get around Cosmic. That was fabulous. Melody is now your lead jammer. Rogue has the star off. Rogue has decided to do some blocking as Melody comes in on a scoring pass. Rogue takes a big ol' hit from Pink Stitches, and Rogue is gonna be putting that star back on as Melody pulls the pack apart at the front. That pack is starting to stretch out. I know, Pink Cheeks. I was thinking that too. Chapel Pone I usually see as a jammer, and today I've been enjoying watching Chapel be a blocker, which I don't usually see. Kata and Higgs are in-laws. This is their second time playing together. Oh, that's so cool. Or Catastrophic. They're in-laws, really? Oh yeah, Higgs was telling me that earlier. That's adorable. That's good to play together with your family. Nice job by Melody Mayhem and the Scarlet Smashers there. 8 more points, bringing them to 59. And I think a timeout is being called, which means it's time to dig into these jokes, Sirius. I don't have many left. With 4 games, I've gone through a lot of them, so I don't want to go too fast through these jokes. I could just talk with everybody about the cruise instead. What's blue and not very heavy? What's blue and not very heavy? Light blue. I got the head in his hands from Sirius. Okay, fine. One more. What's green and smells like red paint? Green paint. Yes. What's green and smells like red paint? Green paint. Good job. You got that one. Oh, everybody's doing high fives on the line. Looks like Battison has the star on for the Guac blockers. And Extra. You know what I enjoy about Extra is I knew Extra was here pretty early on because Extra wears this super silly thing on her head that sprouts out of her head like a fountain. And it's just a bunch of metallic fun things that come out of her head. And I was like, oh, look, Extra's here. And when I saw Extra at Rock, every time I saw Extra, there was another accessory added to the outfit. And I've never seen a derby name so perfect for someone as Extra. It's just a great name. Battison is your lead jammer, but Extra was able to get past Tommy Knockers to get out of the pack, and Battison is in the pack and sails through on the inside line, does not call it, so it looks like Extra is going to get the opportunity to score some points. Battison coming around on another scoring pass. Extra getting held, but is able to find space and get through as well. Battison has outscored Extra by a little bit. Extra pushing Battison out of bounds. Love a little jammer on jammer action. Battison coming in. More jammer on. These two are going to be fun. Battison has so far scored 8. Extra has scored 4. Both of them in the pack right now. Amanda says, we love our Extra. I do too. And Catherine, go Extra. Extra is just amuses me so much. I love people who just have fun with life. And Extra, it seems like one of those people that just has a good time. And I also came in with fake purple hair today and a pink cowgirl hat. So I definitely also appreciate, and my pink slippers. Sirius and I got bored yesterday and went to Five Below and I got things. I don't know if I should be allowed in a Five Below. I was having way too much fun. It's just all so cheap and corny and cute and perfect. Perfect for Derby, yes. I was looking for rainbow stuff, but I think it's too late in June, and a lot of it is not out anymore. So hot pink cowgirl hat and purple hair clips had to do. Are we in a regular timeout, or are we in an official timeout? I should probably look at the board that says official timeout. Pink Cheek says, go Roldy. Is Roldermort out there? I see Kimmy S'more on the line up against Killdeer. We've got less than 10 minutes left in this first half. Keep your eyes out for anybody that you think should be nominated for Skater of the Game. Anybody who's done some really good blocking, really good jamming. We will choose one blocker and one jammer from each team. And Kimmy S'more will be your lead jammer for the Scarlet Smashers. Killdeer getting pushed out to the back by a Scarlet Smashers blocker as Kimmy S'more comes in on a scoring pass. Rogue took a pass and will be chasing down. Oh, Rogue loves to be able to score points as a pivot taking a pass. Rogue did grab some points there. Rogue got, it was 4-4. That was an even jam. Biz says, Aria, I love you were bored yesterday and went to Five Below instead of packing for your trip. Of course, Biz. Why would I be packing for my trip when it's 3 days away? I have so much time. I'm also working tomorrow, and I'm working a half day on Tuesday. Our flight leaves on Tuesday night, and I'm working. I still have a day and a half to work, and I have not packed. And it's a 3-week trip. Melody Mayhem is your lead jammer. How many of you does that make you nervous to hear? And how many of you are like, yeah, that's totally normal? Sirius says he's nervous. Melody making it through for 4 points for the Scarlet Smashers. I love watching Mel skate again. I miss watching Mel play. I'm just sitting here enjoying. Throwing Fits was jamming for Guac blockers, but now it's Tommy Knocker who has taken a pass. Catherine says Extra brings 100 out of 10 vibes. I think you might have meant 100 out of 100, but 100 out of 10 is even better. To every practice game, workout, parade, and yes, I've never seen someone have a more perfect Derby name. Eric says Mel for MVP jammer. Mel would love to see her name on that nomination list because I know that that sticker is something that Mel was very sad that she had retired. She wasn't going to be eligible for the sticker. Ooh, Biz is thinking about playing again. We should get a I retired but game to happen for all of us who I retired but, and we will all come out and play in a game. What do you think, Biz? Shall we make it happen? Pink Cheek says daggers, pink, and warp. Mr. Bruce Guy seconds for Mel. All right, here we go. Kimmy S'more up against Battison. Battison trying to get past Lego blocks. Lego is going to pull Battison to the back. Meanwhile, that's not Kimmy S'more, that's Extra. Extra just pushing. I love that Extra does work as a jammer and a blocker too. Extra gonna try and get past Cosmic here. Aren't they teammates? I love it in a mashup when teammates are against each other. And Extra does get through. Battison, meanwhile, on a scoring pass, busts through the pack and gets all 4 points and calls the jam. Bringing the Guac blockers to 55. They are within 25 points. Kent is campaigning for you to skate for corn-fed, but that's too much. Kent tried to get me to come back and skate for corn-fed. I think Kent is like, who wants to skate for corn-fed? You get to skate for corn-fed. You get to skate for corn-fed. Biz, we love having you as a ref, but I would also love to see you back on skates. You know, I say enjoy your Derby journey, whichever way you want to enjoy it, whether as a skater, a ref, an NSO, or an announcer. And also, you could also just come to practices, Biz, and like lace up and just scrimmage for fun. Doesn't mean you have to come back full time. And Kimmy S'more is going to be your lead jammer, but Rogue sneaks out of the pack, out of nowhere, and passes Kimmy S'more and forces the call off. I love how tiny, sneaky Rogue just came out like Rogue was like, I'm going to get you. Comes out of nowhere. Love seeing it. 5 minutes left in the first half of this game. Eric for MVP blocker? Eric can be MVP super chatter for sure. If MVP super chatter was a thing, it would definitely go to Eric. Extra and how are people like Extra and Bubbles both on the same team? Like they must bring so much joy to Rock. Love that. She will do anything you need anytime. Nice blocking here with the green team, holding Melody Mayhem, Chapel, Cosmic, and Mortal. Mortal. Sirius, you got nominated by Michael Kwan for Tech MVP. Eric wants the sticker. Eric is like, is there a way for me to get the sticker? Give Eric the sticker. Oh, great. There's a campaign happening now. How do you become player of the game, Eric? You got to play. If you win an overtime jam, Sirius says you can have one. Menace Rogue now has the star on for Guac blockers. Catherine says the sound effects at our practices with Extra and Bubbles are amazing, not gonna lie. I bet they are. Ooh, ah, ooh, ba-doo, ba-doo-doo-doo-doo. I bet you they just make funny noises the whole time. Oh, Sirius just said if you were there too, Aria, it'd be too much. This must be why Rock and I get along so well. Cosmic took the star pass, but also got a penalty for the Guac blockers. So this is going to be a power jam, a third power jam for Melody Mayhem and the Scarlet Smashers. Eric said that hurt. That was serious, not me. I just passed along the message, Eric. But you hurt Eric's feelings, and he's been so nice to us, Sirius. Now you have to say something nice. I'm giving him an opportunity. Why do we work so well? Is it because we're so opposite, Sirius? 3 minutes left in this first half. This has been so fun today. I love a good mixer where people are just in good spirits, having fun, enjoying playing some roller derby. Michael Kwan's being even, if he wins 4 ORs in a game, he can be MVP. Okay. 4 official, okay. You could be an MVP player if you win that many official reviews. I could see it because you potentially are putting somebody in the box 4 times. He said, or just give me a sticker. You sound like one of my kids, Eric. I don't want to do anything. I just want a sticker. I can't wait to come back in August, Catherine. I'm looking forward to. I mean, we haven't announced any schedules, so I can't wait to hopefully come back in August. Pink Stitches able to get through. Cosmic came out of the box, and how is Cosmic lead when Cosmic went to the box? I think Cosmic also was wondering how they were lead. Huh? Oh, well. Oh, okay. Mr. Bruce Guy and Eric have voted that they're fine with the official review. All right. That's a deal. I can't shake on it because we're not in the same space, but I will virtually shake on it. If you can win 4 official reviews in a game, you will get a Player of the Game sticker. Sirius is allowing it to happen. He's like, I'll allow it. Salvador Cherry jamming for the Guac blockers, and Higgs Bosom, happy birthday for the Scarlet Smashers. Higgs finding some space on the inside line and gets through as lead jammer. Cherry, meanwhile, takes a little tumble at the front of the pack, but is able to get back up and recover as Higgs comes around on a first scoring pass. Higgs is in the pack up against a tripod, getting some offensive help from her in-law. Look at that. I love that they're playing together. It's so cute now that I know that they're family. And Higgs does decide to call the jam with a shrug, like, I did what I could. 54 seconds left. We've got one more jam. Maybe more. Michael Kwan says anything can happen. You still have the sticker Bona gave you at Cactus Cup last year. Oh, Bona's butt sticker? It's a good luck charm now. I love that Bona had stickers made of her butt. Maybe Cosmic, no, I don't, did Cosmic start in the box? I'm only half paying attention. I'm half on vacation. I hope you all are enjoying my commentary. Battison is your lead jammer for the Guac blockers. Whew, the second half of this game is going to be fun, serious. I think I'm just losing it a little bit more every single half of Derby we play. Melody Mayhem hiding that star, might be thinking about passing it to Pure Polly. Battison has gotten 4 points and is coming around on another scoring pass. That star was passed to Pure Polly. The period clock has run out, so this will be the end of the first half. Battison getting pushed out and does decide to call the jam, ending the first half. Scarlet Smashers at 91. Guac blocker, wait, hold on, they're getting some points here. 91 minus 6. I'm using my calculator. So there is a 22-point spread between these two teams, which, as we all know, anything can happen with that. And I'm still waiting for my overtime jam and haven't had one yet today, so I think we're due. We'll be back in about 15 minutes here on Derby Date Night. welcome back to Derby Date Night Skate the Rainbow Edition. Thanks for sticking around with us as we get into the second half of our last game of the day. I'm going to miss you all. We're going to not see you guys for like 3 whole weekends, I think. Right, Sirius? Is that how many weekends they're not going to see us? 1, 2, no, we're only off for 2 weekends. We'll be back on July 19th. But that's our only game in July, and we haven't announced it yet. If you really want to know, you can beg me. Higgs Bosom is out as your lead jammer for Scarlet Smashers as we start this second half. Scarlet Smashers in the lead by 22 points and trying to extend that lead. Battison jamming for the Guac Blockers has made it through. Oh, Goldie says we will miss you. We'll miss you too, Goldie Socks. But we're only gone for 2 weekends, so technically it's 3 weeks, but only 2 weekends, and then we'll be back. All right, ready for the vote to come up? I'm going to put the vote up for Skater of the Game. As per usual, I will not close the vote until 5 minutes, or when I remember, if it's after 5 minutes. And there is 1 blocker and 1 jammer from each team that has been nominated and will win the coveted Skater of the Game sticker. Coveted, exclusive, and very rare. So I'm going to put that vote up. We've got 4 skaters to choose from. Choose carefully, because once you choose, you can't change it. So you've got 25 minutes to make your vote. There are your nominees. All right, Melody Mayhem jamming against Salvador Cherry. Melody, one of your nominees for Skater of the Game. Salvador Cherry is through as your lead jammer. Mel, needing to get around Cosmic, is able to do so. Salvador took a tumble, and Melody is actually past Cherry, who now calls the jam. And that jam will end with no one scoring any points. If I get really bored on this cruise, oh my gosh, Eric. Eric has just decided to completely spoil us today. Here's enough for a drink and a half on your cruise. Oh, thank you. You're so sweet. I wish you could come on the cruise too. It'd be so much fun. All right, who do we got here? It's Killdeer, also another nominee for Skater of the Game. Killdeer is through as lead jammer for the Guac Blockers. And it is, I think that's Higgs. No, that's Lego Blocks jamming for Scarlet Smashers. Might be trying to pass the star to Kimmy S'more. And yes, Kimmy S'more has taken the star. Carl says, I can hear the banshee wailing. No, wait, that's the heater. It's winter, -5 degrees Celsius. Oh, how is that, Carl? Because in the Midwest right now, it is so hot. You must be enjoying the nice cold weather. I think Sirius and I are actually looking forward to it being a little chilly. That's the other problem. Oh, we're going to do an official review. Polly's got her hands up. Roller Derby 24/7 spoils us so much. We appreciate you all. Sirius, did you feature the super chat? I keep missing it because I'm always looking the other way today. All right, what are we official reviewing? I don't know, but I get to tell you guys some more jokes, because I'm not out of them yet. Hey, Sirius, what color socks do bears wear? They don't wear socks. They have bare feet. That's a good joke for Alaska. You all know the game when we come back, I'm probably going to have to do like cruise jokes, because we will have just come back from the cruise. That'll be fun. Hopefully we'll have lots of good, fun stories. An official movie review. Yes, Carl, you weren't here earlier, and I said, if Carl, because earlier we were talking, I was like, Carl would say this is an official movie review. All right, Battison is your lead jammer for the Guac Blockers. Followed by Extra, one of your nominees for Skater of the Game. These 2 jammers are going to race to the pack. Battison up on those tiptoes. Higgs trying to pull the track cut on Battison, and does so. DB says strong people throwing down some serious stuff. Oh, absolutely, DB. Love seeing all the strength and the just athleticism out here on the track. It's wonderful to see. And it looks like this is going to be a shenana jam because Extra is also going to the box. So Extra will sit, Battison will stand, and Extra will sit for as long as Battison sat. Yes, next weekend, Roller Derby World Cup is streaming. I'm not sure how good of Wi-Fi. Have any of you been on a cruise? Do you know how good the Wi-Fi is? Because I was going to buy the World Cup package, but I'm going to be on the cruise for like Saturday and Sunday of the World Cup. Can I still watch it from the cruise ship? Do you know? It does cost a little bit of money, but there is going to be so many amazing skaters skating in. A lot of skaters that have been on Derby date night are going to be skating in the World Cup. I know a lot of the refs and the officials who have done some things on Derby date night are going to be at the World Cup. This is going to be just a great, I think, 4 whole days of Derby coming up soon. Extra is through for 4 points. Battison is through for 4 points. Okay, Eric says, are you talking about the Wi-Fi? It's okay, but for the highest level, it's expensive. Battison through for another 4 points. Or we could not watch roller derby on the cruise and just enjoy things on the cruise. Sirius is not sure. You're like torn? We can sit on our balcony and look at the water and watch roller derby. Ooh, that would be fun. Did you just see a ref on rollerblades? Yes, that is Croc. Croc is our ref on rollerblades. Croc is very well known in the Midwest here for being our ref on rollerblades. We love him. He's great, and he's always on blades. Melody coming through with lead jammer for your Scarlet Smashers, who continue to stay ahead of the Guac blockers. That is a 18-point lead, but Melody is going to try to make that more as she comes through for another 4 points. Salvador Cherry is thinking about passing the star to Cosmic. Not just thinking about it, did it. And Cosmic is now the jammer for Guac blockers. Biz, we love him, but we do tease him about the blades. 100% true. But Croc is a good sport about it, and so we are. It's all in good fun. And Croc knows, like, he wears these blades regardless of the fact that he knows we're all going to make fun of him. So I think Croc kind of leans into it a little bit, or some sort of blade funny term about leaning into it. What do you do on blades? I don't even know. There are usually tiered levels of service. Well, okay, I'll send you a message, Eric, about that instead of asking you questions while we're live here. Or you could watch Derby on the cruise, making the cruise even better. That's what I'm thinking, Carl. And maybe, they said they would have a chat. So if everybody here watches the World Cruise and we all go in the chat, and then we can find each other, so then we're still watching Derby together next weekend on the World Cruise. What do you think? Let's do it, guys and gals and pals. Killdeer getting pushed to the inside and has to come back to the back. And Kimmy S'more, I love watching Kimmy S'more jam. It's just, Kimmy uses such strength when jamming, and I just really enjoy watching Kimmy jam. Rogue with the pullback there on Kimmy S'more. Kimmy S'more able to juke around Rogue. Rogue has gonna have to let Kimmy S'more go. Killdeer coming around on a scoring pass. And that jam will end as Kimmy S'more forced the call off there. No, he's not, Biz. He's trying to gather enough rollerblading refs for a whole crew. Sirius is excited about that. Seriously? I don't know if he's ever going to accomplish that. Sirius, what? Are you gonna get on blades and join the crew? You would have to stream it? Okay, Derby Date Night wants to stream it if it ever happens. Ooh, is this a warp speed coming out at warp speed? Warp Speed is so fast, coming out quickly with lead jammer for Scarlet Smashers, just coming out of nowhere. Grabbing lead jammer and grabbing 4 points against the Guac blockers. Salvador Cherry taking that star off. Warp Speed coming around on another scoring pass. Jukes around Battison. Oh! Weaving through. Why has Warp Speed not been jamming yet? That star was passed to Throw-In Fitz, who was not able to score any points as that jam was called. He has like 5 or 6 already. No, I've never seen another rollerblading ref. Yeah, they do have to brake differently. And it takes up more room the way they have to brake, too. Sirius is being all sassy because he does rollerblades. He goes, me. It's true, Sirius. You guys do. You have to do a T-stop, whereas we can use our toe stops. Cosmic Horror and Melody jamming against each other. Cosmic gets lead, but just barely. Mel is going to be chasing Cosmic down as these two are racing to a pack that is not stopping. So Cosmic does decide to call the jam. Going to try and protect those points as the Scarlet Smashers are now up by 40. Nope, 30. I think that's 30. Yep, Biz, you're right. He's not serious if he doesn't have a Google Doc with names. If there's no Google Doc, you're not serious about it. Sirius says that's true. That's absolutely true. Lego blocks on the line for Scarlet Smashers against Killdeer again. Those two have been enjoying jamming against each other. Killdeer pulling the pack to the front. Getting some offensive help there. Killdeer is through, but Lego blocks also through. Michael Kwan, if it is not in a Google Doc, it never happened in Derby. That is true. We always say at my work, if it's not in Dynamics, which is our, like how we keep all of our records, if it's not in Dynamics, it didn't happen. Yeah, for roller derby. If it's not in a Google Doc, did it really happen? Nope. Not in Derby. All right. We're already almost halfway through the last half, and then you're going to make me pick things up, but I'm wearing sandals. I was a big help today bringing all the equipment in, Sirius. So just remember that when I refuse to do anything in about half an hour. Battison is through as lead jammer for the Guac blockers. Extra through, about half a track behind Battison. We got Michael Kwan to buy a watch pass for the World Cup. We'll see you in the chat, Michael Kwan. We're gonna get a watch pass. I already decided, just so you know. I didn't tell you. But of course we're getting a watch pass. I hope we can get service too. Well, but we have the Wi-Fi package, so we'll have something. If not, we'll go ask him to turn it on in the bar. You know, they like to be good service people on the cruise. DB says if you're used to ice skates, blades are much more at home than quads. I could see that. I am not used to ice skates, so I wouldn't be good on either. Melody is your lead jammer for the Scarlet Smashers. Cosmic is about half a track behind. This pack is speeding up. Melody communicating with the blockers. Eric! For $10, Eric wants proof of me helping. The Aria I know does not do manual labor. I think I'm offended at that remark. I don't know if I want to accept this super chat. You already put it on the screen. He accepts. I resemble that remark, Eric. Yes, that's what I said. I said what I said. Rogue has the star on for the Guac blockers. And Kimmy S'more for Scarlet Smashers. Oh my gosh! Oh, Michael Kwan! Rogue is your lead jammer for the Guac blockers. Woo! He does a little baseball slide at the end. Michael Kwan, oh, you spoil us too. Since I just gave money to the World Cup, I might as well send you this since your announcing has been. Oh, Michael Kwan. We got to go to California. We got to go. Michael wants us to come. We got to figure it out. How long does it take to drive from Indiana to California, Sirius? Couple days? Sure. Kids can stay home long enough for that. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Eric. You guys spoil us. All right. We got Warp Speed again. And Battison. Battison getting pushed to the outside, and Warp Speed finding space on the inside line comes out. I just love watching how fast Warp Speed can get around the track. Like, how? How does Warp Speed get around the track this fast? Boom. And then zips in from the inside to the outside of the track. I mean, how difficult is Warp Speed to block, really? Like, just always moving and shaking, and, oh, it's great. Love seeing it. Battison is through on her initial. Warp Speed currently in the pack. Warp Speed is calling that jam. Having got, I think, 8 more points for Scarlet Smashers. And we are at 15 minutes left. Gosh, I'm going to miss you guys while we're gone. This has been so fun. I know I'm not packing, but this is a lot more fun than packing. Sirius, you don't work tomorrow. You could just do all the packing. I have to work. Oh, the face I'm getting. Oh, he is not happy with what I just said. Lead jammer going to Melody Mayhem. And looks like going to be followed by... Who is that? Is that M Immortal, one of our nominees for Skater of the Game, who was nominated as the blocker but has decided to become a jammer for a minute? Michael says, dang it, Warp Speed, why is it always skaters with single-digit numbers that have the big single braid? It is true, isn't it? The long braid that just covers that number. I wish my hair would grow that long. Or be thick. It's neither. It's neither long nor thick, which is why today I added purple streaks to my hair that are synthetic. We can just add things to our hair now. And if it's a 2-digit number, they will have a double braid that covers both numbers, of course. Battison trying to get through, takes a big hit from Kimmy S'more, but is able to re-enter. Higgs now doing some one-on-one blocking at the front. Battison is able to get through that to become lead jammer. While, is that Melody in the box? Oh, no. No. That's not Mel, is it? Who's in the box? Oh, it's Warp Speed in the box. No, it's Melody. I don't know. We'll find out. Oh, I could look at the... Catastrophic is in the box. I could have looked at the screen that whole time. Oh, Sirius is like, I know. I was just waiting. Catastrophic is out of the box. Battison is getting pushed to the inside and forced to the back here. Catastrophic is able to get through and force that call off by Battison. But Battison was able to score, I think, 8 points there. Bringing them to 99. Official timeout being called, which means it's time for a few more jokes. Biz goes, you got there eventually, Aria. It did take a while. And did you just see Higgs flip out her hair so it covered all 4 numbers? Michael, I have a feeling you have a pet peeve as an NSO in roller derby, and it has to do with how well you can see people's numbers. Oh, serious? You did? Are you and Michael Kwan? The Sirius goes, I saw that too. One brain. NSO life. I love it. Okay, I got to tell a joke here. Carl saw it too. It's like the skaters can hear us. They're like, let me cover my numbers with my hair. When do you go on red and stop on green? Can you think of when you go on red and stop on green? When you're eating a watermelon. He just shrugged his shoulders and looked at it. It's true. When is a black dog not a black dog? when it's a greyhound. What? He's not laughing at any of these, you guys. What is orange and sounds like a parrot? Carrot. Biz just wants to give 4-digit numbers a penalty. Oh, I get to actually find out what this one is.
Green was asking for an additional penalty on red 3-0 for failure to exit the track.
Okay.
That they left the track in the first available moment, so that official view will not
Be retained. Got it. Thank you. You can have a snack. Ducktoad's coming back for his snack. Yeah! You got it on camera, too. Okay, so that official review was Green was asking for an additional penalty on red 3-0 for failure to leave the track. The refs decided that the red jammer did leave the track at the first possible moment, and so they will not retain their review, and the no call on the second penalty will stand. Goldie says an orange parrot. That's true. What is orange and sounds like a parrot? An orange parrot. That's a good one. Carl, is the cat walking on your keyboard again? Maybe Croc does wear the skates just so he can be the tallest official at the official review. He's heads above everybody else. They do make him a lot taller. Rogue is your lead jammer for the Croc Blackers. Croc? Now they're the Croc Blockers. I mean, an alligator is green. Ooh, narrowly avoiding a hit by Throwin' Fits with an assist from Pure Poly. Rogue is through for 4 points for the Guac Blockers. Rogue is in the pack, trying to push her way through, and is through while Extra waits in the penalty box. Still sitting, so nope, now standing. 10 seconds left in that penalty as Rogue comes through. And nice job, Rogue, juking through to grab 4 more points for the Guac Blockers. Already 12 points scored in this jam. I think Rogue's mad that she didn't get nominated for Skater of the Game, and she's like, you know what, Aria? I want to prove you so wrong. So wrong. Yes, I know this is a dangerous, Michael Qualkin says the Guac Blocker's name is a real danger zone to screw up on the name. To be very careful for the rest of the game as I get more tired. Yeah, you are absolutely correct, Michael Kwan, although you all would really enjoy it if I screwed that name up. Rogue with another 4 points, 20 points. Rogue, where's this jammer Rogue come from? And 24, does that make that the biggest jam of the day yet? No, it was 27 so far. There was in the juniors game, there was a 27. But Rogue got 24 and has brought the Guac Blockers within 12 points of the Scarlet Smashers, getting closer to the overtime jam that I have requested before we go on break. Derby Date Night After Dark. Michael Kwan, did you hear about the fact that I have had a lot of people ask for a pay-per-view Derby Date Night After Dark where I do not edit? That would be bad, people. That would be real bad. Cosmic is your lead jammer for the Guac Blockers, and a tumble between Melody and one of the blockers. Who is that? I know who that is. That's Loch Ness Blocker. I'm so used to Loch Ness Blocker's other name. It's still taking me time to adjust to the change of name, but I'm going to get there. Melody's still laughing about the tumble that happened and trying to. Takes a hit out from Battison, but Cosmic calls it. How many points? Let's see. It was 2 points for the Guac Blockers, so now they are within 10. With 9 minutes left, 4 minutes left to vote in the Skater of the Game poll. Currently, Melody Mayhem is ahead. If she gets this Skater of the Game sticker, now she can retire for real. Extra is behind Melody Mayhem by a little bit. Killdeer getting through for lead jammer, which is exactly what the Guac blockers wanted as they are trying to chip into this lead. You got your guacamole because the Guac blockers sure do. Lego was able to get through and will be chasing down Killdeer, but Killdeer is currently in the pack up against teammate Higgs Bosom, doing some great one-on-one blocking as Lego comes in to try and score some points, but Killdeer will call the jam first after grabbing 3 points for the Guac blockers. Carl, you probably have to go to bed, don't you? It's getting close. It's probably way past your bedtime since we started this at 11 p.m. your time. It's been 9 hours we've been live. It's probably time to go to work, Carl. Debbie Darko has decided if Mel gets skater of the game, she needs to come back and play. I think that's a good bet. Let's do that one. Without Melody's consent, we'll tell her we've made a decision. Oh no, Kimmy S'more headed to the box. This will be a power jam for Guac blockers, which is exactly what Scarlet Smashers did not want. Battison with the offense there, good job to help Cosmic get through, and now Cosmic will be coming around on a scoring pass while Kimmy S'more waits in the penalty box. This game is getting closer and closer with 7 minutes left. Oh, come on, give me an overtime jam again. Here comes Cosmo, having already scored 4. They are within 3 points now. Kimmy S'more is out of the box, and Cosmic immediately calls it to prevent Kimmy from scoring any points. But Guac blockers getting another 1. No, Scarlet Smashers getting 1. Guac blockers, yes, also getting 1. This is a 3-point game, everybody. Woohoo! I love close games. They make me so happy. A 2-point game? Wait. Oh, they accidentally gave the 1 point to Scarlet Smashers that was supposed to go to Guac blockers. Okay, 135 to 133. Here we go. Melody Mayhem on the line for the Scarlet Smashers. A little bit of a tumble at the top of the line. Who is the jammer for Guac blockers? I don't think they've jammed before. It's after 7. If I was working, I'd be very late. Melody is through as lead jammer. Throwin' Fitz is the one who is jamming for the Guac blockers. Ooh, everybody kind of falling down. Melody takes a little push to the inside and is going to be pushed all the way to the back. Throwin' Fitz has the star in hand and is coming up against a tripod with pink stitches at the top. Melody is still trying to get through, takes another hit to the inside. Mel asking for some offense from Warp Speed and is able to get through and grab 4 points for the Scarlet Smashers. Guac blockers, Throwin' Fitz has passed the star now to Helen Killer, who will now be the jammer for the Guac blockers. Melody taking a push to the outside. Helen Killer taking a push to the inside. Pink Stitches is doing that pullback. Melody also getting pulled back. 4:55 left in this game. Melody trying to get a few more points on the board. Helen Killer still on her initial, not scoring points right now. Needs to get out of the pack first in order to score any points. Looks like we might have had a head bonk, so we are going to take a second. Whenever someone bonks their head, we always have the medics come out and take a look at them. So we are going to have a quick medical timeout as we look at this really close 6-point game and come back to you in just a minute after having the skater checked out. She looks like she's doing okay. She's on her knees, kind of going off on her own, but they are still going to have the medics come check her out because the jam was called due to injury. We aren't going to go to the slideshow series. I think think we're going to be coming back because the jam was called but we wanted to show off your slideshow. It is a beautiful slideshow. Because the jam was called due to an injury, that skater will need to sit now for 3 jams. So that was Helen Killer. So Helen will not be able to jam for the next 3 jams. So that might have been the end of the game for Helen Killer, which when you bonk your noggin, we always want to be extra, extra careful and make sure that everybody's head is okay because that is important to check in. DB says this is a great game. It really is, DB. You know what would make it even better? An overtime jam if we end in a tie. If we can make it happen, it really does mean that Derby Date Night has some sort of special touch. Or maybe it's all these super chats we've gotten spoiled with today. Thank you so much for all of your support, everyone. We really appreciate you all and just love to be a part of this great community. You guys are great. We love ya. All right, Battison has the star on for the Guac Blockers, and Higgs Bosom, happy birthday, has the star on for Scarlet Smashers. How are they at 142 now? Oh, because Mel had some points in the pocket when that jam was called due to injury. So this is a 9-point game now. Battison trying to get lead for the Guac Blockers to try and continue to chip into that lead of the Scarlet Smashers, but Higgs is trying to keep Battison from doing it. Battison's just got to get past one more blocker and does it. The Guac Blockers are going to be lead here. Higgs able to get out about half a track behind. Less than 4 minutes left in this game. Battison coming into the pack and gets through and immediately calls it. Grabs all 4 points, prevents the Scarlet Smashers from scoring any, and this is now a 5-point game. People. Sorry, you're not people, you're serious. But people in the chat, this is exciting. Angel City Derby is sending 20 skaters to the Roller Derby World Cup to play or coach. That is awesome, Michael Kwan. In 11 different teams. That is so cool. Wow, Michael. I'm glad you bought the pass so you can watch all of them, and I can watch all of them, and we can talk to each other in the chat. Pink Cheeks, you want Chapel Pone to be skater of the game. Chapel actually won skater of the game last week from Derby Date Night. So Chapel does have one of those special coveted stickers. Okay, Rogue has the star on for the Guac Blockers. Rogue was a big, takes a huge giant hit, but from Roxy Ram Jam, but Roxy went out of bounds, so Rogue was able to keep going. Warp Speed is actually lead. Rogue will not be able to score any points. That one was a close one. This continues to be a 5-point game with 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Warp Speed was actually the jam. Warp Speed was lead. So Warp Speed got out first. That's why. I'm talking to the audience now as well. They said, we know the rules, we just disagree. All right, we got Melody Mayhem for the Scarlet Smashers and Battison for the Guac Blockers in this 5-point game. The crowd is getting very excited. Battison is through as lead jammer for the Guac Blockers, which is Melody has the star off, might be looking for the pivot. Kimmy Smore is the pivot right now. Melody is able to get through on her own. Battison currently in the pack, takes a hit to the outside and calls it. Did she get all 4? She only got 2. 139, 142. It's going to be that makes it a 3-point game. Sirius goes, it's shaping up, it's shaping up. No, Mr. Bruce Guy says no injury continuation. I really do think they should move that juniors rule to adults because that's one of those examples where an injury continuation would have helped the Scarlet Smashers. But there is no such thing in adult derby. It's a great rule, and I love it. Okay, Higgs and Rogue up against each other. Now teammates on Circle City. Higgs has pulled the pack to the front, takes a hit to the outside. Rogue busting through the pack, gets lead jammer for the Guac Blockers with 1 minute left in this game. Higgs has the star off, takes a huge hit from Cosmic. Rogue coming in on a scoring pass. If Rogue can get through here, they take the lead. Guac Blockers now ahead by 1 point. 45 seconds left in this game. Holy crud. Oh! Mr. Bruce Guy, I'm trying to will it to happen. Higgs Bosom is through now. Rogue is currently in the pack on a scoring pass. 30 seconds left in this game. Rogue gets a penalty. And this is going to be a 2-minute jam. This is going to be the last jam of the game. Both these jammers are going to be jamming for the next 52 seconds. Chips and guac sounds so good, Michael Kwan. Okay, Higgs needs to get through. Rogue has points in the pocket and is in the penalty box. Higgs needs to get past Tommyknocker and Cosmic. And one more blocker at the front who is holding. A whistle blows. I know, this is so stressful. Rogue is standing. The period clock has run out. We have 20 seconds left. This will be the last jam of the game. Rogue is in the pack now. Both jammers are scoring. I don't know how many points each of them has. Rogue is through for all four. Higgs in the pack right now. 6 seconds left. Penalty for Higgs. I think this is going to be Guac Blocker's game. We get to the end. Rogue. Wow. Woo! We end with almost an overtime jam. Guac Blockers 149. Scarlet Smashers 146. Holy schmoly. That was a great ending. That was a really, really great ending. Mr. Bruce Guy says, check the inbox. And it is Eric trying to jump on an inflated banana and not successfully completing the jump. That was amazing on everybody. That was such a wonderful game. Oh my God, your skater of the game is Miss Melody Mayhem, who, according to her, as soon as she gets this sticker, which she really was hoping to get today, now she can really retire. You guys, this was a great game. I love these great games, close games. No overtime jam, but it was close. Tough Tone was also trying. See, Tough Tone's on my side with these overtime jams. A great ending, wrong teams with Michael Kwan. Yay, Mel. Congratulations to all the skaters. That was a great game. Thank you all for joining us today here on Derby Date Night.